My master's body wasn't even cold when Shamu pulled me into her private chambers. "I need to teach you a special dual cultivation technique," she whispered, her hands trembling. My mind went blank. Something felt off about this whole situation. The scene before me was like something straight out of those forbidden scrolls. Only later did I understand why Shamu was forced to make such a desperate choice. Everything changed with Master's sudden passing, leaving the once mighty Qin family vulnerable. In our Green Mountain town, 3 great families held power: the Lei family, the Z family, and our Qin family. These 3 houses maintained a delicate balance only through my master's presence and strength. Now with him gone, the vultures from the Lei and Z families would soon descend upon us. That's why Shamu called me to her chambers, her voice thick with hesitation. "There's a technique I must pass on to you ... double quotes before I could even process her words. Her spiritual sense crashed into my mind like a tidal wave as the ancient knowledge flooded in. I learned its name, a technique so powerful it took 6 words to name: Heaven, Earth, Yin-Yang Evolution, Divine Art. Divine Art, this must be incredibly powerful, I muttered in awe. Shamu's face twisted with inner turmoil before she finally gathered her courage to continue. We must practice this technique together. My heart skipped a beat. Together, can't it be practiced alone? A dangerous realization began dawning on me. Could this be one of those legendary dual cultivation arts? Shamu's face flushed with panic. "Of course not, I'm your master's wife." But her trembling voice betrayed her words. Still dazed, I pressed, "Then why must we practice together?" She composed herself, explaining softly, "Because 2 practitioners can achieve in days what would take years alone. 1 practitioner alone would gain little benefit. But together ... double quotes." Her voice trailed off meaningfully. My throat felt dry as I asked, "How ... how exactly should we practice this art?" "Come closer," her voice barely a whisper. "Let me guide you." I moved beside her, heart pounding. Then I saw her slender hands move to her outer robes. I jumped back like I'd been burned. "Shamu, we must align our spiritual meridians directly," though her face remained calm. I could hear the slight tremor in her voice. This was her first time alone with another man since Master. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a sword. My mind raced. This couldn't be happening, not with Master's beloved wife. True, Shamu was breathtakingly beautiful, but I'd always seen her as my elder, my master's other half. Never had I dared harbor impure thoughts, yet now, this intimate cultivation technique. My hands shook with uncertainty. Shamu clearly shared my hesitation, but we had no choice. She was at the peak of Meridian Opening Realm, 9th level, just 1 small step from breaking through to core formation. 1 session of joint cultivation could bridge that gap, saving our entire family. Only then could we maintain our position in the Cloud Peak sect. Joint cultivation required absolute trust. She couldn't choose just anyone. After careful consideration, I was the only choice: young, virtuous, and loyal. My cultivation talent might be lacking, but with this divine technique and her guidance, plus her personal instruction, my future potential would know no bounds. Better to keep such profound techniques within the family, she reasoned. Only the master-disciple relationship gave her pause. That sacred bond made her heart heavy with guilt. But a husband's disciple, surely that was different. Stealing her resolve, she declared, "There's nothing improper about this. Just follow my lead." Her voice grew softer. "Remove your outer robes ... But Shamu, this isn't right ... I'm not a stranger to you. What's wrong with helping each other?" Her eyes flashed. "If I can bear it, how can you, a man, show such hesitation?" Her words struck true. What choice did I have? I followed her instructions as we began the sacred art. As the practice intensified, my mind reeled with shock. Even if Full could understand her intentions now, my conscience screamed this was wrong. But fate had forced our hand. "Forgive me, Master," I silently prayed. Then surrendered myself to the technique's flow. Time lost all meaning. Afterward, Shamu sat in lotus position, absorbing the pure spiritual energy. I lay beside her, every muscle in my body crying out in exhaustion. This divine art was no simple technique, especially with her superior cultivation. I could only follow her lead, letting her guide our spiritual dance. The submission left me feeling strangely frustrated. One day, I swore I would take the lead. The thought shocked me to my core. What was I thinking? Master wasn't even properly mourned, yet here I was, having such thoughts about his beloved wife. Truly unfilial, I quickly suppressed these traitorous ideas, focusing instead on my cultivation progress. Though exhausting, the results were astonishing. My cultivation base had soared. From the 5th level of body tempering straight to the 9th, an impossible leap. For ordinary cultivators, each level required mountains of resources and months of effort. Yet I had broken through for minor realms in a single night. The technique's power defied belief. Shamu had gifted me something truly profound. She finished her meditation, her jade-like skin now glowing with otherworldly radiance. Her aura pulsed with newfound power. I gasped in delight. Shamu, you've broken through. Her lips curved in a gentle smile. Yes, through our practice, I've reached the 1st level of core formation. My heart soared. Wonderful, now those Lei and Z families won't dare move against us. At their mention, frost gathered in Shamu's phoenix eyes. Should they dare strike at the Chin family, they'll learn the true meaning of regret. Her cold tone made me worrying. But Shamu, both family patriarchs must be deep in core formation. If they join forces ... can you truly stand against them? She reached out, her jade finger gently tapping my forehead. Silly boy. Still in body tempering, yet worried about your Shamu's safety? My heart overflowed with genuine concern. My parents are gone, you're all I have left in this world. How could I not worry? Her stern expression softened. Dear Yuan, your Shamu possesses a special constitution. My combat power far exceeds ordinary cultivators. Curiosity piqued. What constitution? Her eyes sparkled, the profound yin body. It grants endless yin energy, not only boosting my power, but greatly benefiting male cultivators who practice with me. Understanding dawned about my rapid progress. So that's why I advanced so quickly, all thanks to your special constitution, Shamu. She nodded. Your progress came first from my constitution, second from the technique's power, and third ... She hesitated. A blush creeping across her jade-like features. The unfinished sentence sparked my curiosity. What's the third reason, Shamu? She coughed softly. My ... primal yin. My mind went blank. Hadn't Shamu and Master been partners for years? How could this be possible? As I stood there dumbfounded, my eyes caught sight of the bedding behind her. The pristine white silk bore a telltale crimson stain, undeniable proof of her words, noting my gaze.
Gu Shuqin's face flushed crimson, and she explained in a soft voice, because the stronger the profounding body, the more abundant the essence force, so in order to achieve greater improvement, your master and I have never practiced together. Originally, I wanted to wait until I broke through to the coagulation core realm before practicing with him, but I didn't expect an accident to happen, causing you to benefit instead. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel regret. If I were in the coagulation core realm, the abundant essence force would have been enough to help you break through to the opening meridian realm. Unfortunately, the situation is urgent, and we don't have time to wait any longer. Lin Yuan finally understood. It turned out that he had taken what should have belonged to his master. What a sin! It was truly a sin. He sighed inwardly, feeling even more guilt towards his master. Seeing what her disciple was thinking, the beautiful woman comforted him. It's okay, Yuan. Your master was such a kind person. If he knew about our situation in the afterlife, he would surely be gratified. Although his mistress said so, it sounded extremely strange to Lin Yuan's ears. Would his master be gratified to encounter such a situation? That was unlikely, right? Well, his master was already dead anyway, so he wouldn't worry about what he thought. He only needed to take care of his mistress. Lin Yuan threw the jumbled thoughts to the back of his mind and nodded. Yes, thank you for passing on your power this time, mistress. I will definitely cultivate diligently from now on and take good care of you for master. Seeing her disciple make such a solemn promise, Gushu couldn't help but smile. You little rascal, your cultivation isn't even as high as mine yet, and you dare to say you'll take care of me. Lin Yuan said seriously, I'm not as good as you now, but I'll definitely surpass you in the future. The future is still far away. You just cultivate slowly. Even if your strength is always inferior to mine, your mistress won't say anything. Mistress, you really have no faith in your disciple? Alright, I have faith. Then I'll wait for the day when my Yuaner surpasses me. From then on, your mistress can be completely at ease. Yes, I will definitely take good care of you for master. You little fool, don't always mention your master, okay? I'm sorry, mistress. I'll mention him less in the future. Mentioning Qin Run, the atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward. After all, it had only been a day since he passed away, and they had already developed to this extent. If this were to get out, people would surely criticize them. It was still a bit too hasty, but there was no other way. The threats from the Lei and Jiang families were imminent. Gu Shuqin had to reach the coagulation core realm immediately to resolve the crisis. Since things had already come to this, there was no need to dwell on the topic any further. Ahem. Lin Yuan coughed lightly, changing the subject. Mistress, why did Master suddenly encounter an accident? Do you know the cause of his death? Gu Shuqin put away her flustered expression and said seriously, I think this matter should be related to Song Mian. Elder Song? Didn't he have a good relationship with Master? Why would he want to harm Master? Lin Yuan's mind conjured up Song Mian's honest and kind face, which couldn't be associated with the words murderer at all. Gu Shuqin explained, you don't know this, but the Cloud Origin Sect's quinquennial reward ceremony is about to begin. Based on the contribution points of the outer sect elders, your master was ranked first and would receive the sect's reward. However, he died at this time. Who would benefit the most from this? Lin Yuan said directly, the elder ranked second. If the first place elder died, the reward would undoubtedly go to the second place. In this case, the second place elder would have a motive to kill the first place elder. Could the person ranked second be Elder Song? Lin Yuan guessed. Yes, it's that guy, Song Mian. He said he was going to the Cloud Origin Mountains to carry out a mission and was afraid of encountering danger alone, so he asked your master to go with him. Then, he used despicable means to secretly assassinate your master along the way, Gu Shuqin affirmed. Lin Yuan said with heartache, how could master be so careless? Gu Shuqin sighed helplessly, you know Qin Ren's temper. He's named Ren for a reason, he's kind and righteous, famously fond of helping others. Song Mian has known him for years, and when an old friend asks for help, he naturally has no reason to refuse. Lin Yuan also sighed, master was benevolent and charitable his whole life, yet he ended up being harmed by a villain. Heaven is truly unfair. Gu Shuqin said resentfully, that beast Song Mian. My husband always treated him well, yet he plotted to harm his old friend for a reward. Such an act of betrayal is truly deserving of death. Lin Yuan said indignantly, actually killing a fellow disciple, this man is utterly despicable. How can there be such a beast in the sect? Gu Shuqin gritted her teeth, that's human nature. People can resort to any means for the sake of profit. There are too many like that in the cultivation world, which is why people become more and more distant and heartless. Saying this, she looked at the man and said solemnly, so you honor master's death is your first lesson. You must remember that the cultivation world is cold and cruel. Never trust anyone, they can betray you for profit at any time. Lin Yuan purrs his lips, I understand, madam. He understood this principle without her needing to say it. He had already witnessed too much in his 2 years of menial labor. Some people desperately tried to please their supervisor to get easier work. Some people were willing to sell their bodies to become outer sect disciples. And some people would even kill their roommates for a few spirit stones. Human nature was that real and that dark. Seeing the man's solemn expression, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you honor, madam is just reminding you, you don't need to be so cautious. At least you and I can trust each other. Lin Yuan chuckled, madam is already my person, of course I trust you. The beautiful woman poked the man's forehead again and pouted, you little rascal, how am I your person? Chapter 4, Two Families' Ambitions, Decisive Action. Weren't we just dual cultivating? What dual cultivating? I told you it was co-cultivation. Sorry, a slip of the tongue, it was co-cultivation, huh? As Lin Yuan spoke, he marveled inwardly, even though co-cultivation doesn't involve close contact, the benefits are quite powerful. I imagine dual cultivation can't be much more than this. Gu Shuqin crossed her arms, letting out a soft hum. Also, don't reveal our relationship to outsiders. Lin Yuan teased, what relationship, master? Aren't we master and disciple? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes. What do you think our relationship is? I don't know, master, what do you say? You little rascal, if you dare to talk back again, I won't be polite. Gu Shuqin raised a delicate fist, shaking it at the man. It was clearly a threatening gesture, yet it came across as incredibly endearing. It was the first time Lin Yuan had seen her display such girlish behavior, especially paired with the beautiful woman's charming face, creating a strong contrast. Faced with this tempting scene, he couldn't help but reach out and pull her into his arms. The man's sudden action surprised Gu Shuqin, who quickly pushed him away, her voice slightly irritated. What do you think you're doing? Lin Yuan confessed, I'm sorry, master, you're just too beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Gu Shuqin felt a hint of joy in her heart being praised by her disciple, but pretended to be displeased on her face. I'll forgive you this time, seeing as you are honest. Don't do it again. Yes, master. He agreed with his mouth, but thought in his heart, when it's time for dual cultivation, won't I be able to do whatever I want? Gu Shuqin sat back in her original position and continued, alright, now that I've broken through, let's go deal with the Lei and Xie families first. Lin Yuan asked directly, what does master plan to do against them? Gu Shuqin said coldly, we'll go straight to their doors and intimidate them, so they know that even without Qin Ren, the Qin family is not to be trifled with. The Lei family. In the main hall. The patriarch, Lei Jin, sat in the main seat and said, Brother Xia, now that Qin Ren is dead and the Qin family has lost its leader, they're no longer qualified to be among the three great families. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate them, and the interests of Green Hill Town will be divided between our two families. Xian, sitting in the secondary seat, stroked his beard and smiled. Qin Ren's death is really great news for us. From now on, this Green Hill Town will belong to our two families, and the Qin family can be removed from the list. After learning of Qin Ren's death, both families couldn't help but rejoice. After so many years, the structure of Green Hill Town could finally change. It was just a small town, and the benefits it produced were limited. Having them divided among three families was undoubtedly unsatisfactory for their increasingly inflated ambitions. Now that one family could be eliminated and the pie could be shared between two, they naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Great Elder, quickly gather all the clansmen. This time we must go all out to wipe out the Qin family. Lei Jin's words were fierce, eager to take action immediately and raze the Qin family to the ground. The Great Elder below bowed his head, yes, Patriarch. Having said that, he was about to turn around to gather the clansmen when he suddenly heard a female voice coming from outside the hall. Patriarch Lei has a big mouth, thinking that gathering a few shrimps and crabs is enough to destroy my Qin family. Who gave you the courage? As the voice fell, Gu Shuqin and Lin Yuan's figures appeared in the main hall. Gu Shuqin, why is this woman here? Lei Jin and Xian stood up immediately, their eyes flickering with a hint of desire as they gazed at her voluptuous figure. As the patriarchs of the three great families, they had met at gatherings from time to time, so they had seen Qin Ren's wife before. They had long coveted this beautiful and charming widow. The reason Lei Jin was so eager to send out troops, besides wanting to wipe out the Qin family, was another goal, to meet this widow. See if there's a chance to add her to our ledger. Madam Qin, what wind has blown you here? Lei Jin said with a lewd grin, not concealing the greedy look in his eyes. Brother Lei is mistaken. If Brother Qin were still alive, we should call her Madam Qin, but since Qin Ren is dead, we should address her as Miss Gu. Xian chuckled, his gaze boldly sweeping over her body. Brother Xia is right. Miss Gu lost her husband at such a young age, it truly pains us both. Lei Jin feigned a sigh. When Qin Ren was alive, they would restrain themselves a bit, but now that things were like this, there was no need to hide their intentions anymore. Lin Yuan, seeing the two family heads so covetous, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. These two old geezers actually dare to desire his master's wife? They truly don't know their place. His master's wife should belong to his master. He almost forgot, his master is already dead, so now she belongs to him. Just as he was feeling a little smug, Gu Shuqin spoke, my affairs are not for you two to worry about. Just now, as I entered the Lei Manor, I heard you say you were going to exterminate the Qin family. Is this true? Lei Jin admitted frankly, indeed. Qin Ren is dead, and the Qin family is no longer worthy of standing alongside us. They should be removed. Xian added, of course. Miss Gu, if you want to protect the Qin family, it's not impossible, but the price is that you submit to our two families and obey our orders from now on. In their eyes, the beautiful woman was just an ant at the opening meridian realm, so there was no need to be polite with her. Gu Shuqin retorted sharply, whether my Qin family is worthy is not for you to decide. As for submission, that is even more impossible. Lei Jin's face turned cold. Miss Gu, let me be frank with you, you are a disciple of the Yunlan sect, we can't touch you, but what about the people of the Qin family? They don't have any backing. Even if we exterminate the Qin family, no one would dare to say anything. Would you really watch your late husband's family be destroyed? Xian sneered, either submit to us or hide back in your Yunlan sect and watch the Qin family members be slaughtered one by one. Gu Shuqin said proudly, with me here the Qin family will never be destroyed. Lei Jin scoffed, with your mere opening meridian cultivation, you are not qualified to protect the Qin family. Just as the two finished speaking, they suddenly sensed something, and their confident expressions immediately froze. Gu Shuqin released her aura. Core formation realm. She actually had core formation cultivation. This was unbelievable. Wasn't she just recently promoted to the 9th level of the opening mare? How did she succeed in forming her core in just a few days? Looking at the astonished pair, the beautiful woman said with disdain, "Now, am I qualified?" Lei Jin came to his senses and said coldly, "So what if you've broken through to the core formation realm? We are both at the second level of the core formation realm, and you are only at the first level. How can you compete with us? Not to mention there are two of us and only one of you." Xian said coldly, "Family head Lei is right. Even if you break through to the core formation realm, you can't change the fate of the Qin family. You might as well just surrender." "Is that so?" Gu Shuqin said softly. The techniques within her body activated, and pure yuan she gathered in her palm, which she then slammed towards the two of them. Chapter 5. Defeating two families. Returning to the Qin residence, you dare to attack. The pupils of the two men shrank, and they immediately channeled their power to meet the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of colliding energy echoed within the hall. In a short while, the two men were defeated. Pooh! Lei Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief. Defeated! The two of them had been defeated while working together, and their opponent's cultivation was not even as high as theirs. How could this be? How could her strength be so great? Xian retreated to the corner, his hand clutching his chest, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was also in disbelief that this woman, whom they had regarded as an ant, had actually turned the tables and defeated them. This outcome was unacceptable to them. Gu Shuqin, dressed in white mourning clothes, exuded a cold and aloof aura as she spoke in a chilling voice. "From now on, if anyone dares to harm the Qin family, I will not show mercy. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood." The two men nodded repeatedly in agreement, their attitude extremely respectful, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. Poof! The beautiful woman snorted coldly, then flew away with Lin Yuan. Leaving the two family heads slumped on the ground, their hearts were churning with tumultuous waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Qingshan Town. In mid-air, the beautiful woman held the man's hand, her face still cold and stern. "With my intervention this time, those two families should not dare to act rashly," she said. "Yes, seeing their frightened looks, they definitely wouldn't dare to harbor any desires for you," Lin Yuan echoed. Gu Shuqin rolled her eyes. "I was talking about the Qin family. What are you thinking about, you rascal?" Lin Yuan feigned annoyance. "Those two guys' mouths were almost watering when they first saw you. They couldn't wait to devour you. They were clearly plotting against you." Seeing the young man getting angry for her sake, the beautiful woman felt a sweetness in her heart and smiled. Yes, their intentions were written all over their faces. "How could your Shenyang not know? That's why I taught them a good lesson." "Good lesson indeed. These two lechers deserve to be severely punished, to see if they dare to covet you again," Lin Yuan said with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but pout her little mouth. "You naughty boy, calling others lechers, aren't you one yourself?" "Of course I'm not. This disciple has never had any impure thoughts towards Shenyang." "Really? Then why were you like a little bull before?" Desperately tossing me around by the end of her sentence, she remembered what had happened not long ago and a blush appeared on her face. Lin Yuan was also a little embarrassed by her words, his eyes darting around as he said, "That's because Shenyang is too beautiful, your disciple couldn't help himself." Hearing her disciple praise her again, Gu Shuqin, while pleased, asked as if possessed, "Then, Yuaner, do you like Shenyang?" "Of course, I like you," Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. "Why do you like me?" "Because you're kind." "Where am I kind?" "You're good everywhere. Anyway, Shenyang is the best." "Tell me specifically." "This you're good in so many ways, I can't say it all at once." "You little smooth talker, with such a sweet mouth, do you often say such things to young girls?" "I'm wronged, Shenyang. Your disciple has never touched a woman in this life. You are the first." "Humph, that's more like it." Gu Shuqin snorted softly, then suddenly thought of something and whispered, "When those two guys had lustful thoughts about me, were you jealous?" Lin Yuan's expression froze, then he nodded heavily, "Yes. Shenyang is so noble, what right do those two toads have to defile you?" Gu Shuqin teased, "They cannot defile me, but what if I encounter an even stronger enemy in the future? Then I will help you defeat them." "Good disciple, seeing how filial you are, your teacher will give you a reward." "What reward?" "Come a little closer." "Okay." Chirp like a dragonfly skimming water, her red lips lightly touched the man's cheek and then she turned her head away. Lin Yuan was stunned. He was kissed. His teacher's wife actually took the initiative to kiss him. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? In his eyes, his teacher's wife was an aloof and cold woman. He had never seen her be intimate with his master, not even holding hands. Now, not only did she take the initiative to hold his hand, but she also voluntarily offered a kiss. This was simply a complete collapse of her persona, wasn't it? At this moment, Gu Shuqin's face was burning hot and red, her heart pounding like a deer. She didn't expect herself to make such a bold move. She had never felt this way before when she was with her husband. But after getting along with her disciple, she increasingly couldn't help but want to get close to him. Absurd! Gu Shuqin, you're really too absurd. He's your disciple. How could you have such a transgressive action towards your disciple? Moreover, her husband had just passed away, and she was already having feelings for another man. This was truly shameless. Calm down, don't think about these things anymore. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her heart gradually returned to calmness. Lin Yuan had also reacted by this time, brazenly saying, "Thank you for the reward, teacher's wife. Can your disciple ask for more?" Gu Sh spat, "You little rascal, you're really taking an inch after getting a yard, aren't you? Good teacher's wife, your disciple also wants to do his filial duty. We received so much vital energy today, we all need to digest it properly. Let's talk about it after we've digested it well. Okay." Lin Yuan was also aware that, jumping from the 5th stage of body tempering to the 9th stage, a lot of energy had accumulated in his body, and it would probably take half a day to digest. Even so, he couldn't help but feel regret. Seeing the other's expression, Gu Shuqin's heart softened, and she gently consoled him. "Why are you unhappy? Your teacher's wife won't run away, I'll be by your side from now on." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "Yes. Your disciple will also always be by teacher's wife's side." The two chatted as they flew, and in a short while, they returned to the Qin family courtyard. Hearing movement outside, the great elder Qin Zhong immediately rushed out, and the first thing he saw was the beautiful woman holding hands with the young man. Seeing this, his gaze couldn't help but become strange. Being stared at by others like this, Gu Sh quickly let go of the man's hand and coughed lightly. "Ahem, Elder Zhong, I went to the Lei family just now and warned Lei Jin and Xian they shouldn't come looking for trouble anymore." Qin Zhong immediately rejoiced. "Is that really true? How did you manage that?" The beautiful woman revealed her cultivation level, proudly saying, "I have already broken through to the pill condensation realm." Chapter 6 Returning to the sect, pawning the bracelet. Qin Zhong exclaimed in surprise, "Marrow condensation realm. You've actually broken through to the marrow condensation realm. How did you manage that?" "I was fortunate enough to break through thanks to the pills left behind by my husband." "I see, that's wonderful." At this moment, the weight on Qin Zhong's heart finally lifted. With a marrow condensation realm expert in charge, the Qin family could continue to have a foothold in Green Hill Town. Gu Shuqin took out a storage bag and handed it to him, saying, "These are all the savings my husband had before, I'll return them to your Qin family." Qin Zhong reached out his aged hand, ready to receive it, but suddenly quickly withdrew it. "What's wrong, Uncle Zhong?" "No, we can't accept these things." "Why? You and the head of the family are husband and wife, his things are yours, and my Qin family needs you to protect us now, how can I take your things?" Qin Zhong's words made Gu Shuqin give him a deep look. She then put away the storage bag and nodded, saying, "Since you said so, then I, Gu Shuqin, also promise here that as long as I live, I will do my best to protect you." Qin Zhong bowed deeply. "Madam is virtuous, the old man, thank you for your contributions on behalf of the Qin family. Uncle Zhong is too polite. I have some matters to attend to, so let's stop here. This is a sound transmission jade slip. If the Qin family encounters trouble, you can directly send a message to me, and I will come to help." After Gu Shuqin finished speaking, she handed him a jade slip, then grabbed Lin Yuan's hand and took off into the sky. "Mistress, where are we going now?" "To avenge your master. Cloud Ripple Sect. The outer gate entrance." After an hour of flying, the two finally arrived at this place. As soon as they landed, Gu Shuqin sighed, "The flying speed of the marrow condensation realm is still too slow. If I break through to the Qi gathering realm, I can return to the sect in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Mistress, how fast can the Qi gathering realm fly?" Green Sun Town was hundreds of kilometers away from the Cloud Ripple sect, yet Mistress only spent an hour to arrive. In his opinion, this speed was already very fast. Gu Shuqin answered, "Qi gathering realm cultivators can fly with lightning speed, covering hundreds of kilometers in a quarter of an hour. As for the core formation realm, it is even more terrifying. They can use the power of their core to travel at the speed of light." Traveling at the speed of light. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of longing. Although he had never seen such a strong person, just hearing the description was enough to know that they were surely beings capable of overturning clouds and rain, and burning mountains and boiling seas. The beautiful woman patted the man's shoulder, reminding him, "You are only at the body tempering realm now, so you should first think about how to break through to the meridian opening realm. There's no need to be so ambitious and think about such high-level realms." "Yes, mistress, I will take one step at a time and cultivate steadily." Lin Yuan cupped his hands. "Well, let's go to the spiritual treasure pavilion first." "Spiritual treasure pavilion? What are we going there for? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge master?" "To buy some things for you. As for avenging your master, with our current strength, it's difficult to do so. Let's take it slowly later." Lin Yuan also understood that revenge was not something that could be done overnight, so he didn't say anything more and followed Mistress's footsteps straight into the sect. Before long, the two arrived at the spiritual treasure pavilion. This was an official shop established by the Cloud Ripple sect, specializing in selling pills, spiritual tools, and other items to disciples. When they arrived, the counters, big and small, were already full of people. Gu Shuqin looked around and scanned the place, finally finding a counter without customers. She stepped forward to the counter and asked, "Hello, I want to buy a marrow cleansing pill and a meridian opening pill. How many spirit stones do they cost?" The person behind the counter was a female shop assistant. She first glanced at the two of them, then said, "The marrow cleansing pill is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the meridian opening pill is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." Gu Shuqin frowned. Wasn't the meridian opening pill 2,005 yuan stones before? Why has it gone up in price now? Because the medicinal materials needed to refine the meridian opening pill have increased in price, so the pills have also increased in price. Hearing this, the beautiful woman looked somewhat troubled. Her entire savings amounted to a little over 3,000 yuan stones, which she had calculated would be enough, but she didn't expect the meridian opening pill to have increased in price. "It seems I have no other choice." After struggling for a moment, she took off the jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to the other party. This is the green spirit bracelet, a 10-pattern spiritual artifact. When activated, it can form a protective shield, enough to block attacks from cultivators in the coagulation realm. "How many yuan stones can your spirit treasure pavilion give me for it?" The female shop assistant's eyes lit up. She immediately took the bracelet and replied, "Please wait a moment, Mississippi. I need to find an appraisal elder to evaluate it before I can give you a quote." With that, she hurried away. After a short while, she returned to the counter with the bracelet. "How is it?" Gu Shuqin asked expectantly. The elder said that this 10-pattern spiritual artifact is of good quality, worth 2,000 low-grade yuan stones. "Are you sure you want to pawn it to us?" Hearing this price, the beautiful woman couldn't help but feel disappointed. This green spirit bracelet was a token of love that Qin Ren had given her, costing him a full 3,000 yuan stones to buy. She never thought it would only be worth this much when selling it. "Yes, just take it then. Also, I want to buy a marrow cleansing pill and a meridian opening pill." As she spoke these words, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache. One reason was that it was a pity to lose the token of love, and the other was that she felt the selling price was too low. But there was no other way to obtain a large number of yuan stones right now, so she could only do this for the time being. "Okay, that will be a total of 3,500 low-grade yuan stones. Subtracting the 2,000 low-grade yuan stones you received from pawning, you still need to pay 1,500 low-grade yuan stones." Gu Shuqin handed over the remaining yuan stones to the other party and successfully obtained 2 pills, and then left the spirit treasure pavilion with Lin Yuan. "Master, that green spirit bracelet was something that Master gave to you. How could you just sell it like that?" On the way back to the residential area, Ling Yuan finally couldn't help but speak. "That bracelet can only withstand attacks at the coagulation realm level at most, and I have already broken through to the coagulation realm, so it's naturally useless to me." But it was after all. Lin Yuan wanted to say something more, but his mouth was covered by her jade hand. "I know the importance of that thing, Yuaner. If you really feel sorry about it, then when you have money in the future, buy me an even better one," the beautiful woman said softly. Lin Yuan understood the meaning behind her words and nodded, promising, "Yes. In the future, I will buy Master 100 patterned spiritual artifact." "No, 100 patterned is not enough. I'll buy 1,000 patterned one." Listening to the little man's promise, a radiant smile bloomed on Gu Shuqin's beautiful face. Okay, Master will wait for that day to come." Chapter 7. Returning to the courtyard, the maternal kindness of Shenyang. During their conversation, they nearly arrived at the residential area. This area was inhabited by outer sect disciples. Because there were many outer sect members, there weren't enough cave dwellings to allocate, so the sect had built dormitories. Each dormitory was only about 10 square meters in size, just enough for one person to live in. Even outer sect elders lived in this residential area, though they had their own courtyards compared to the disciples' small rooms. The houses were a bit bigger, but the surrounding yuan-chi concentration was the same. Only after advancing to the inner sect would the sect arrange exclusive cave dwellings, which were engraved with formations to gather yuan-chi for the disciples to cultivate and reside in. The two arrived at the entrance of Qin Ren's courtyard. They saw that the nameplate with the courtyard owner's name had been removed from beside the gate, replaced by a notice. According to sect regulations, upon the death of an outer sect elder, the courtyard they occupied will be returned to the sect. Please have the family take away the deceased's belongings within 3 days. A new elder will move into this courtyard at that time. Looking at the writing on the notice, both of them couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Qin Ren, as an outer sect elder, had made many contributions to the sect during his life. But after his death, not only did he not receive any compensation from the sect, they were also the first to come and take back the right to use the courtyard. It was truly cold and heartless. But it was not surprising that the Yunlan sect did this. Outer sect members were of little value to the sect, so they naturally would not expend resources and energy for a dead person. Not just the Yunlan sect, but all the large and small forces in the cultivation world were like this. Righteousness and compassion always came after profit in their eyes. Come in, Yuaner, and help me clean up your Shizuan's belongings. Gu Shuqin took out the key, opened the lock, pushed open the door, and entered, saying this. Lin Yuan followed her in. He was already very familiar with this courtyard, having lived here with his Shizun and his wife in the past. Next, the two of them spent some time gathering all the various daily utensils together and packing them into storage bags. Actually, there weren't many things. For cultivators, daily life was mostly meditating and cultivating, then eating a meal together. Cultivators in the first few realms still needed to eat, and only when they reached the Yuan Dan realm could they transform the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth into food to satiate their hunger, achieving the effect of going without food. Even so, low realm cultivators could use Bigu pills to replace food. Eating one Bigu pill could keep you full for 3 days, allowing you to have more time to cultivate. The two of them finished packing things up, and by the time they were done, it was already dark. Gurgle. It was dinner time, and both the Shifu and Disciple-'s stomachs were starting to rumble. Gu Shuqin said gently, Yuaner, wait a moment, Shinyang will go cook for you. Bigu pills were expensive, and Shinran was reluctant to buy them. So it was the beautiful woman who cooked meals for their family of 3. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded and sat cross-legged in the courtyard to cultivate, digesting the energy he had gained from dual cultivation during the day. Not long after, smoke could be seen rising from above the courtyard, and the aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen. Lin Yuan couldn't help but open his eyes and saw Shinyang just come out carrying a plate. Come on, Yuaner, you eat first. Isn't Shinyang eating? There's still a plate of scallion oil braised ribs to cook. We'll eat together when it's done. Okay. Cultivators could use Yuan Qi to bake, stew, fry, and deep fry, which was much faster than using fire, so it didn't take long for Gu Shuqin to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, placing everything on the table in the courtyard. Shinyang's cooking is amazing. I'll never get tired of eating the food you make. Lin Yuan said sincerely after finishing a piece of rib. Gu Shuqin smiled softly. Silly Yuaner, when we break through to the Yuan Dan realm in the future, we won't need to eat anymore. But we should still taste the flavor sometimes to satisfy our cravings. You just want to eat the food Shinyang makes, right? Yes. Especially your braised tofu, it's so delicious. How about I make it for you every day from now on? Yes. Good master's wife, I love you to death. Stop being cheeky, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. The two chatted as they ate, and Lin Yuan quickly finished his meal. Looking at the remaining dishes, he couldn't help but ask, Master's wife, why is the portion of food the same as usual today? Gu Shuqin's expression faltered, and she forced a smile. I was used to making portions for 3 people before, and I forgot for a moment that your master is no longer here. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. Ahem. Lin Yuan broke the silence, forcing a dry laugh. I'm full, master's wife, what about you? I'm full too. Then let's clear the dishes. Okay. The two poured the leftover food into the slop bucket, and then Gu Shuqin used her elemental energy to condense water, rinsing the dirty plates clean. Lin Yuan exclaimed, Master's wife, this move is so convenient. Once a cultivator reaches the condensation realm, they can condense objects with elemental energy, not just water, but also fire, wood, metal, and silver. Gu Shuqin smiled faintly. It is indeed much more convenient. In the past, I had to boil water to take a bath, but now I can do it myself. Lin Yuan teased, boiling water is too troublesome, let's take a bath together next time, that way we won't waste water. Gu Shuqin gave him a flirtatious glare. You little rascal, you're really thinking too much. Even your master never bathed with me, and you dare to have such outrageous thoughts. I just want to spend more time with master's wife. There's plenty of other time, no need to spend it while bathing. Oh, master's wife doesn't love Yuaner anymore? Lin Yuan pretended to be disappointed. Alright, put away those bad thoughts and let's get down to business. Gu Shuqin ended the topic and took out 2 brocade boxes from her storage bag. After opening them, 2 round pills could be seen lying inside. They were marrow cleansing pills and meridian opening pills. Lin Yuan's face changed slightly, and he asked, Are these 2 pills for me? Gu Shuqin nodded and explained, Yes, the marrow cleansing pill can cleanse the marrow and remove all impurities in your body, while the meridian opening pill can help you open your meridians and officially step into the meridian opening realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was deeply moved. When he was a miscellaneous disciple, he could only receive 1 elemental stone a month. He would never be able to buy these pills even if he worked until he died. Yet, his master's wife was not stingy with him at all. She directly bought 2 pills, even using up all her savings, even selling the token of love his master had given her. How could he ever repay such kindness? Master's wife, your kindness is too great, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it in the future. Lin Yuan bit his lip. Gu Shuqin playfully pinched the man's nose and scolded, "Silly boy, why are you saying such things? Master's wife doesn't expect you to repay me." Chapter 8, Marrow Cleansing and Hair Cutting, Failure to Breakthrough? How can that be? I, Ling Yuan, am not one to be ungrateful. If you really want to repay me, then properly digest these 2 pills and become stronger soon to avenge your master. My cultivation is low. Even if my cultivation becomes stronger, I won't be able to catch up to you in a short time. Why don't you spend the Yuan stones on yourself? Because you are my disciple, isn't it right for a Shenyang to be good to her disciple? But this is too good. You little brat, you don't like it when Shenyang is good to you? I like it. Of course I like it. Then quickly take the pills, don't let my good intentions go to waste. Yes, Shenyang. Let's eat this marrow cleansing pill first. Gu Shuqin took out the green pill from the brocade box and handed it to him. Lin Yuan reached out, took it, and threw it directly into his mouth, closing his eyes to digest the medicinal power. As time passed, a foul smell emanated from his body, and strands of black liquid oozed from his pores, coating his entire body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, "Shenyang, my marrow cleansing is complete." Gu Shuqin covered her mouth and nose with her fair hand, instructing, "Quick, take off your clothes, I'll wash you." Lin Yuan also noticed the dirty things on his body at this time and quickly took off his soiled clothes. Then, Gu Shuqin extended her snow-white jade finger, pointing at the man from a distance. A thin stream of water shot from her fingertip, striking his body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After a burst of spray ing sounds, the impurities on Lin Yuan's body were finally cleaned. At this time, he was completely naked, exposed to the beautiful woman's eyes. Sneakily glancing at the other person's body a few times, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but think, Yuaner's endowments are truly magnificent. I was so focused on cultivating before that I didn't notice this. Wait, what am I thinking? Now is not the time to be researching this. Recalling what she had to do today, she quickly returned to the main topic. You're washed, quickly put on your clothes. His original clothes were already dirty, so Lin Yuan had to go back to his room to change into a new set. After this cleansing, his whole temperament had changed. His originally delicate features became even more handsome, and the rough skin from his days of hard work became smooth and fair. Seeing this handsome young man, Gu Shuqin's heart couldn't help but beat faster. So handsome. I thought Yuaner was handsome before, but now he seems even more handsome. Beauties love handsome young men, and as a woman with a normal sexual orientation, she couldn't help but be moved when she saw such a beautiful young man. Seeing Shenyang staring straight at him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong, Shenyang? Is there something wrong with my clothes? Gu Shuqin calmed her mind and asked with concern, It's nothing, how are you feeling now? Is your body uncomfortable? I feel very comfortable, like a heavy burden has been lifted, and my body feels much lighter. Well, that's good. After saying this, Gu Shuqin took out another pill from another brocade box and flicked her finger, saying, This is a meridian opening pill, which can help cultivators break through to the meridian opening realm. With your current physical strength, you have a more than 90% chance of successfully opening your meridians. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed the pill and nodded, Okay, disciple will do my best to break through. He took the pill again, sat down cross-legged, and focused all his attention on digesting the medicinal power and attacking the meridian opening realm. Soon, his aura reached a critical point, only a thin barrier away from the next realm. Concentrate all your Yuan Qi on the Run Meridian, break through it with one blow, and you can break through to the meridian opening realm. Gu Shuqin instructed from the side. Lin Yuan listened to her words, directed his Yuan Qi to the Ren Meridian, and began to attack. Bang! 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 He attacked his meridians again and again, but the Run Meridian was like a rock, unyielding. As time passed, Lin Yuan's face became more and more pale, and his aura became weaker and weaker. He had charged hundreds of times, but for some reason, the Ren Meridian just wouldn't break through. Finally, his strength exhausted, he fell backward weakly. Gu Shuqin quickly stepped forward, supporting the man's body. I'm sorry, Master, Yuaner failed to open his meridian, I've let you down. Lin Yuan said weakly, leaning against the beautiful woman's bosom. How could this be? Gu Shuqin murmured, her face filled with disbelief. In her eyes, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through to the meridian opening realm were 100%. After all, his foundation was solid, and coupled with taking the marrow cleansing pill beforehand, his body was free of impurities, leaving almost no obstacles to opening his meridian. Yet, despite having such favorable conditions, he had failed to break through. This was something she couldn't accept. Heavens, even those with weaker talents than Yuaner had successfully opened their meridians, so why not Yuaner? The beautiful woman's heart constantly questioned the heavens. Noticing his unusual state, Lin Yuan bit his lip and gently comforted, It's okay, Master, even though I failed this time, we'll have another chance. Gu Shuqin recovered her senses, forcing a smile. Yes, life isn't always smooth sailing, we'll always encounter hardships, as long as we persevere, we'll always have a chance to succeed. Although she said that, she knew in her heart that this matter was probably going to be difficult. If even the meridian connecting pill couldn't help him break through, what else could? Furthermore, her spirit stones were all used up. Even if she wanted to buy some precious herbs, it would take a long time to save up the money. Alas, why couldn't Yuan her break through? With a sense of disappointment, she helped Lin Yuan back to his room, then returned to her own chamber. Looking at the empty bed before her, she couldn't help but feel lost. Before, when Qin Ren was there, she still had a man to rely on. Now that he was gone, she could only place her hopes on her disciple. But the reality was cruel. Lin Yuan had failed to break through to the meridian opening realm. What should she do in the future? Continue to nurture this young man? Use dual cultivation to help him break through? But even the meridian connecting pill had no effect. Dual cultivation probably wouldn't work either. Outside the Yunlan sect, in the outer sect, halfway up the back mountain, Lin Yuan, affected by what had happened tonight, tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. So he quietly snuck out to get some fresh air. Heavens, oh heavens, where exactly have I offended you, Lin Yuan, that you treat me this way? He looked up at the starry sky, complaining indignantly. He dared ask, was there any transmigrator more miserable than him? Having a tragic background was bad enough, but to also have such weak talent, unable to even break through to the weakest meridian opening realm, this was just hell difficulty. Just as he was filled with resentment, a streak of light suddenly fell from the sky. A shooting star? Wait, it seems to be heading this way. Noticing this, he quickly ran away, hiding behind a tree. Thud! The streak of light landed precisely at the spot where he had been standing, smoke rising up. Lin Yuan frowned, watching as the smoke gradually dispersed and a woman's body came into view. Chapter 9, Mysterious Woman, Dialogue with the Murderer. So beautiful. Gazing at the woman, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. She had a youthful face, her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, and even though her breath was weak and her face pale, she still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Lin Yuan considered Gu Shuqin to be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but in front of this woman, Gu Shuqin paled in comparison. Such an unparalleled beauty shouldn't exist in the mortal world. Moving his gaze from her face, it landed on her body. He saw that she was completely naked, her flawless and curvy body exposed to his eyes. This woman, she really is like a celestial being. Lin Yuan thought to himself, feasting his eyes. He then took a step forward, wanting to see what her condition was. He definitely had no other intentions. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the woman's side, she suddenly opened her eyes and met his gaze. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lin Yuan forced a smile and said, "Fairy, I saw you suddenly fall from the sky, so I came over to check on your condition." The woman didn't reply, but instead said coldly, "Are you human?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, Fairy? Aren't you human?" Just as the woman was about to answer, she suddenly heard movement nearby. Her eyes flickered, and she urgently said, "Lend me your soul see." With that, she transformed into a white light and entered the man's mind. Lin Yuan felt something foreign enter him, and a slight pain spread through his head, which quickly subsided. This way. That shooting star fell this way. An outer disciple led the way, followed by a group of disciples, as well as several elders, emerging from the woods. Among them was Song Mian's figure. Lin Yuan immediately understood that these people were attracted by the sound of the beautiful woman landing. His mind raced and he quickly came up with a response. "If I'm not mistaken, the shooting star should have landed here." The outer disciple pointed to the ground ahead. Everyone looked over and found Lin Yuan standing alone. "Are you a disciple of our Cloud Origin sect?" A black-robed elder asked. "Yes, I'm Lin Yuan, an outer disciple. Greetings to the elders." The elder continued, "There was a shooting star that fell here just now. Did you see it?" Lin Yuan replied, "I was cultivating nearby and heard the noise, so I came over as soon as I could. I just arrived when I saw you all. Did you see anything when you arrived?" "No, nothing, just like it is now." "Then how do you explain this crater?" The elder pointed to the crater that the woman had made next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. It was already like this when I arrived." The elder frowned. "Are you sure you didn't see anything?" Lin Yuan nodded firmly. "Of course, how could I dare to lie? That woman was clearly an extraordinary figure and must have a great background. He certainly couldn't expose her." Next to the elder, a middle-aged man in yellow robes said coldly, "A shooting star suddenly descends to earth. Treasures are born in response. There must be a treasure that landed here." "You must be lying." Lin Yuan's heart sank. He was almost done with his lie, but then some jerk had to jump out and make trouble. Just as he was about to defend himself, Song Mian stepped forward and said gently, "Brother Lu, you are mistaken. This young man is Qin Ren's disciple. He and I have been friends for many years, and his disciple's character is just like his, honest and kind. He would never lie to deceive us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all knew Qin Ren and were aware of his excellent character and high moral standards. He had strict requirements for those around him, and as his disciple, Lin Yuan must have been well educated. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu wanted to say something, but Song Mian interrupted him. Alright everyone, there's nothing here, nothing to look for. Let's all go back and rest. Song Mian held considerable prestige among the elders. Since he had spoken, the others could no longer object and could only turn and leave. Lin Yuan also followed the crowd as they departed. When he returned to the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped, turning his head to look back. He saw Song Mian standing a zhang away, his eyes fixed on him. Thank you for earlier, Uncle Song, for helping this junior out of a tight spot, he said, cupping his fist in thanks. Song Mian stepped forward, smiling. You're too polite, nephew. Your relationship with Brother Qin was deep, and you are his disciple, so it is only natural that I should take care of you. Speaking of Qin Ren, a look of sorrow came over his face. Ah, such a good man, for him to die so young, I truly feel it's unfair. Ha, you, the murderer, are actually mourning the deceased? Your face is truly thick. Lin Yuan thought disdainfully in his heart, but on the surface he showed a pained expression. My master's death grieves me greatly. If given the chance, I will surely avenge him. A sliver of coldness flicked in Song Mian's eyes, which he quickly replaced with a sigh. I am just as heartbroken about Brother Qin's death. But if you want to seek revenge, I'm afraid it won't be easy. What do you mean by that, Uncle Song? Your master and I were carrying out a mission in the Cloud Vale mountain range. To speed things up, we split up. During that time, I suddenly received a transmission from him, saying he encountered a powerful demonic beast and he asked for my aid. Who would have thought that when I arrived, he had already been killed by that demonic beast? At the end, he beat his chest and stomped his foot. If only I had arrived a little sooner, Brother Qin might not have died. Watching this actor, Lin Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he bit his lip and asked, what demonic beast was it? Did you see it? It was a third-order gold-devouring rat. Gold-devouring rat? That's right, the beast has incredible endurance. Although it's only third order, its battle prowess is equivalent to several condensing core cultivators. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. I understand, I will definitely find this gold-devouring rat in the future. Song Mian said with a bitter smile, the Cloud Vale mountain range is so vast, finding a third-order demonic beast is like searching for a needle in a haystack. How could it be easy? Then, he patted the other's shoulder, comforting him. Nephew, don't be too fixated on it. Life and death are predetermined. Perhaps Brother Qin's death is a result of fate. With that, Song Mian turned and left, leaving a sentence behind. Get some rest. Don't let your mistress worry about you. Lin Yuan watched the other's back, his brow deeply furrowed. This man is two-faced and very scheming. He will be difficult to deal with. Forget it, thinking too much now is useless. I should first check on that immortal's condition. Thinking this, Lin Yuan unlocked and entered the courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw his mistress sitting on a chair, her beautiful eyes fixed straight on him. Mistress, why aren't you resting yet? I should be asking you that. Why are you still out gallivanting at this late hour? No, mistress, I just couldn't sleep, so I went out for a stroll. Gushu Qin understood that the other's breakthrough failure must have been very upsetting, so she comforted him. It's alright Yuaner, one failure doesn't mean anything, and I once read in an ancient book that some cultivators possess powerful meridians which are extremely strong and blocked, making it incredibly difficult to open them. But once they succeed, their power will erupt, their strength far exceeding other cultivators of the same rank. Chapter 10 Heavenly River Dragon Maiden 9 Young Divine Meridians. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. According to you, the meridians in my body might be different from others? Yes, so we don't need to be discouraged. Okay. Don't worry, madam, I will work hard. Good, I'll go rest now. You also rest early, don't let this matter trouble you anymore. She got up and went back to her room. Lin Yuan locked the courtyard gate and also returned to his own room. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, he suddenly had confidence in himself. That's right. I am a transmigrator. How could my physique be ordinary? It must be because my meridians are special, that's why I haven't been able to open them for the time being. Once opened, I will definitely be unmatched among my peers. But how should I open them? Thinking of this, he thought of the stunningly beautiful woman he saw earlier and immediately calmed his mind, focusing on his soul sea. He saw that she was sitting cross-legged within his soul sea, eyes closed, healing. Fairy, can you hear me? He asked using soul transmission. Hearing this, the woman opened her eyes and said coldly, I can hear you. Are you safe now? Is there anyone else around you? I'm safe, there's no one else. That's good. Fairy, where did you come from? Why did you appear here? And how could you enter my soul sea? Lin Yuan asked 3 questions in a row. The woman answered one by one. My name is Ao Ling Shuang, and I come from the Azure Dragon clan of the Heavenly River Divine Sea. I was harmed by enemy forces, and I was only able to escape by burning my blood essence. The reason I was able to enter your soul sea is because I have cultivated the soul transformation technique, which allows me to convert my physical body into a soul, and thereby reside within another person's soul sea. Heavenly River Divine Sea. Azure Dragon Clan. Lin Yuan had never heard of this place name, but just from the name, he knew it must be somewhere in the upper realm, not in Tianlan continent. The Azure Dragon, needless to say, the status of the Dragon Clan among the demon beasts was extraordinary. This woman really has a great background, but he didn't expect her to actually be a demon. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel worried. They say, those not of your kind, their hearts are different. This woman is of a different race, and it's highly possible she would be harmful to him. Sensing the other party's worried emotions, Ao Ling Shuang reassured him, don't worry, I won't harm you. On the contrary, if you can help me heal, I can provide you with help as well. Lin Yuan said with a wry smile, I'm just an ant who has just stepped onto the path of cultivation. How could I possibly help you heal? Hearing this, Ao Ling Shuang used her spiritual sense to scan the man's body and frowned. Your physique is somewhat special. I seem to have seen it in some ancient book. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you saying my physique is different from ordinary people? The woman did not answer, but continued to use her spiritual sense to examine the other party's meridians. Wait, why is the number of your meridians incorrect? Ha? What's wrong? The so-called 8 extraordinary meridians, normal people only have 8 meridians, but you have 9. What? Lin Yuan was shocked and hurriedly said, is that true? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Ao Ling Shuang replied, that's right, there are 9. If I'm not mistaken, what you possess is the legendary 9 Yang Divine Meridians. 9 Yang Divine Meridians. What an overbearing name. Just hearing it, you know it's very powerful. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Fairy, what's so special about my 9 Yang Divine Meridians? The 9 Yang Divine Meridians, as the name suggests, contain an extremely vast amount of Yang energy. It can be converted into energy, enhancing your combat power. Every time a meridian is opened, your strength will increase significantly. If all 9 meridians are opened, it will be enough to crush cultivators of the same realm. Ao Ling Shuang words made Lin Yuan extremely excited. Just as Madame had said, his meridians were indeed not ordinary. It actually has such powerful potential he could already imagine the scene when all 9 meridians were opened. However, the woman changed her tone and said, although the 9 Yang Divine Meridians are powerful, opening them is extremely difficult. Ordinary people only need to cultivate for a few years to open all their meridians, but you may need decades to reach the 9th level of the meridian opening realm. Each breakthrough in the meridian opening realm requires opening a meridian. Logically, Lin Yuan would have to open 9 divine meridians to reach the peak of the meridian opening realm. This made him worry and he said, it's already so difficult to open one, how am I going to open 9? Ao Ling Shuang comforted him, don't be discouraged because of this. There have been many cultivators with 9 Yang Divine Meridians in history who have broken through to advanced realms, which shows that there are still ways to open the Divine Meridians. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Does Fairy have a way to help me open my meridians? Ao Ling Shuang pondered for a moment and then said, I am now seriously injured and cannot use my primordial energy, but my soul power is still there. I will use my spiritual power to help you break through this Divine Meridian and see if it can be opened. Lin Yuan was excited at first, then calmed down. How can I repay you, Fairy, for helping me like this? Ao Ling Shuang said indifferently, I said, there is a cooperative relationship between you and me. I will help you open your meridians, and you will help me heal my wounds. But I am too weak and cannot help you for the time being. Then repay me when you become strong enough to help me. Are you gambling? You could say so. After all, you possess the 9 Yang Divine Meridians and have extremely high cultivation talent. I believe that day will come sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan bit his lip and said solemnly, I will keep Fairy's kindness in mind. If I am able, I will definitely repay you with all my strength. Ao Ling Shuang could hear the sincerity in his tone and nodded. It's good that you have this intention. Now close your eyes and concentrate, cooperate with my spiritual power, and attack the Ren Meridian together. Okay. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and circulated his energy, gathering all his primordial energy to the Ren Meridian. Ao Ling Shuang's spiritual power followed closely behind, and the two worked together to attack the meridians. Boom! 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 Under their repeated impacts, the blocked Ren Meridian gradually loosened, showing signs of opening. The two were delighted and increased their strength, attacking frantically. Finally, under their full cooperation, with a boom, the Ren Meridian was completely opened. Thick and abundant yang energy spurted out of the meridian, pouring into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, making him feel warm and at the same time, greatly increasing his aura. Swoosh! Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up, gathering his primordial energy in his palm, and struck forward with a palm. The air vibrated, and a clear palm print was left on the wall 10 feet away. Releasing primordial energy was the mark of a meridian opening realm cultivator. At this point, he had officially stepped into the meridian opening realm. That's great! I finally succeeded in opening my meridian. Lin Yuan stretched his limbs, his face full of joy. Human boy, don't be too happy too soon. Although you have successfully opened a meridian, this is only the first Ren meridian. Each subsequent breakthrough will be more difficult than the last, so please be prepared. Ao Ling Shuang reminded him. It's alright. The more difficult it is to open a meridian, the stronger my meridian will be. The harder the checkpoint, the more generous the reward. I am already prepared to embark on this difficult and dangerous path. Lin Yuan's eyes were firm, and he said these words with a sonorous voice. Chapter 11, Dragon Princess. Surprise teacher Mother Aling Shuang praised. Good boy, your ambition is not bad. Whether this princess can recover in the future depends on you. Princess? Lin Yuan asked in surprise. Are you a princess of the Azure Dragon clan? Yes, I am the daughter of the Dragon King. They all call me the ninth princess. To think the fairy's status is so noble, it is truly my blessing to have the honor of knowing you. There is no need to belittle yourself. With such divine veins, your future status may not be lower than mine. Thank you for the fairy's praise. I will definitely cultivate diligently and help you recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Why do you keep calling me fairy? It sounds a bit awkward. You have such unparalleled beauty and such a venerable status, it is only right to address you with the word fairy. Your human titles are too strange. We are not immortals. Why use fairy to describe us? Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a little helpless and stopped arguing with her. Instead, he asked directly, then how would you like me to address you, fairy? Ninth princess, your highness? Ling Shuang denied. That's a bit too formal. Why not just call me Ling Shuang? Ling Shuang. Lin Yuan murmured, not being pretentious, and immediately said, okay, fairy Ling Shuang, I'll call you that from now on. I told you not to call me fairy. Sorry, it slipped out. Lin Yuan grinned, suddenly having a whimsical thought, muttering to himself, Ling Shuang is also a bit formal, why not just call her Shuanger? He only dared to think this in his heart. If he said it out loud, who knew how she would treat him? Well, what's your name? You haven't told me yet. Lin Yuan, Forest Lin, Abyss Yuan. Lin Yuan. Your name is easy to say. Ha, you are older than me, if you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Yuan. Okay, Xiao Yuan, since that's the case, you can call me Sister Shuang. Okay, then from tonight onwards, I will be under Sister Shuang's care. You're welcome. I depleted some of my soul power to help you break through your Ren Meridian. I need to rest for a while. You should also consolidate your cultivation. Okay, Sister Shuang. Thus, the two of them rested and cultivated, and the night slowly passed. The next day, cock-a-doodle-doo, a rooster's crow rang out, and sunlight filtered through the paper windows, spilling into the small house. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, jumped out of bed, stretched his body, and felt exceptionally invigorated. After a night of cultivation, his opening Meridian Realm cultivation was completely stable. Knock knock. A knock sounded, and the beautiful woman's voice came, come out for breakfast, Yuaner. Lin Yuan was surprised, opened the door, and saw the beautiful woman's plump figure. Seeing the man open the door instantly, Gu Shuqin asked in surprise, how did you get up so quickly? Didn't you sleep last night? Lin Yuan whispered, yeah, I was cultivating all night. I just got up and heard you knocking. Gu Shuqin gave the man a reproachful look. Didn't I tell you not to think too much? Why are you still trapped by that matter? Although she said so, it was obvious that her expression was quite dejected, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly showing that she had not rested well last night either. Lin Yuan certainly understood why the beautiful woman looked like this. It was all because of him. In order to prevent her from being sad anymore, he immediately told her, Teacher Mother, I wasn't thinking too much. The reason I didn't sleep well last night was because I was consolidating my cultivation. Consolidating your cultivation? Isn't your body tempering 9th level already stable? It's not body tempering realm, it's opening meridian realm. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he raised his hand and channeled his energy, and a ball of pure essence appeared at his fingertips. Essence projection. Yuaner can actually project essence. Gu Shuqin's face finally lost its calmness. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the ball of energy. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. How could he have broken through to the meridian opening stage in just one night? Could it be a divine manifestation? Lin Yuan smiled and said, Yuaner did not fail Shenyang's expectations and successfully opened his meridians. Gu Shuqin came back to her senses and asked urgently, what happened? How did you do it? Lin Yuan explained, last night, I was feeling restless and couldn't fall asleep, so I went to the back mountain to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, a stream of light descended from the sky and struck me. Then, I felt a powerful force surge into my body and directly opened my Ren Meridian. Due to Ao Ling Shuang's special identity, he did not reveal her. A stream of light from the sky? Gu Shuqin frowned and said, I've never heard of such an opportunity. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? No, although the power was strong, it was very gentle, and I felt very comfortable. That's good. Gu Shuqin nodded thoughtfully and suddenly blurted out, I know. This must be a blessing from heaven. Ha! Heaven has consciousness. That stream of light must have been sent by heaven to protect you. Protect me? That's right. Those who receive heaven's protection are destined to be the chosen ones. Sooner or later you will reach the pinnacle and start a new era in the Tianlan continent. Gu Shuqin was very excited, almost jumping up. A chosen one. He was a chosen one. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would surely become a powerful figure who would dominate an era in the future. She had actually taken in such a disciple. She was truly extraordinarily lucky. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. What the heck? He was the chosen one? Shenyang's imagination was too wild. In order not to be seen through, he pretended to laugh along and said, "Ha ha ha, I knew my fate was extraordinary. See, the opportunity has come." In her excitement, the beautiful woman gradually calmed down and said, "Although you are the chosen one, you can't become arrogant and complacent. You still need to cultivate diligently, or else heaven's favor might leave you." Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Yes. I will definitely cultivate hard and live up to your in heaven's love." "Good, Shenyang believes in you. Remember to keep this a secret and don't mention it to outsiders." "I understand, Shenyang. Well, let's have breakfast." The two of them sat down at the table eating light lean meat porridge. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Shenyang, don't you usually wake up at the fourth quarter of Chen hour? Why are you up so early today?" Gu Shuqin replied, "I originally wanted to go and take on a mission early to earn more yuan stones for you and help you break through to the meridian opening stage as soon as possible, but now it seems there's no need." Hearing this, a warm current flowed through Lin Yuan's heart. He said with concern, "Shenyang has sacrificed so much for me, it's too hard. In the future, you don't have to work so hard, I will take care of you." Gu Shuqin grinned and said, "Even if you've broken through to the meridian opening stage, you're still weaker than me. How can you take care of me?" Lin Yuan smiled confidently, "I am the chosen one. Sooner or later, I will be stronger than you. Then wait until your cultivation exceeds mine." After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Shenyang, since you've broken through to the condensation core realm, you can apply to become an outer sect elder, right? The sect will then allocate you a courtyard. Won't we no longer have to move?" Gu Shuqin slapped her forehead. "That's right, why didn't I think of that? I'm really slow." Yesterday, she was so troubled by the grief of losing her husband that she forgot she already had the qualifications to become an outer sect elder. Chapter 12, Outer Sect Competition. Choosing martial techniques. I'll go apply for the elder position right away. Oh, right Yuaner, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? You are already a Qi opening realm cultivator. You are eligible to go to the sect's scripture pavilion to choose a martial technique and a cultivation method. You can choose the martial technique yourself. As for the cultivation method, your Shenyang has already passed it to you, so there's no need to cultivate any other techniques. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked curious. "Shenyang, that Yin Yang creation divine art, with such a long name, where did you get it from? What is the level of this technique?" Gu Shuqin whispered, "Your Shifu and I accidentally found it in a ruined cave. We originally wanted to cultivate it together, but who would have thought?" Lin Yuan smiled playfully. "Who would have thought it would all be for my benefit?" Gu Shuqin gave a delicate snort. "You little rascal, even my husband hasn't enjoyed me, and now you've taken it all. How are you going to compensate me?" Lin Yuan smiled softly, stood up, and hugged the beautiful woman's delicate body from behind, whispering in her ear, "Good Shenyang, your disciple will definitely take responsibility for you. Humph, at least you still have some conscience." The beautiful woman turned her head and met the young man's gaze. Their faces were so close. Lin Yuan looked at her beautiful face and couldn't help but kiss her. Gu Shuqin resisted symbolically for a moment, then let him do as he pleased. After a long time, their lips parted. "Shenyang, you taste so good," Lin Yuan said, licking his lips. The beautiful woman's face flushed red, and she pushed him away. "You little lecher, you just know how to tease me." "I'm telling the truth, how can you call it teasing?" Okay, enough of that. I almost forgot to tell you, the sect's annual Outer Sect competition is about to start. Don't forget to sign up. Out Sect competition? With my Qi opening first level cultivation, can I participate? The competition is open to all Qi opening realm disciples. If you can get a high ranking, there will be generous rewards. Hearing about the rewards, Lin Yuan became interested. Does Shenyang know what the rewards are? Gu Shuqin opened her lips and said, "According to past rewards, the top 10 will receive 500 origin stones and a Qi raising pill, while the top champion will receive 3,000 origin stones and a Qi condensation pill. An ordinary Outer Sect disciple's monthly stipend is only 10 origin stones, while an Outer Sect elder's monthly stipend is only 50 origin stones. 3,000 origin stones is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. And the Qi condensation pill is even more remarkable. It's a pill to help cultivators condense their Qi core. Taking this pill greatly increases the chances of breaking through to the Qi core realm. These rewards might be just a drop in the bucket for the sect, but for the disciples, it's considered a generous offer." Lin Yuan said happily, those 3,000 origin stones are enough to equal your salary for several years. The sect is quite generous in this regard. Gu Shuqin pursed her lips. 3,000 origin stones is a lot for us, but it's just a drop in the ocean for the sect. The entire Cloud Ripple sect earns at least tens of millions of origin stones every year just from collecting taxes from its subordinate forces, not to mention they have their own origin stone mines where they can dig out a large number of origin stones every day. To this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Compared to a powerful sect, the strength of us disciples is still too small. The beautiful woman comforted him, although it's small now it doesn't mean we can't become powerful in the future. Yes, I'll try my best to achieve a good ranking in this competition. Seeing the man so serious, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but laugh. The top 10 in the outer sect competition have always been cultivators at the peak of the Qi opening realm. You're just a junior who just entered the Qi opening realm, so Shinyang doesn't expect you to get a good ranking. The purpose of our registration this time is not for the rewards, but to let you hone your skills in battle and accumulate some practical combat experience. Lin Yuan nodded. I understand, Shinyang. You just said that the top 10 are all peak Qi opening realm cultivators, so what about the Qi core realm? Once outer sect disciples break through to the Qi condensation realm, if they are under 30 years old, they can enter the inner sect and become inner sect disciples. If they are over 30, they can only serve as outer sect elders. Speaking of this, the beautiful woman gave a self-deprecating laugh. To put it nicely, we older Qi condensation cultivators are outer sect elders. To put it bluntly, we are the ones abandoned by the sect because the best resources are all within the inner sect and those of us in the outer sect have no right to enjoy them. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, is there no way for outer sect elders to advance? The beautiful woman explained, there is, but the conditions are very harsh. One needs to reach the Qi gathering realm before the age of 40, and then they don't have to be an inner sect disciple anymore, but can directly be upgraded to inner sect deacon. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. People who can't break through to the Qi condensation realm before the age of 30 must have ordinary talent, so how could they possibly break through to the Qi gathering realm before the age of 40? The sect is clearly cutting off the path of advancement for the outer sect elders. Gu Shuqin said matter-of-factly, it's normal. The sect is profit-driven. They will definitely prioritize those cultivators with high talent. We ordinary people, even if we get the same level of resources, will not improve as much as those geniuses. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and said, Master, you have the Xianing body. With the help of the Yin-Yang divine art, plus your disciples' wholehearted assistance, you will definitely have a chance to reach the Qi gathering realm before the age of 40. Gu Shuqin said with a wry smile, I'm already 36 years old and have just broken through to the Qi condensation realm. It's probably very difficult to advance to the 9th level of Qi condensation and then break through to the Qi gathering realm within 4 years. Nothing is impossible if you set your mind to it. As long as we work diligently, we will definitely have a chance to succeed. Work diligently on what? Your fertile land. Gu Shuqin looked puzzled. After a moment, she understood the meaning of his words and immediately said with annoyance, you little rascal, you've learned to tease your master, haven't you? Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. No, disciple really wants to help master. Humph, you're not allowed to say such things in the future, it's really vulgar. Okay, then disciple will go to the scripture pavilion to choose martial arts first. Go ahead, I also have to apply to become an outer sect elder. After the two finished cleaning out the dishes, they each went out. The scripture pavilion of the Cloud Ripple sect was located on the summit of the main peak of the outer sect, some distance from the mountainside where he was. Fortunately, he had broken through the meridian opening realm. Although he could not fly yet, he could leap over walls and eaves. It took him a quarter of an hour to successfully reach the summit. At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Lin Yuan arrived at this place and saw an old man in gray clothes lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. The other party was the pavilion guarding elder of the scripture pavilion, with a high status in the sect. Outer sect disciple Lin Yuan pays his respects to the pavilion guarding elder. He respectfully bowed and saluted. Upon hearing this, the old man slightly raised his eyes, casually glanced at the other party, and said indifferently, you just broke through to the meridian opening realm, right? Yes, disciple is here today to choose martial arts. Okay, go in, but remember you can only choose from the first floor. Understood. Chapter 13, in the scripture pavilion, a fist technique acquired. The scripture pavilion had 3 levels. Outer sect disciples were only allowed to enter the first level, inner sect disciples could enter the second, and the third level was reserved for inner sect elders or disciples who had been granted permission by higher-ups. Cultivation methods and martial skills were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The first level had the largest area, containing all the yellow rank cultivation methods and martial skills. Don't underestimate the yellow rank, even those could fetch thousands of spirit stones in shops. For the 3 major families in Green Mountain Town, possessing a yellow rank cultivation method was enough for them to establish a foothold in the town. If they had a profound rank 1, they would treat it as a family treasure. Aside from the 3 major families, the rest of the weaker families in Green Mountain Town did not have their own cultivation methods. To cultivate, they had to become vassals of the 3 major families. Therefore, the Cloud Ripple sect was already considered very generous to its outer sect disciples. At least, there were quite a few high-level yellow rank martial skills and cultivation methods on the first level of the Scripture Pavilion. If these were placed outside, they would definitely be frantically sought after by a group of small families. Lin Yuan had a clear objective. He went straight to the shelves containing high-level yellow rank items. After all, if he could choose the good ones, he certainly wouldn't pick the inferior ones. Vajra Palm, Wishful Fist, Crushing Stone Seal, Wind Cutting Finger. He muttered the names of the martial skills to himself, unsure of which one to choose. These martial skills were of the same rank, but he didn't know which one would be most suitable for him. Wait, why is there a low-level yellow rank martial skill here? As Lin Yuan scanned the shelves, a brown book caught his eye. The rank label on its cover read low-level yellow rank. How could a low-level yellow rank martial skill be mixed in with the high-level yellow rank ones? This didn't seem right. With a puzzled heart, he picked up the martial skill and opened the cover, reading the description of the martial skill on the first page. Through back fist, low-level yellow rank martial skill. This fist technique focuses on channeling the meridians to generate power. It has 9 stances. Each stance will cause the sound of meridians to resonate, each stronger than the last. Every time a sound resonates, the rank of the martial skill will be enhanced. If one can achieve 9 sounds, it will be comparable to a high-level Earth rank martial skill. High-level Earth rank. Lin Yuan was astonished. This was too powerful, wasn't it? Earth rank martial skill. That was an Earth rank martial skill. Even a top-tier sect like the Cloud Ripple sect probably wouldn't have many of them. How could such a martial skill be on the first level of the Scripture Pavilion? Although this fist technique claims to be comparable to a high-level Earth rank, it must be extremely difficult to fully produce 9 sounds, otherwise, everyone would choose this martial skill. Lin Yuan deduced in his mind. Little Yuan, choose this through back fist. Just as he hesitated, Ao Ling Shuang's voice suddenly sounded. What makes you say that, Sister Shuang? This fist technique emphasizes meridian power generation, which is complementary to your 9 yang divine meridians. Each sound you produce will be enhanced by the yang energy of your divine meridians, doubling its power. Doubling. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Does that mean that if I can produce 9 sounds, the power will be comparable to a heaven rank martial skill? That's right. Even if you can't produce 9 sounds, the power of 1 or 2 sounds would be enough to be on par with a profound rank martial skill. Alright, then I'll choose this one. Lin Yuan decisively put away the fist technique, then randomly picked a cultivation method and turned to walk out. Noticing the youth coming out, the old man was a little surprised. Did you choose so quickly? Yes, disciple has chosen. Which martial skill and cultivation method did you choose? I chose this one for the cultivation method and this one for the martial skill. Lin Yuan showed the 2 books to the old man. Through back fist. The old man muttered the 3 words under his breath and couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, you chose it after reading the description of this martial skill, right? He didn't say anything about the cultivation method, but the martial skill the other chose made him couldn't help but speak. Yes. Another person deceived by the martial skill description. Elder, what do you mean by that? This Tongbei fist is indeed powerful after mastering it, but have you considered how difficult it is to produce a sound? According to the elder, is it very difficult to produce a sound with this Tongbei fist? It's more than just difficult. Even the current Lin family patriarch can only produce 6 sounds. You should know that he is a powerhouse in the Purple Mansion realm, and his talent goes without saying, right? Purple Mansion realm. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Cultivators who could reach this realm were 1 in a million, and their talent must be extremely high. However, even such a strong person could only produce 6 sounds. How many could he produce? The old man continued, most disciples who practice this fist technique can't even produce 1 sound, let alone 7 or 8. People with that kind of talent have not been born yet. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, you mentioned the Lin family just now. Is that family in our eastern region? The old man explained, the Lin family is an ancient aristocratic family, with considerable strength, not weaker than our Cloud Ripple sect. The family is located in the western part of the eastern region, quite far from us. Why specifically mention the Lin family patriarch? Because the Tongbei fist was created by the Lin family's ancestor. He was a remarkable figure, famous throughout the continent. He was also the only person in history to produce 9 sounds with the Tongbei fist. To be able to produce 9 sounds, this Lin family ancestor was truly amazing. Alright kid, I've told you so much just to tell you that this martial skill is not easy to cultivate. You should quickly go and exchange it for another one, otherwise, you won't even produce a single sound and waste the opportunity to choose a martial skill. Facing the old man's persuasion, Lin Yuan firmly said, "Thank you for the information, senior." This disciple still wants to choose this martial skill. Upon hearing this, the old man didn't persuade him any further and murmured, "Alright then. You young people always have to hit a wall before you realize your mistakes." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Hitting a wall might not be a bad thing for this disciple. Alright, this old man needs to rest. Register your name and the martial skill and then you can leave." Lin Yuan did as he was told, then cupped his hand slightly towards the old man before turning and leaving. On the rocking chair, the old man closed his eyes, muttering, "Lin Yuan, he also has the surname Lin. It's quite a coincidence." In the bamboo forest outside the scripture pavilion. "Little Yuan, why didn't you choose a cultivation method carefully?" "Because I have already cultivated one." "What cultivation method?" "A yin-yang creation, something divine art. The name is very long. Let's call it yin-yang divine art for short." "Is this cultivation method so powerful that it dares to call itself a divine art?" "I'm not sure. Have you heard of this cultivation method, Sister Shuang?" "I have not." "Okay. Actually, this cultivation method is very beneficial for cultivators. It's just that the method of cultivation is a bit special." "What's so special about it?" "Ahem, it requires dual cultivation." Saying this, Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed. "Dual cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Ao Ling Shuang's expression turned strange. "Little Yuan, you haven't already dual cultivated with a woman, have you?" "Yes, I have." "Who is she?" "You've met her. Could it be your master's wife?" You brat, you even managed to get your master's wife?" No, she initiated it." "She asked to dual cultivate with you?" "Yes." TSK, you two, master and disciple, really know how to play. Sister Shuang is joking. We are only doing this to become stronger. As for the cultivation process, that is not important. You're right. As long as it can accelerate our progress, then it doesn't matter. Doesn't Sister Shuang find us strange? No, why would it be strange? Although she is your master's wife, I see that her husband has already passed away, right? Since she doesn't have a man, then it doesn't count as an affair and doesn't violate morals. Sister Shuang, you're so understanding. Instead of dwelling on the relationship between the two of you, you should think about finding a few more women to dual cultivate with. Let's take it slow. For now, having your teacher's wife alone is enough. Yeah, anyway, you should get stronger quickly so I can recover from my injuries faster. Chapter 14, Elder's Obstruction. In Adalur, while Lin Yuan was conversing with Ao Ling Shuang, a middle-aged man suddenly blocked their path. Upon closer inspection, it was Elder Lu, who had made things difficult for him the previous night. Lu Jiu stared at the youth, his face stern, and said, "Boy, you're Lin Yuan, right?" "Yes, may I ask why Elder suddenly stops me?" "Last night, in the back mountain, did you see anything?" "I have already answered that question, no. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to hide anything. Tell me the truth, and this elder will let you go." "Heh, if I tell the truth, you'd really let me go?" Lin Yuan sneered inwardly, his expression calm as he said, "Elder Lu, I really didn't see anything. Please don't disturb my cultivation anymore." With that, he stepped aside to walk past the man. Lu Jiu took a step to the side, blocking him again, and said coldly, "You won't leave until you tell the truth." Lin Yuan looked directly into his eyes, unafraid, and said, "This is the core area of the outer sect. Do you dare to make a move here? Aren't you afraid of being taken away by the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall?" Hearing this, Lu Jiu's expression tightened, and after a moment of contemplation, he stepped aside, opening a path. Even so, he didn't forget to warn, "Boy, I won't stop until I know the truth." Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently, then chuckled dismissively, and strode away. After he left, a young man in yellow robes emerged from the bamboo forest, frowning. "Master, it seems that guy has a very tight lip." Lu Jiu said coldly, "Disciple, the outer sect competition is about to begin. That boy went to the scripture pavilion earlier to collect cultivation techniques and martial skills, so he must have entered the opening meridian realm. He will definitely participate in the competition. If you encounter him then, don't hold back." A fierce glint flashed in the young man's eyes, and he cupped his fist and said, "Master, rest assured. If I encounter him, I will surely do my best to cripple him, letting him know the price of offending us." After getting past Lu Jiu's obstruction, Lin Yuan did not return to his courtyard but headed to the affairs hall. "Hello, I want to register for the outer sect competition," he said directly at the counter. Since it was the late registration period for the competition, not many people were registering, so he didn't have to wait in line. "Let me see your disciple token." Lin Yuan took out his outer sect disciple token and showed it to the person. "Tell me your name and cultivation level." Lin Yuan, first level of the opening meridian realm. "Registered. Take this number plate. You'll use it as proof of participation in the competition." The receptionist handed Lin Yuan a palm-sized number plate with the number 9527 engraved on it. This number should be the order of participants. Am I number 9527? The number of registrations is truly terrifying. Although he knew there were many outer sect disciples, he didn't expect there would be as many as 10,000. And this didn't even include the body-tempering realm disciples. If they were added, there could be tens of thousands. One Cloud Ripple sect actually supports so many disciples it truly is a great sect of the eastern region. Lin Yuan sighed and left the affairs hall. On his way back to his courtyard, he suddenly heard the sound of a man and woman arguing nearby. Lu Yang, you haven't even spent a few spirit stones on me, how dare you make such demands? Niao Yizi, how dare you say that? I've been with you for a month, buying you spiritual herbs and pills, which must have cost me at least a few dozen spirit stones. And you won't even let me hold your hand, is that how a normal couple is? Are you treating me like a fool? Spending a few dozen spirit stones and you think you can possess me? Do you think I'm a prostitute from a brothel? Fine, since you think I've invested too little, then return all the spirit stones I spent on you before. You want to take back what you've already given away? How shameless can you be? How can face be more important than spirit stones? My monthly stipend is only 10 spirit stones. Dozens of spirit stones would take me more than half a year to save up. You, shameless, think what you want. If you don't give me the spirit stones today, you can forget about leaving. Lin Yuan, hearing their conversation from afar, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These two were both at the body-tempering realm. They had practiced in the training room with him before, and they could be considered acquaintances. Although he wasn't familiar with them, he knew from other disciples that the character of this pair was not very good. One relied on her good looks, deceiving and swindling male disciples daily, only accepting gifts but not giving anything in return, calling it a test of sincerity. The other was said to have some money at home and, coupled with his decent looks, often sought out female disciples for discussions. Many women, seeing his lavish spending, believed his sweet words and were not long before they lost their virtue. And his main tactic was to start and then abandon, running away once he was tired of them, turning all the previous vows of eternal love into fart. Therefore, the current situation, in his eyes, was just dogs fighting each other. Niao Yizi, seeing that the other party was going to forcibly keep her, couldn't help but panic. This matter was her fault to begin with. Even if someone from the discipline hall came, they would most likely make her hand over the spirit stones. What should she do? In desperation, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over. Senior brother Lin Yuan. This dog of a man wants to bully me, please stand up for me. The woman hid behind the man, pleading with tear-filled eyes. Lin Yuan frowned. How could this kind of messy matter involve him? He subconsciously wanted to shoo the person away, but suddenly heard Ao Ling Shuang's voice. Xiao Yuan, this woman has a naturally alluring body with abundant energy, which can help you with dual cultivation. Find a way to get her. A naturally alluring body? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He quickly pondered, stepped sideways to protect the woman behind him, and said coldly, Lu Yang, this is sect grounds, a public place. What kind of behavior is all this? Hearing this, Niao Yizi's heart leaped with joy. This Lin Yuan usually seemed quiet and unassuming, but he was so reliable at crucial moments. Lu Yang recognized him and knew that he was only at the 5th level of the body-tempering realm and not his match. So, he said directly, this is a matter between Niao Yizi and me, it has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Niao Yizi quickly said, Senior brother Lin, this person is relying on his strength to try and assault me. Just now, in broad daylight, he wanted to molest me. You must not let him go. Let me go? Lu Yang laughed. You two are at the 5th and 4th level of the body-tempering realm, and you have the courage to say you want to let the 7th level of the body-tempering realm go? After saying that, he raised his hand to grab the woman. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, channeled his energy, and directly repelled the opponent. Seeing this, the two were shocked. Energy released externally. He has actually released energy externally. Has this person become a pulse-opening realm cultivator? Chapter 15, A Bold Request. Taking the seductress Article 3 of the sect rules, disciples are forbidden from engaging in private fights within the sect, except on the arena. Your attempt to attack me just now already violates the rules. Lin Yuan stared at the other party, his words cold. Lu Yang came to his senses, his face quite unsightly. He didn't know how the other party had broken through the meridians, but in the current situation he could only concede. Brother Lin, I am no match for you, but that slut, Niao Yizi, swindled so many spirit stones from me, she needs to give an explanation. Lu Yang had no intention of giving up on his claim, because even if it went to the disciplinary hall, he would be in the right. Lin Yuan also understood this logic. After some consideration, he turned to the woman and said, How many spirit stones did you take from him? Return half. Hearing this, Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Half was within an acceptable range. Niao Yizi, however, looked troubled. Senior brother, I don't have any spirit stones. What? Have you used them all? Yes. Not even one left? Lin Yuan was speechless. Generally, outer sect disciples would keep some spirit stones for various cultivation expenses. Who would have thought that this woman would use them all, leaving nothing behind? Lu Yang sneered, since you have no spirit stones, then let the discipline elder judge you. Niao Yizi's face paled. No, please don't. The disciplinary hall was known throughout the sect for its strictness. Although her offense wasn't severe enough to be expelled from the sect, she would definitely suffer some physical pain. How could someone like her, accustomed to comfort and luxury, accept such suffering? Senior brother, please help me. Help me repay these spirit stones, and I will work hard to save money to pay you back later. In a panic, she pleaded with the man. Lin Yuan didn't speak but used a voice transmission. I can help you repay the money, but you have to agree to one request. Nod if you agree. Miao Yizi thought that the other party was Qin Ren's disciple and wouldn't make an excessive request, so she nodded rapidly like a chick pecking rice. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately turned to the man. How many spirit stones did she spend in total? All the gifts combined are worth 68 spirit stones, so half would be 34. Okay, I'll give them to you. After receiving the spirit stones from Lin Yuan, Lu Yan finally looked relieved. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind, Brother Lin, this woman is full of tricks. Don't fall for her ways. Lin Yuan ignored him and instead said to the woman, come with me. Some disciples passing by had witnessed the entire event and couldn't help but shake their heads. It seems another man is about to fall for that slut's tricks. Soon after, Lin Yuan brought Miao Yizi to a secluded grove. After confirming that no one else was nearby, he turned around and spoke, I've helped you repay the spirit stones. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Miao Yizi smiled seductively. Thank you for your help, senior brother. Whatever request you have, just mention it. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Her sudden seductive demeanor made Lin Yuan momentarily lose his focus. As expected of a natural seductress, every smile and frown can be captivating. No wonder so many disciples are deceived by her. Slightly sighing in his heart, he composed himself and said directly, I want you to be my dual cultivation partner. Ha! Miao Yizi was dumbfounded. No way? The usually silent and reserved Lin Yuan would make such a request of her? Had she heard him correctly? Senior brother Lin, what did you just say? I said, I want you to be my dual cultivation partner. Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp and his words firm. After confirming his request, Miao Yizi immediately became enraged. Seriously? Did all these men think she was a prostitute? Did they think they could sleep with her for a mere few dozen spirit stones? Was she that cheap? Though furious, she was, after all, weaker and could only suppress her anger. Softening her tone as she said, Senior brother, although my reputation is a bit tarnished, no man has ever touched my body. Do you think a few dozen spirit stones are enough to obtain me? Lin Yuan said indifferently, spirit stones are not much, but the dual cultivation I speak of will also benefit you. If you cooperate fully, your cultivation progress will greatly increase. Mu Yizi was still in a fit of anger, and in her eyes, his words were nothing more than an excuse to get her. After all, she had used similar lies to swindle quite a few spirit stones, so she naturally didn't believe a man's sweet talk. Senior brother Lin, I thought you were a kind and righteous person, genuinely helping me. I didn't expect you to be just like those other men, purely wanting to get your hands on my body. She finally stopped holding back, her face full of disappointment. Lin Yuan frowned. You don't believe my words? Heh, there was a man who even told me he'd give me several hundred spirit stones if I slept with him. Do you think I'd believe that? Mu Yizi said mockingly. At this moment, Lin Yuan began to hesitate whether to tell her about the yin-yang divine art. His master had specifically instructed him that this technique was not to be spread. If she were to obtain it and then disseminate it, it would lead to great trouble. Xiao Yuan, are you worried she'll spread the technique? Just as he hesitated, Ao Ling Shuang's voice rang out. Yes, this technique is of great importance, and I can yet determine her loyalty. Don't panic, I have a seal of silence technique that can prevent any living being from revealing specific information, so she won't be able to speak of the technique or related matters. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. There's such a mysterious magic? The world is vast, and there are countless wonders. However, this technique also has limitations. It's only effective against low-level cultivators. It has no effect against slightly stronger ones. Alright, please use it now, Sister Shuang. Okay. Ao Ling Shuang immediately cast the spell, landing it on her. Mu Yizi suddenly felt a slight discomfort in her body, which quickly vanished. What was that? Was it just my imagination? She thought to herself, frowning. Xiao Yuan, I've finished casting it, you can tell her now. Okay, Sister Shuang. Upon receiving the instruction, Lin Yuan immediately opened his palm. A wisp of pure Yuan energy gathered in his hand, revealing itself to her. Just a day ago, I was still a 5th stage body refinement cultivator, but in just one day, I broke through to the pulse opening stage. How do you think I did it? Staring at the yuan energy in his hand, Mu Yizi asked in surprise, could it be through dual cultivation? Yes, I have a dual cultivation technique, specifically for use during dual cultivation. The effect is quite powerful. If you cultivate this method, perhaps you could break through to the pulse opening stage in just a few days. Pulse opening stage. Upon hearing this, Mu Yizi's eyes flashed with excitement and her entire body trembled. She had been cultivating in the outer sect of Cloud Ripple sect for over a year and had only risen from the 2nd stage to the 4th stage of body refinement. And that was after swindling resources from many men. At this rate, she would need at least a few years to break through to pulse opening. Lin Yuan was actually saying he could help her break through in just a few days? How could she not be excited? Senior brother Lin, are you being serious? You should know my master's character. I am his disciple, how could I lie? Mu Yizi nodded in agreement. Elder Qin Ren was quite famous in the outer sect. As a disciple of Qin Ren, Lin Yuan's character should be trustworthy. Can cultivating this technique really help me break through to the pulse opening stage? She began to waver, asking for confirmation again. Lin Yuan feigned impatience. I don't want to repeat myself. If you don't agree, I'll just find someone else. And I certainly won't lend you those 34 spirit stones for nothing. Hearing him say he was going to find someone else, Mu Yizi immediately panicked. No, I agree. What a joke. How could she let such an opportunity go to someone else? This was the pulse opening stage they were talking about. An attainment that ordinary people would struggle to reach even over several years was now within her grasp. She absolutely couldn't miss this chance. A trace of contempt flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, then he nodded and said, alright, then let's go cultivate together now. Now, isn't it too fast? What? You don't want to break through to the Qi opening stage sooner? I do. Of course I do. Then let's go. This kind of thing, where should we go? Let's go to my place. Chapter 16, Junior Sister Cultivates Together. Breaking through the 2nd realm soon after, Lin Yuan brought the woman back to the courtyard, and seeing that no one was around, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Master's wife isn't here for the time being, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain this to her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty toward the beautiful woman. He had only been cultivating with her for a day, and already he brought another woman back. Wasn't that a bit too scummy? In this mystical world, the strong are respected. Only by becoming stronger can I protect myself and Master's wife. With that thought, Lin Yuan stopped dwelling on it and went straight to his small house. Behind him, Miao Yizi's expression was slightly hesitant. Although she had agreed to his request, she had never been with a man before, and suddenly being asked to cultivate together made her feel a bit uneasy. Miao Yizi, this is an opportunity to quickly become stronger. What are you still hesitating about? Besides, senior brother Lin is handsome and stronger than you. Being with him is not a compromise at all. Thinking this, her gaze became firm, and she quickly followed him into the small house. With a click, the door closed. Time passed unnoticed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, digesting the energy he had gained. Through this cultivation session, he had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Sister Shuang, didn't you say that every breakthrough in the Meridian Opening Realm requires opening a meridian? Why didn't I open a meridian this time but still broke through? He was puzzled by the unusually smooth breakthrough. I don't know much about the 9 young divine meridians either. Perhaps it's different from ordinary meridians, and they don't open with each minor breakthrough, but instead only one opens with each major breakthrough. Major breakthrough. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, does that mean I need to break through to the coagulating core realm to open the next divine meridian? Yes, it should be like that. This progress is a little slow. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was still hoping to open all 9 meridians and crush his peers. However, Ao Ling Shuang said, this might not be a bad thing for you. If you were following the normal meridian opening progress, you might need to stay in the meridian opening realm for a long time. Now, you don't have to. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, my cultivation has become much faster. They had used a lot of effort to open the first divine meridian. He could imagine how difficult it would be to open the rest. Lengthening the progress of opening the meridians like this made things easier for him. Others can open 8 meridians in the realm of meridian opening, but I only have 1. Will my strength be weaker than theirs? Lin Yuan suddenly thought of this and asked worriedly. Ao Ling Shuang chuckled lightly. Don't worry, the strength of a divine meridian far surpasses that of an ordinary meridian. Although you only have 1 divine meridian, the combat power you can unleash is definitely not weaker than theirs. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved and couldn't help but become excited. You mean one of my divine meridians is equal to 8 ordinary meridians? Then what if I have 2, or even 3? Then, the power will naturally stack, becoming stronger and stronger. Stacking? I can't even imagine how strong I will be after I condense my core and gather my chi. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart filled with anticipation. He must become stronger soon so he can unleash the full power of his divine meridians. Nearby, Miao Yitzi was meditating to consolidate her cultivation. After this dual cultivation, she had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the body tempering realm. Seeing this, Lin Yuan didn't disturb her and closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation as well. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stretched his arms. "Senior brother, you're done cultivating?" A woman's voice sounded in his ear. Lin Yuan turned his head. "Yes, after cultivating with you this time, I've broken through to the 2nd level of the meridian opening realm." Miao Yitzi exclaimed in surprise, "You broke through too? I also broke through 1 level this time." At that moment, her heart was still filled with excitement. Just through 1 cultivation session, she had broken through a minor realm. Wouldn't that mean with a few more times, she could immediately open her meridians? This is too amazing. Senior brother Lin really didn't lie. In her joy, she couldn't help but step forward and give him a hard kiss. Lin Yuan was stunned. "What are you doing? Wasn't this little green tea quite resistant before? Now she's taking the initiative?" Miao Yitzi rubbed her small hands, apologetically saying, "Sorry, senior brother, I misunderstood you before. You didn't lie to me. This cultivation method is really strong. I was so stupid, I even doubted you." Lin Yuan smiled softly. "It's good that you understand. Cooperate more during cultivation in the future, and we can both have greater improvements." Miao Yitzi nodded vigorously, obediently saying, "Okay, senior brother. I will definitely cooperate hard. I'll strive to make it a perfect fit." "You little vixen, how come I didn't see that you were so good at this before?" Hee, I'm just a vixen, otherwise how would I like serving senior brother?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This girl is really unrestrained, she's in the zone before they've even started. Seeing his speechless expression, Miao Yitzi chuckled, "Senior brother, does senior sister like this? What do you think? I bet senior brother likes it. You men, you just crave flamboyant women but don't like them being flamboyant with other men, right? Heh, you know quite a lot, haven't you done much research on men?" "No, it's just that I've heard a lot, so I understand a little bit more." As Miao Yitzi spoke, she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Senior brother, why did you specifically choose me to cultivate with? Did you take a liking to something about me?" Lin Yuan reached out and lifted her chin, flirtingly saying, "Of course, it's because this little vixen is pretty." Miao Yitzi curled her lips. "I don't believe it. There are plenty of pretty female disciples. You could completely go find them and tell them how powerful the cultivation method is. I think they would definitely be very willing to cooperate with you." Although she was confident in her beauty, she was also clear that there were still quite a few women in the outer sect who could rival her looks. Lin Yuan choosing her must be for another reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to spend tens of yuan stones to help her pay off her debts, doing something that was not beneficial. At this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think highly of her. "You are indeed clever. I did take a liking to something on you." "What is it?" "Essence." Hearing this, Miao Yitzi's pretty face flushed red, refuting, "But there are also many girls like that in the outer sect? Why don't you find them?" "Because." Lin Yuan knew that he couldn't hide it and was about to tell her the truth when suddenly he heard the sound of the door opening outside, and at the same time, a female voice came, "Yuaner, are you back?" Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately said, "You stay here, I'll be right back." With that, he put on his clothes and left. In the courtyard, seeing his suspicious behavior, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong, Yuaner? Is there something in your room? Why did you close the door so fast?" Chapter 17, Revealing the Truth. The master's wife frowns. Lin Yuan changed the subject, saying, "It's nothing. How's your elder application going, master's wife? Did it get approved?" "It's approved. We can continue to live in this courtyard." Gu Shuqin took out the outer sect elder token and shook it at the man. "Great. Congratulations, master's wife. What's there to congratulate? It's just an outer sect elder. The benefits aren't that great. If you want real advantages, you still have to enter the inner sect." Gu Shuqin put away the token, sat on the stone chair, and continued, "What about you? How's your martial skill selection? Did you sign up for the outer sect competition?" "I've chosen one, and I've already signed up." "Which martial skill did you choose?" "The Tong Bei Fist." "Tong Bei Fist?" Upon hearing this skill, Gu Shuqin immediately frowned. "Why did you choose this fist technique?" "I think it's pretty good." "It's good, but it's hard to cultivate. Out of 100 disciples, not many can even manage a single reverberation. What makes you think you can do it?" "Master's wife, please rest assured. Even if I'm not good at it, I can still achieve a single reverberation. A single reverberation is just a low-level yellow rank martial skill. What's the use even if you can achieve it?" You don't know, this Tong Bei fist relies on the power of the meridians to generate force. My meridians are different from ordinary people. Even if I only achieve a single reverberation, its power is comparable to a high-level yellow rank martial skill. Oh, your meridians are different? Let me see. The beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. She stood up, grasped the man's shoulder, and released her spiritual sense to investigate his internal condition. She saw that within his body, the thick Rin meridian had already been opened, emitting an incredibly vast aura that shook her mind. Such a strong meridian. The aura was scorching and hot, and its strength far surpassed that of her own meridians. As expected, Yuaner's meridians are indeed extraordinary. With the help of these meridians, Yuaner's strength will definitely far exceed his peers. Thinking of this, Gu Shuqin became even more excited and nodded repeatedly. Good. Wonderful. As expected of my Yuaner, you're just different from others. Master's wife, you flatter me. No matter how different I am, I'll always be your disciple and will always be filial to you. You smooth talker. Gu Shuqin gently flicked the man's nose, her emotions gradually calming down. She said seriously, Yuaner, you must never let outsiders know about the anomaly of your meridians, or it will lead to a fatal disaster. The more talented a cultivator is, the greater the danger they face. Many people with ill intentions would not allow such a genius to grow, so before he can stand on his own, this matter must be kept a secret. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, I will definitely keep it a secret and not mention it to outsiders. Gu Shuqin suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, I just saw that your aura seems to have improved. Did you break through? Yes, I have broken through to the second level of the meridian opening realm. Ah, but I don't see you having opened the second meridian? It's like this. Lin Yuan explained Ao Ling Xuan's speculation. Gu Shuqin suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Your meridians are truly special. They actually need to break through a major realm to open. Lin Yuan laughed. That's good, otherwise, with the level of closure of my meridians, it would take forever to break through to the 9th level of the meridian opening realm. That's true, this way, it will be much easier for you. Gu Shuqin nodded and continued, I'll go cook now. You go cultivate first. After she finished speaking, she took a step but discovered that Lin Yuan was still standing in the same place. What's wrong, Yuaner? Do you have anything else? Master's wife. Lin Yuan bit his lip, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. The reason I was able to break through to the second level of the meridian opening realm was because I cultivated with someone else. Someone else? Gu Shuqin's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately asked, who did you cultivate with? An outer sect female disciple named Miao Yizi. Miao Yizi. Gu Shuqin murmured, quickly recalling the person. She frowned and said, are you talking about that woman who swindles and deceives male disciples? Her reputation was so bad that she had heard of her. Yes. You. If you really want to cultivate together, you could seek out virtuous female disciples. Why did you choose such an unchaste slut? Gu Shuqin said, very annoyed. Despite having quickly given herself to her disciple, she was essentially a very conservative woman, naturally unable to bear the thought of her bedfellow messing around with random people of the opposite sex. Lin Yuan hurriedly explained, Mother, you misunderstand. Although her character isn't great, she is still pure. Gu Shuqin calmed down, asking skeptically, really? But I heard rumors that she's very good at using her beauty to gain benefits. Lin Yuan chuckled, she is indeed very good at that, but she's the type who only takes and never gives, so no man has ever touched her. I'm still the first. Mother, if you don't believe me, you can check my room. She's still inside. Ha? You brought her to the courtyard? Yes, Mother, do you mind? If you don't like strangers, I'll have her leave immediately. Lin Yuan asked seriously. If she was bothered by it, he would not hesitate to kick her out. After all, his mother-in-law had given him great kindness, and the green tea girl he had just met was nowhere near as important to him as the beautiful woman he had known for a long time. Gu Shuqin glanced at him, dissatisfied, and lectured, what are you talking about, boy? Since she's a virgin and you've touched her, you must take responsibility, otherwise, you'll hurt the poor girl's heart. She herself had offered herself as a virgin, so naturally, she did not want him to do things like starting and then abandoning. Lin Yuan smiled, Mother doesn't mind that she has a bad character? Gu Shuqin reasoned, bad character is indeed not good, but if she can reform, she might not be a bad girl, and she's only cheated a few spirit stones, it's not like she's committed any major crime. Lin Yuan sighed in relief, Mother is truly generous, I admire you, stop flattering me. Let me go in and see how pretty this Miao Yizi is that she can make so many male disciples so infatuated with her. Gu Shuqin said, while pushing open the door to the small house. The little girl was sitting by the bed, her small, fair feet in embroidered shoes, lightly touching the ground. Seeing her sitting upright, it was clear that she was a little nervous. From the moment she arrived at this courtyard, she had known that this was the elder's residence. Although she didn't lack a place to stay, if she could stay by Lin Yuan's side, she would certainly want nothing more. That way, they could be together day and night and cultivate together to their heart's content. It would both deepen their feelings for each other and speed up their cultivation, making them stronger sooner. Why wouldn't she? Chapter 18. The two women meet, warning her junior sister since losing her purity to him, her heart had been set on Lin Yuan. Of course, she hoped her position in his heart would rise so she could receive more favor in the future. However, to stay, she had to get the approval of Qin Ren and his wife. It was said that elder Qin Ren was righteous and hated evil, so she was probably going to be chased away. She sighed inwardly when the door opened and Gu Shuqin walked in. The two women looked at each other, both displaying looks of astonishment. Gu Shuqin's beauty was well known among the outer disciples. What surprised her was that Miao Yitzi was so beautiful it made her own heart flutter, even as a woman. Greetings, senior. Are you elder Qin Ren's wife, Madam Qin? Seeing the newcomer, Miao Yitzi hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully as she asked. Gu Shuqin nodded. Yes, I am Qin Ren's wife, but he's already dead. I'm no longer Madam Qin, so just call me Elder Gu. Ah? Miao Yitzi was shocked. Elder Qin Ren was dead? What was going on? Seeing the confusion on her face, Gu Sh explained, the story of my husband's death is a long one. Let's not talk about him for now. Let's talk about you. As she spoke, she walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. Miao Yitzi, seeing this, cautiously made room, moving to stand to the side, like a maidservant attending to a young mistress. She lowered her head and stared at the tips of her shoes, hardly daring to breathe. She had now realized that Qin Ren was dead, and to stay in this courtyard she only needed Gu Shuqin's approval. That was undoubtedly much simpler than facing Qin Ren. She couldn't help but feel fortunate. Yes, Elder Gu. What would you like to discuss? I will answer any questions you have. Miao Yitzi put her hands together in front of her lower abdomen and spoke softly. How did you and Yuaner meet? Why were you willing to give yourself to him? The beautiful woman crossed her legs, looking up and studying the other woman. Miao Yitzi didn't dare to hide the truth, candidly revealing part of the story. I was being chased by a man for debt on the outer sect road when senior brother Lin helped me out of trouble. He also repaid my spirit stones. I was extremely grateful to him, so when he made a request, I happily agreed. Made a request? Gu Shuqin frowned slightly and looked at Lin Yuan. Was this your request? Yes, disciple saw injustice and drew his sword to help. I helped junior sister Miao, and therefore won her heart. Bullshit. Gu Shuqin said disdainfully, you just wanted her body. What saw injustice and drew his sword to help? Stop trying to make yourself sound so good. After she finished speaking, she turned to Miao Yitzi. You're not honest either. You've remained pure for so many years, so you must cherish your chastity. How could you have offered yourself just because of a few spirit stones? There must be another reason, right? This. Miao Yitzi lightly bit her lip, her eyes flickering. She was unsure if the other woman knew about the yin-yang divine art, so she didn't dare reveal the truth. Lin Yuan interjected, Master's wife, I told her about the power of the yin-yang divine art, that is why she was willing to entrust herself to me. You! Gu Shuqin glared angrily at the man and reprimanded, this technique is important, how could you pass it on so easily? Lin Yuan said remorsefully, I apologize, Master's wife. This was indeed wrong of me, please punish me. He couldn't reveal the thing about the sealing technique, so he could only keep quiet for now. Sigh. The beautiful woman sighed and waved her hand, forget it, forget it. Since you were doing it to become stronger, I'll forgive you this time. However, before passing on techniques again, you must confirm the other person's character. If this technique were to be exposed, it would bring us enormous trouble. Yes. I understand, Master's wife. Lin Yuan nodded heavily. Gu Shuqin looked at the woman again, speaking coldly, you know what I want to say, right? Miao Yitzi naturally understood and obediently responded, understood. This disciple will absolutely not spread this, or may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. She was now in a shared interest with the master and disciple, so naturally she wouldn't do anything detrimental to herself. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, well, since you've already committed yourself to Yuaner, you must serve him well and have no rebellious thoughts. Saying these words meant that she had initially accepted her. Miao Yitzi understood this and immediately nodded happily, yes, elder. The beautiful woman then looked at Lin Yuan, since Yitzi is your woman, you must take care of her in the future, understand? Understood, Sherngyang. Well, I'm going to cook. You two cultivate for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready. With that, she got up and left. The conversation finally ended, and Miao Yitzi felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She let a long sigh of relief. For some reason, this conversation gave her the feeling of a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. The other party's cold and aloof aura made it a little hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, she passed the interview smoothly and could stay. Lin Yuan chuckled, what? Are you very happy? Miao Yitzi wrapped her arms around the man's arm and said playfully, of course, I'm happy to be able to stay by senior brother's side. Weren't you just saying I was treating you like a prostitute? Saying I was the same as other men? Why aren't you saying that now? In front of senior brother, I am willing to be your exclusive little woman. Besides, you're different from others. Others can only watch me drol, but only senior brother can have the meat. Smack! Lin Yuan slapped her upturned bottom hard and said with a wicked smile, "You little slut, you really know a man's heart. Hee hee, as long as senior brother likes it, you can abuse me as much as you want. You little vixen, how did you become so good at this? Because I like senior brother. As long as I can please you, no matter how much I demean myself, I'm willing." Miao Yitzi said these words with a serious tone. Lin Yuan said with satisfaction, "Good junior sister, you're loyal to senior brother, so naturally, senior brother will treat you well." Miao Yitzi closed her eyes, tiptoed, and passionately offered her red lips. Lin Yuan didn't dodge and went to meet them. The two kissed like this until Gu Shuqin said the food was ready. That night, the three sat around the table and had dinner together. After it was over, Gu Shuqin returned to the master bedroom to rest, while Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi went back to the small side room. Senior brother, the woman offered her lips again, but Lin Yuan refused. "What's wrong, senior brother? Aren't we going to continue cultivating?" Miao Yitzi asked, puzzled. "Tonight, I'm going to accompany Shenyang. We'll cultivate together next time," Lin Yuan said indifferently. Accompany Shenyang? The woman was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? A disciple accompanying his Shenyang? Was that appropriate? Was it allowed? That was Shenyang. Wasn't he afraid of Shifu's revenge? Oh, she almost forgot, Shifu was gone. No, even if Shifu was gone, he couldn't do such a thing, right? Miao Yitzi was quite surprised inside. In her eyes, this was something not tolerated by the world. How dare Lin Yuan? Chapter 19, The Mistress Jealous. Inside the training room, senior brother, when you say a company, do you mean that kind of a company? She asked cautiously. What do you think? Could it really be that kind? It's good that you understand in your heart. Remember, you cannot speak of this matter, do you understand? Lin Yuan knew that she lived in this courtyard. This matter could not be kept secret sooner or later. It was better to tell her earlier. Although Miao Yitzi had already guessed, when she received confirmation from him, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart trembling. Understood. I am senior brother's woman. I will definitely keep senior brother's secret, she promised solemnly. Well, you cultivate on your own first. I'll come to accompany you another day. Lin Yuan pulled her into his arms for a hug, then turned and left. Watching the man leave, Miao Yitzi then sighed, good heavens, Elder Qinren just died and these two are already at it, they really have no shame. At this moment, the images of the master and disciple in her heart had completely collapsed. She had thought they were a model of masterly kindness and filial piety, but now it seemed they really were a model of masterly kindness and filial piety. It was just that the way they showed their kindness and piety was a little unusual. Outside the master bedroom door, Lin Yuan knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there was no movement. He couldn't help but say helplessly, Mistress, your disciple requests an audience. Not seeing you. Why not? I want to rest. But you're not resting yet, are you? I'm about to rest. Then your disciple will go back? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. As soon as he spoke, the woman's voice immediately came, don't you dare, come back here. Didn't Mistress say she was going to rest? Come in and talk. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved. Creak. He pushed the door open and entered, seeing the beautiful woman sitting on the edge of the bed, her face full of resentment. Lin Yuan closed the door behind him. Feeling guilty, he walked forward and sat beside her, reaching out his hand. Mistress, your disciple misses you. The beautiful woman pushed away the man's hand, coldly snorting, Miss what? Miss what? Aren't you supposed to be accompanying your junior sister? How come you have time to come to me? Lin Yuan said sternly, Mistress, are you talking about that girl, Miao Yitzi? She's just a little green tea. In terms of affection and beauty, she can't compare to you at all. The beautiful woman was still dissatisfied. Then why did you take her in? This is to get stronger and protect you as soon as possible. Really? I think you just coveted her beauty. Absolutely true. Although she is beautiful, she is nowhere near as important as Mistress in my heart. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. She is not even worthy to carry your shoes. Smooth talker, I'm not a young girl anymore. I won't fall for your tricks. Alas, your disciple's actions are all for you. Since you mind it so much, I'll let her leave. Alright, I didn't mind, I just felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Shuqin interrupted. Lin Yuan felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, Mistress. Don't say anymore, it has already come to this, let it be, I don't want to say anything more. Thank you for your understanding, Mistress. Just this once, you're not allowed to bring any women back next time. Okay, I'll listen to everything Mistress says. Lin Yuan readily agreed, while reaching out to grasp the beauty's soft hand, and whispered, time is of the essence, let's start cultivating together. Stop. This is my and your master's bedroom. Isn't that even better? You're really getting more and more presumptuous. Doesn't mistress like it? MPH. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Yuan dawdled for a long time in the bedroom before finally coming out. Senior brother, you guys are done cultivating? Miao Yitzi was cultivating in the courtyard. Noticing the movement, she opened her lips to greet him and asked. Lin Yuan nodded. Yeah, have you been cultivating diligently? Of course, after cultivating for a night, I have already digested the stagnated vital energy within my body and successfully broken through to the 6th level of body tempering. Miao Yitzi laughed as she stood up, waving her fists and feet, showing off her cultivation results. Not bad. At this rate, you'll be opening your meridians soon. What about senior brother? Any breakthroughs? I just broke through to the 2nd level of meridian opening yesterday. My realm hasn't stabilized yet, so I'm not in a hurry to hit the 3rd. TSK, you two cultivated together for so long last night and your realm still hasn't stabilized? What? Is your skin itching too, wanting to cultivate with me? You're so annoying. Senior brother is really bad. Hee, what are you pretending for, you little vixen? I think you can't wait for it, right? I do want it. Do you dare satisfy me, senior brother? We'll talk about it tonight. I'm going to the training room now. Oh, is senior brother going to train in martial skills? Yeah, then I'll go with you. The training room was where outer disciples cultivated their techniques and martial skills. There was a low-level gathering array engraved within it, which could speed up cultivation. As a public place, the training room was huge, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, capable of accommodating thousands of disciples to cultivate together. After paying spirit stones, Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi entered the room. They saw that there were already quite a few people there, so they could only find an empty space in a corner to occupy. Look, isn't that the slut from the Miao family? She actually dares to come here to train? Look at the kid next to her. Isn't he another pursuer? How pitiful. Pitiful? At least he has extra spirit stones to spend on women, unlike us who don't even have enough for ourselves and have to pinch pennies even when training. That slut has such a bad reputation and people still chase after her. How come no one chases after me? Listening to the whispers around them, neither of their expressions changed. Lin Yuan didn't care about these idle rumors. As long as they didn't disturb his cultivation, he didn't care what others said. After all, in the face of strength, all words were pale and powerless. The most important thing for him now was to become stronger. As for Miao Yitzi, she had long been used to these words and was therefore immune to them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Yuan took out the martial skill manual that recorded the penetrating back fist, opening to the 2nd page, only to find the page completely blank. Strange? Does this manual record nothing? In his confusion, he released his spiritual sense to touch the page. Then, a large amount of information gushed out, pouring into his brain. This information explained the training method of the penetrating back fist. Lin Yuan spent an incense stick's time to comprehend it completely. Opening his eyes, he discovered that the originally blank page had turned completely black. He guessed it must have become like this after being touched. So, this is how martial skills are understood. It's limited to one person and it can't be spread. Lin Yuan could sense that the way to use the penetrating back fist was obscure and difficult to understand. Only by digesting the information could one completely grasp its secrets. It was almost impossible for outsiders to learn the skill by observation. That was why the cultivation methods and martial skills on the Tianlan continent were so valuable. If cultivators wanted to learn them, they could only do so by comprehending information from manuals. Unless one's cultivation reached a transcendent level, it was impossible to pass on methods and skills directly. Otherwise, if a person learned a martial skill and passed it on to everyone, that skill would be worthless. As for why his master's wife was able to pass on the yin-yang divine art to him, it was probably because of the special nature of that technique. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan didn't think too much about it. He put away the now useless manual, recalled the method of practicing the fist technique, and got up to begin practicing. Chapter 20, Achieving a Single Strike. Fellow disciples seek trouble soon. Many people recognized the fist technique he was practicing, and they couldn't help but laugh. Seriously? What era is this? There's still someone practicing Tongbei fist? That's just foolish. Didn't the elder guarding the pavilion advise him? Why choose Tongbei fist? It's a complete waste of an opportunity to select a martial technique. He might as well have given the chance to me. If he can produce a single strike today, I'll do a handstand and shit myself. The crowd spoke out one after another, clearly not optimistic about Lin Yuan. Miao Yitzi felt the same way. In her view, although Tongbei fist was a yellow-tier martial technique, its difficulty was comparable to a heaven-tier technique. Few in the sect's history had succeeded in mastering it. It was likely that Lin Yuan would also find it difficult to master. As they shook their heads in disapproval, they suddenly heard a thump. Lin Yuan had thrown a punch. Everyone was shocked. Did it resonate? He actually produced the first strike? And it only took a quarter of an hour to produce the first strike? This was just too outrageous. Lin Yuan withdrew his fist, inwardly thinking, Tong Bei fist relies on the power of the meridians to generate force. The stronger the meridian energy, the easier it is to produce a sound. I have the 9 Yang divine meridians as support, no wonder I was able to produce the first strike so quickly. Miao Yitzi was cultivating when she suddenly heard the sound. Startled, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, Senior brother, you're amazing. You actually produced a strike so quickly. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, how long did it take other disciples to produce their first strike when they practiced this technique? It depends on their talent. The slow ones take months, and even the fast ones take half a month. Of course, most people can't produce a single strike. Being able to make a sound is already very impressive, Miao Yitzi exclaimed. To be this excited about producing a single strike, are your horizons really that low? An discordant voice came from the side, causing the two to turn their heads to look. They saw a large man with his arms crossed, his face full of disdain. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, Who are you? The large man said proudly, My name is Guo Chang, do you know who I am now? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Guo Chang was the nephew of Elder Gui of the outer sect. Elder Gui had considerable strength, so Guo Chang acted recklessly in the outer sect, and no one dared to provoke him. Never heard of you, Lin Yuan said indifferently, shaking his head. Guo Chang glared, about to berate him, when a voice sounded next to him, Brother Chang, it's this bitch. She tricked me out of 10 spirit stones to buy her pure yuan pill. The crowd immediately shifted their gaze to a skinny man standing beside the large man. Cousin, don't worry, this woman dared to trick the Guo family's disciples out of spirit stones, I will make her pay the price, Guo Chang said coldly, his gaze falling on the woman. The first glimpse of Miao Yitzi made him lose himself for a moment. What a beautiful woman! How had he not noticed before that there was such a superb beauty in the outer sect? Miao Yitzi was naturally a seductive beauty with exceptional looks, and after being moistened by a man, her delicate face became even more vibrant and alluring. At this moment, Guo Chang had already decided that this woman belonged to him, and he had to take her today. Your name is Miao Yitzi, right? I've long heard that you've been swindling and deceiving in the outer sect, harming many male disciples. Today I'm here to uphold justice for them, he said, reaching out to grab her. At that moment, a stream of yuan she appeared next to the woman, pushing him back a couple of steps. Lin Yuan had made a move. Seeing his actions blocked, Guo Chang said angrily, Good kid, you dare interfere with my business? Have you got a death wish? Lin Yuan said disdainfully, What are you? You dare touch my woman? Your woman? Guo Chang was furious. The woman he had set his sights on had actually been defiled? And it was by this pretty boy? This guy deserved to die. The skinny man on the side laughed loudly, Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Who in the outer sect doesn't know how cautious this woman is? She wouldn't even let a man touch her hand, and you're saying she's your woman? Are you still dreaming? The crowd nodded in agreement. Everyone knew of Miao Yitzi's behavior. She was definitely not the type to casually give herself away. However, Miao Yitzi went directly to embrace the man's arm, publicly announcing, Senior brother Lin speaks the truth. I am his, and I will no longer seek a Dao partner. You all should stop having ideas about me. These words stunned everyone. This woman actually slept with a man? No, how did he manage that? So many male disciples failed to win this beauty, but this kid succeeded? Does he have some powerful background? The godman, shocked, cursed, Bitch, I wasted so much effort on you, and you ignored me, but now you've turned around and slept with someone else. So you're that cheap? Miao Yitzi sneered, You dare call a few spirit stones effort? What face do you have? Look at your pathetic state, how do you compare to senior brother Lin? If you're so heartbroken over those spirit stones, I'll return them to you, doubled. The thin man angrily retorted, Who cares about your lousy spirit stones? A slut like you will be abandoned sooner or later, even if you have a man. Having said that, he turned his head, Brother Chang, hurry up and make a move. This woman is too arrogant. Guo Chang nodded, preparing to strike again, but saw Lin Yuan blocking the woman. Seeing this, his expression turned cold. Kid, if you dare protect this woman again, I won't be polite. Lin Yuan said calmly, My companion has already said that we're willing to return double the spirit stones. You're refusing, is that right? Guo Chang laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, can't you see the situation? We don't need spirit stones, let her body be the compensation. Lin Yuan shrugged. You said it yourself, everyone heard it. It's not that we don't want to compensate, it's that you're making unreasonable demands. After speaking, he released his aura, revealing his pulse-opening second-level cultivation. Guo Chang also circulated his energy, sneering, What if we are making unreasonable demands? A pulse-opening second-level trash like you dares to bark in front of me? He was a pulse-opening 5th level cultivator, 3 levels higher than his opponent, and could easily crush him. The onlookers all believed that Lin Yuan would certainly be defeated. Diamond Palm. Guo Chang roared, his palm filled with energy, slamming out. Penetrating back fist. Lin Yuan was fearless, unleashing the fist technique he had just trained in. Smack! Fist and palm collided, a muffled thud rang out, and the large man went flying. Bang! Guo Chang's body crashed to the ground, the intense pain causing him to groan. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Defeated! Guo Chang was actually defeated. How was this possible? Guo Chang was also in disbelief. He, a pulse-opening 5th level, had been defeated by a pulse-opening 2nd level kid? And he even used a high-grade yellow rank martial technique, which should have been far stronger than that kid's penetrating back fist. On the side, Miao Yitzi looked at the man, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. Senior brother is so strong. Her choice was indeed right. This is the man she's looking for. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this outcome. Although the penetrating back fist was only a low-grade yellow rank martial technique, with the amplification of the 9-yang divine meridian, its power was close to a high-grade yellow rank. Moreover, the 9-yang divine meridian could not only enhance the power of martial techniques but also the strength of the aura. With both of these enhancements, it was easy for him to defeat an opponent 3 levels higher. Are you still arrogant now? Lin Yuan retracted his fist, his tone icy. You! Guo Chang scrambled to his feet, wanting to say more, but a female voice cut through. Private fights are forbidden in the training hall. You're acting so recklessly. Are you planning to enter the disciplinary hall for punishment? Hearing this, everyone looked toward the source of the voice. It was a woman in a purple combat outfit who had spoken. Damn it! Guo Chang spat out the 2 words unhappily, turning his head to say something, but after seeing the person's face, he trembled with fright, immediately swallowing the words he was about to say. Lu Yuyan. A cultivator of the 9th level of the Qi Awakening realm, her strength truly belonged to the top echelon of the outer sect. It was truly unfortunate that this woman would come to the training hall today. Sorry, Sister Yan, we were being disruptive just now. Guo Chang knew that this person was not to be trifled with and immediately changed his face to a fawning smile. A dignified 5th level of the Qi Awakening realm, yet you can't even defeat a 2nd level cultivator, you're truly a piece of trash. Lu Yuyan glanced at him with disdain. Despite being insulted to his face, Guo Chang didn't dare get angry at all, agreeing repeatedly, yes, I am trash. You're right. Get lost, don't stand here and pollute my eyes. Yes, I'll get lost right now. After bowing obsequiously, the 2 members of the Guo family slunk away. This situation made Lin Yuan curious. Who was this woman? Did she have a powerful background? How else could she make the arrogant Guo Chang so fearful? At this moment, the woman approached Lin Yuan, sizing him up before speaking coldly. Your strength is too weak, you're also trash, but you look quite handsome. You're much more pleasing to the eye than that guy, so you don't need to get lost. I'll reluctantly allow you to stay here and continue training. Having said that, she turned and found an empty space to start training. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples didn't dare approach, all making way and keeping their distance, forming a no man's land within 3 meters of her. Lin Yuan looked at the woman's figure, a cold arc forming on the corner of his lips. This woman dared to insult him, he would remember this grudge. The conflict ended there, everyone shut their mouths and resumed their training. Half a day later, Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi stopped training and returned to their courtyard. Senior brother, do you also think that woman's S-words were awful? After leaving the training hall, Miao Yitzi finally dared to speak. Yes, do you know her background? Why is she so arrogant? Lin Yuan asked out of curiosity. Her name is Lu Yuyan, she's the daughter of the Lu family's head. The Lu family? Are they powerful? Of course, the Lu family is one of the strongest among the affiliated powers of the Cloud Ripple sect. It's said that the patriarch of the Lu family possesses a Dao platform realm cultivation. His strength is incredibly terrifying. Dao platform realm. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Such a cultivation was considered top-tier combat power within the Cloud Ripple sect. No wonder that woman dared to be so arrogant. It turned out she had such a powerful background. Although she's only an outer sect disciple right now, with her talent, it shouldn't be long before she breaks through to the condensed core realm and becomes an inner sect disciple. Moreover, she's only 20 years old. Miao Yitzi added. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. To achieve such accomplishments at 20, her talent is indeed extraordinary. Miao Yitzi said enviously, her background is already much better than ours, and her talent is so high, she was destined to become strong since birth. She's from a different world than us. Because her family background wasn't very good, she felt deeply about the issue of origins. Since childhood, others lived lives of luxury, while she could only tighten her belt and started helping her parents with work from the time she was old enough to understand. Later, she was fortunate enough to be discovered as having a talent for cultivation and entered the outer sect of the Cloud Ripple sect. After arriving here, she realized the vast disparity between people. Some could spend recklessly, treating pills like candy, while others could only make ends meet with meager monthly stipends. She belonged to the latter group. Under such a stark contrast, her jealousy and envy grew, and she began engaging in swindling and deception. It wasn't until she met Lin Yuan that she was pulled from the sea of bitterness. There's no need to belittle yourself even if we don't have such a good background. It's not as if we have no chance to become strong. Lin Yuan patted her shoulder, encouraging her, if you don't try, how will you know if you're not from the same world as her? Looking at the man's handsome face, Niao Yitzi nodded vigorously, biting her lip and smiling, yes, I'll try my best. With that, she grabbed his hand and ran off quickly. What are you doing? Let's go back to cultivate early. You little girl, you dare to pull me along while only at the body tempering realm, hold on tight for me. Ah! In her startled cry, Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her close, then leaped out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the courtyard. When they returned, Gu Shuqin was already sitting there, waiting. Master's wife. Elder. Both cupped their hands in greeting. The beautiful woman's eyes swept over the two of them, and she opened her lips to ask, how was your cultivation in the training room today? It was good, but what? We encountered a little trouble. Lin Yuan narrated everything that had happened. After listening to his account, Gu Shuqin frowned. That Guochang only has one outer sect elder behind him, which is not a big concern, but the Lu family is quite powerful. Did Lu Yuyin set her sights on you? No, disciple knows he is not her match, so he didn't clash with her. Lin Yuan was not an inflexible person, he knew when to lower his head. Good, Yuaner, a gentleman takes revenge, it's never too late. She dared to insult you, we will definitely pay her back in the future. Gu Shuqin cheered up her disciple, then took out a classic, continuing, this is a movement technique I bought from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. It's not a high grade, so don't be offended. How could I be? Anything that Master's wife gives me, I will treasure, no matter what it is. Lin Yuan said, taking the classic from her hands. He saw 4 large characters on the cover, 8 Extremes Pulse Flow. 8 Extremes Pulse Flow? What did this name mean? With curiosity, he opened the first page. 8 Extremes Pulse Flow, a low-grade yellow rank movement technique. It relies on the power of the meridians to increase speed. The more meridians there are, the faster the burst of speed, and when practiced to perfection, 8 meridians will be activated together, making the speed comparable to a high-grade yellow rank movement technique. Another martial technique that relies on the power of the meridians. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, Master's wife, this martial technique is very suitable for me. Did you choose it specifically for me? Yes, after learning that your meridians were particularly strong last time, I specifically looked for martial techniques related to meridian power for you. Master's wife is so considerate. This martial technique must not be cheap, right? It's alright, just a little over 1,000 spirit stones. Just over 1,000? Niao Yitzi was stunned. 100 spirit stones was already a huge sum for outer sect disciples like them. 1,000 was simply unimaginable. Chapter 22 Martial Skill Mastery Grand Competition Rules. Lin Yuan knew how difficult it was to earn 1,000 yuan stones, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. Master's wife, you are too good to your disciple. I have received so many favors from you, and I truly feel guilty. Gu Shuqin smiled gently, silly boy, if you feel like you owe me, then quickly become stronger. Master's wife is counting on you to bring me a good life in the future. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, firmly stating, disciple will definitely live up to Master's wife's expectations and will strive to become a strong person in the future. Alright, quickly comprehend this martial skill. Yes. Just like when he comprehended the through the back fist, Lin Yuan successfully comprehended the 8 Extremes Pulse. Opening his eyes, he looked at the darkened pages of the book and couldn't help but feel it was a pity. It would be great if this martial skill could be comprehended by multiple people. Master's wife, can I share this martial skill with you? Of course not. If martial skills could be shared so easily, they wouldn't be valuable. Then why could Master's wife pass on the divine skill to me last time? Because what I obtained was the source information of that technique. Source information? That's right, martial skill information is divided into 2 types, source and copied. The martial skills we encounter in the scripture pavilion and on the market are all copied versions. Once comprehended, they automatically disappear. The martial skills and techniques obtained in this way cannot be passed on. But source information is different. After a cultivator comprehends it, it will be completely engraved in their mind and can be freely passed on to others. Didn't you also pass the Yin-Yang divine skill to EZ? After hearing this explanation, Lin Yuan nodded. He indeed passed on the Yin-Yang divine skill smoothly, but when he wanted to pass on the through the back fist, he couldn't do it at all. Master's wife actually passed on the source information to me, truly trusting your disciple. I do trust you, who knew you would just pass it on to someone else. The beautiful woman glared at the man reproachfully, then turned to the woman and once again instructed, "EZ, the yin-yang divine skill is extremely important, remember not to pass it on, understand?" Miao Ez respectfully said, "Understood, elder. By the way, since you are Yuaner's woman, then call me Master's wife from now on." "Yes, Master's wife." Miao Ez's face showed joy. Her words undoubtedly meant she was willing to accept her. Lin Yuan was naturally pleased that she had gained the beautiful woman's approval, and he clasped his hands together. "Thank you for your tolerance, Master's wife. Alright, there's only half a month left before the outer sect competition begins, you should seize this time to cultivate." "Yes, Master's wife." In the following days, Lin Yuan cultivated 2 martial skills while also cultivating with the 2 women. Through their combined efforts, Gu Shuqin broke through to the coagulation core 2nd realm and Miao Ez reached the body tempering 9th realm, only 1 step away from reaching the meridian opening realm. And he himself also smoothly advanced to the meridian opening 3rd realm. Whoosh! In the courtyard, Lin Yuan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he appeared 10 feet away. "Senior brother, your speed is so fast. It seems you're almost completing the 8 extremes pulse, right?" Miao Ez exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "To reach completion, one needs to activate 8 meridians simultaneously. I haven't opened that many meridians yet, I'm still far from it." Although he had only opened 1 divine meridian for the time being, the power he unleashed was no less than that of an ordinary person's 8 meridians, so he was able to demonstrate such a great effect with the 8 extremes pulse. Miao Ez pondered, "But I see the speed you burst out with is so swift, I think even if others cultivate it to completion, it would only have this effect." She had been very curious these past few days. How could he use the through the back fist and the 8 extremes pulse at such extraordinary levels? According to the conversation between the master and disciple before, could it be that Lin Yuan possessed a different kind of powerful meridians? Bang bang bang! While she was pondering, she heard 3 sounds. Lin Yuan raised his hand and threw a punch, smashing a melon-sized rock into pieces not far away. "Not bad, my through the back fist can now consistently produce 3 rumbles." Looking at his fist, Lin Yuan said with satisfaction, "The triple thunderback fist had the power of a high-level yellow rank martial skill, and with the amplification of his divine meridians, it was comparable to a profound rank martial skill. Coupled with his mastery of the 8 extremes pulse, he was confident that he would achieve good results in the grand competition. Yuaner has improved greatly recently. With your current strength, you should have the confidence to fight even a cultivator in the advanced stage of the meridian opening realm," Gu Shuqin said with a face full of relief as she walked out of the bedroom. After being nourished by a man, she had become even more beautiful, with a much better complexion. It seemed that she had already moved on from the grief of her husband's death. "Greetings, Aunt Master," the 2 bowed in greeting. Lin Yuan chuckled, "My strength has indeed improved quite a bit, but there are also many experts in the outer sect. It won't be easy to squeeze into the top 10. Gu Shuqin rolled her eyes. "There are tens of thousands of contestants participating in the grand competition, and at least several dozen of them are disciples in the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm. Each of them is quite powerful. You are only in the 3rd stage of the meridian opening realm, and it would be enough to be proud of if you could get into the top 100. Top 100? That was not his goal. His goal was the top 10. Because only those in the top 10 could receive rewards from the sect. He thought this in his heart but didn't say it. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Aunt Master, there are tens of thousands of participants in this outer sect competition. With so many people, what kind of competition will it be? Surely it won't be a ring battle? That would take forever." Upon hearing this, Miao Yizi blinked her eyes. She was also very curious about this. The outer sect competition is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the preliminary round. All participants will enter the beast fighting arena. The sect will release 10,000 wind-chasing hounds to fight with you. During this time, jumping is prohibited and you can only support yourself on the ground. If you can't hold on, you can jump out of the arena yourself, which will be considered an elimination. And the 100 participants who last the longest will advance to the next round, which will be a draw for a ring battle. The last contestant to win will be the champion. Gu Shuqin explained slowly and methodically. After hearing what she said, both of them frowned. They hadn't expected the first part of the competition to be against wind-chasing hounds. Although these were only 2nd-level demonic beasts, they were extremely fast, as swift as the wind, and very aggressive. In a one-on-one fight, even ordinary meridian opening realm cultivators were no match for them. The sect was releasing 10,000 of them to besiege them. Just the thought of that was terrifying. Compared to the beast fighting of the first part, the ring battles of the second round didn't seem so frightening. For the first preliminary round, how long has it taken in previous years to get a result? Lin Yuan asked again. Gu Shuqin replied, in previous years, it generally took only half an hour to get a result. Only half an hour? That's so fast? Yes, because wind-chasing hounds are quite difficult to deal with. In addition, the arena is limited in area, and jumping is prohibited by the rules. Most participants can only rely on running to stall for time. Running purely relies on physical strength, and being able to run for half an hour is already considered very strong endurance. Upon hearing this, the two seemed to be able to imagine a scene of countless disciples running in the arena, with a group of wind-chasing hounds chasing behind them. Such a scene was truly too comical. Chapter 23, Mistress's Instructions. The great competition begins. Lin Yuan pondered. Most disciples are running, so there must be a few who can handle the gale hounds with their own strength, right? Gu Shuqi nodded. Top-tier contestants can indeed contend with the galehounds, but if you injure one, the rest will swarm to avenge their comrade, so unless absolutely necessary, contestants they won't harm the galehounds, they'll just try to evade them. Having said that, she glanced at Lin Yuan and cautioned, with your current strength, you're likely no match for the galehounds, so you should just run. Remember to run towards areas with fewer people, so you can reduce their attention, and perhaps you won't be targeted. Thank you for the reminder, mistress. I have something else I'd like to say. What is it? Lin Yuan then recounted what happened recently when Lu Jiu had obstructed him. The beautiful woman scoffed, Lu Jiu wouldn't dare move against you in the outer sect. Besides, his disciple, Huangfun, is only at the 4th level of qi channeling, he's definitely no match for you. You don't need to worry about them. At this point, her expression turned serious. Aside from those 9th level qi channeling cultivators, there is only one person you need to watch out for. Who? Song Mian's disciple, Chao Jun. Chao Jun. Is he very strong? Indeed, he possesses the golden spirit body of the 5 elements, is skilled in using metal-based spells, and at the 8th level of qi channeling can fight a cultivator at the peak of qi channeling. His strength should not be underestimated. Because of your master's situation, I'm worried Song Mian might order him to take action against you in the great competition. The golden spirit body? Sounds impressive. Since mistress said so, I will be wary of him. That's pretty much everything you need to be aware of. As for the safety rules of the competition, the sect prohibits attacking fellow disciples within the beast fighting arena, but there's no rule against luring monsters. So, some people might deliberately lead the galehounds to others when they are being chased. Be cautious of that. Also, if you encounter danger, immediately jump out of the arena, don't take chances, do you understand? Understood, mistress. I've memorized everything you said. Lin Yuan nodded in response, suddenly remembering his master, and frowned. Mistress, about master's death, can we report it to the disciplinary hall and have them seek justice for us? Gu Shuqin shook her head. Without evidence, even if we report it, there definitely won't be any follow-up. Alright. Don't rush the matter of revenge. That Song Mian won't be able to escape as long as he's in the outer sect. Once our cultivation levels are high enough, we will seek retribution ourselves. Hearing their conversation, Miao Yitzi asked in surprise, Elder Song Mian? Is he the murderer of Elder Qin? He should be, Lin Yuan said, explaining his reasons for suspecting him. Miao Yitzi suddenly realized, so it's him. He seems so amiable on the surface, I never imagined he was such a vile person. At that moment, she reminded herself to stay far away from him in the future. It's just his disguise. That hypocritical beast, I will cut off his head sooner or later to comfort Master's soul in heaven. Lin Yuan said fiercely. The next day, on the outer sect square, countless disciples gathered, shoulder to shoulder, a sea of heads. Above the square, a middle-aged man in cyan robes stood in mid-air, facing everyone and speaking in a clear voice, Everyone, I am Geng Xiu, the outer sect master. I am very pleased to be gathered here with everyone to witness this year's great competition. The outer sect master. Upon hearing this, everyone showed respect. It was rumored that the master was a qi-gathering cultivator with immense strength, far surpassing all the outer sect elders. If they could have such power and status, how impressive that would be. The Yunlan sect values the outer sect great competition highly. Therefore, we have prepared generous rewards for the disciples who achieve outstanding results. After reciting the usual formal speech, he waved his hand and announced, Please enter the beast fighting arena, the great competition is about to begin. A wave of voices arose as disciples surged forward, one after another, into the spacious beast fighting arena. On the elevated viewing platform, Geng Xiu and a group of elders had already taken their seats, ready to watch the upcoming competition. I wonder who will be the champion of this outer sect competition. I'm guessing it will be Guan Mao of the Guan family. He has reached the 9th level of the Qi opening realm and is quite skilled with the sword. Zhou Ping of the Zhou family isn't weak either. He has cultivated the Rui fist to great mastery. No matter how strong these disciples are, they certainly can't match Miss Lu. Her background speaks for itself, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Yuyan's background was the Lu family, and there were strong members of her clan holding positions in the inner sect of the Cloud Ripple sect. At only 20 years old, she had already broken through to the 9th level of the Qi opening realm. Whether in terms of talent or background, she could crush the other disciples. It seemed, in this light, that the champion of the competition truly belonged to her. It's a certainty that the Lu family's members will enter the inner sect. We don't need to discuss her, let's talk about the disciples of the elders. An old man spoke, changing the subject, and looked at Song Mian. I heard that Elder Song's disciple has reached the 8th level of the Qi opening realm, and also possesses the powerful golden spirit body. There probably aren't many in the outer sect who are his match. Hearing someone mention his disciple, Song Mian immediately said modestly, Elder Wu is too kind. Although my disciple's physique is acceptable, he is still too young and lacks combat experience. I don't know if he can even pass this first round of competition. Elder Song is joking, if your disciple can't pass the first round, who can? Ha! As everyone was discussing, the competition inside the arena had already begun. Under the urging of the elders, the cages containing the demonic beasts were opened, and countless wind-chasing hounds surged out, howling and attacking the crowd. As a wave of demonic beasts surged, the crowd quickly scattered. Everyone was preoccupied with fleeing, avoiding the beasts' attacks. Remembering his master's wife's reminder, Lin Yuan did not engage the wind-chasing hounds, but instead activated the 8 extremes pulse, moving away from the hounds. With the help of movement techniques, he strolled leisurely around the arena, not having to worry about being attacked by the wind-chasing hounds at all. After a quarter of an hour, the original crowd of tens of thousands had already been reduced by more than half. Many people, in the first moment of the demonic beast charge, had been terrified into jumping, forfeiting their chance to continue the competition. The remaining half could be considered to have some strength and endurance, being able to withstand the beast tide. Time continued to pass. Lin Yuan wandered around the arena, listening to the roars of the demonic beasts, and watching the number of disciples dwindle one by one. His heart remained calm. Those who could remain in this trial, besides those with extraordinary strength, were those with extremely strong endurance. He possessed both, so naturally, he didn't need to worry about being eliminated. Chapter 24. A stone lifted to crush one's own foot, entering the top 100. A cry of pain suddenly came, and the contestants looked over, only to see a disciple whose arm had been bitten off by a galehound, the wound spurting a large amount of blood. In his agony, he didn't care about his severed arm, immediately leaping up and fleeing the arena. Lin Yuan saw at a glance that this person had been harboring a lucky mindset, thinking he could dodge the monster's attack, but he hadn't expected to miscalculate. Seeing this, many exhausted contestants gave up struggling and jumped away one after another. In a short while, another 1,000 people were gone, leaving only a few hundred disciples remaining in the arena. Among them, the most dazzling was undoubtedly the purple-clad woman standing in the center of the field. She held a long whip in her hand, her eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Any galehound that approached was repelled by her whip. In the beginning, the monsters would swarm forward, attacking this arrogant human in concert, but they were easily dealt with by a few whips. Although the galehounds were violent in nature, they weren't stupid either. Seeing how powerful this human woman was, they were all afraid and avoided her. This resulted in a vacuum zone appearing around Lu Yuyen. No contestant or monster dared to enter because anyone who did was beaten back. The rule was that you couldn't attack your fellow disciples, but she was an exception. Even if she broke the rules, the referee wouldn't dare say anything. Apart from her, there was also a golden-clad man standing in a corner of the field, his position never changing, yet no monster dared to attack him. This man was Chao Jun. Relying on the strength of his physique, he had repelled many dogs, causing the galehounds to be afraid and not dare to approach. On the other side, in a corner of the arena, Huang Fun was dodging the monsters when he suddenly noticed a figure ahead. Lin Yuan? How can this kid last this long? After recognizing the other person's identity, he was immediately surprised. With his 4th level pulse opening cultivation and body movement martial arts, he was barely able to hold on until now. This kid had only just opened his meridians, how could he be so relaxed? Damn kid, watch me add some fuel to the fire. Huang Fun thought viciously, quickly rushing to Lin Yuan's side and urgently said, Junior brother, there are too many of these beasts. Please help your senior brother block a few. Lin Yuan, who had been watching the show, was suddenly caught in the crossfire and was naturally displeased. If the rules didn't forbid it, he would have knocked him to the ground already. At this time, the Gaily dogs noticed the young man next to Huang Fun, and they all opened their blood-soaked maws, their eyes filled with ferocity. Most of the people in the arena were disheveled, but this human was neatly dressed and calm. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. Roar! Several roars sounded, and the monsters charged toward Lin Yuan at high speed. It's truly troublesome. Sigh, I guess I'll have to make a move. With a helpless sigh, Lin Yuan decided. He could actually still run, but he was already targeted. Running would be troublesome, so he might as well directly shock the other party, that way it would be quieter. Bang bang bang! 3 repulse fist strikes were unleashed, instantly sending the approaching monsters flying. Seeing this, the disciples who were fleeing in all directions were greatly shocked. The first round of the great competition was about to end, yet there was still a hidden expert? To repel several galehounds so easily, the other party's cultivation must at least be at the peak of the pulse opening stage. On the high platform, the elders were in conversation when they suddenly noticed the situation here, and they were all astonished. Whose disciple is that? To actually have such strength? Judging from the fist techniques he used, could it be the repulse fist? Isn't the repulse fist the most basic martial art? To actually be able to send several galehounds flying? How many echoes did he produce? As they marveled, Song Mian frowned. He had not noticed this person before. And if he remembered correctly, Lin Yuan should only be a 5th level body tempering cultivator, right? How could he have opened his meridians in just half a month? Could it be that he had obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter? Recalling what happened that night on the mountainside, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Right. It must be because of the meteor that night. Lin Yuan must have obtained his opportunity from then, which is why he rapidly opened his meridians and gained the strength to repel the wind-chasing dogs. This opportunity is even more powerful than he thought. Song Mian had originally guessed that the other party had obtained a treasure, and now he could finally confirm it. Nephew, oh nephew, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. It's just that you obtained something you shouldn't have, so I can only steel myself to act. Song Mian's face darkened, and he muttered inwardly. Inside the arena, Wang Fun was dumbfounded to see Lin Yuan repel the wind-chasing dogs with a few punches. What's going on? He can actually defeat the wind-chasing dogs? Then why didn't he act all this time? In the midst of his shock, he heard barking, and the previous wind-chasing dogs came flying like mad dogs. They were furious. They thought Lin Yuan was an easy target, but unexpectedly he was so strong, causing them to be punched for nothing. This infuriating incident made their anger burn, and they placed all the hatred on Huang Fun's head. If it weren't for him attracting them to attack Lin Yuan, they wouldn't have been beaten. This despicable human. They had to bite him to death. Under the mad pursuit of several demonic beasts, Wang Fun had a piece of his sleeve bitten off before he managed to escape. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. This guy wanted to harm him, but in the end, he shot himself in the foot and got himself eliminated. With Huang Fun's departure, only 100 or so people remained in the beast fighting arena, while there were still tens of thousands of wind-chasing dogs. The sharp decrease in numbers meant that each person had to deal with more demonic beasts. Except for tough nuts like Lu Yuyan and Xiao Jun that the wind-chasing dogs didn't dare approach, the rest of the disciples were affected to varying degrees. Lin Yuan was also entangled by many wind-chasing dogs, but after he repelled a group, the demonic beasts all became timid and dared not to bother him again. Soon, several dozen more contestants left, and the number finally decreased to 100. I announce, the first round of the competition is over. On the high platform, after confirming the remaining number of people, Deng Xiu stood up and shouted. The disciples inside the arena, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and jumped up one after another, leaving the beast fighting arena. 100 successful disciples stood outside the arena, waiting for the next round of the competition. Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi had been watching the battle outside all along, and now that they saw Lin Yuan come out, they immediately went to greet him. Senior brother, you actually made it into the top 100, that's too amazing. Miao Yitzi rushed excitedly to the man's side, holding his arm, her eyes filled with admiration. Yuaner, congratulations on entering the top 100. Gu Shuqin stepped forward to congratulate him, her expression calm, but her tone could not conceal her excitement. Because Lin Yuan's cultivation was not high, she had not held much expectation, but unexpectedly, he gave her a surprise. Chapter 25, the tournament begins. First encounter with a powerful opponent. Lin Yuan smiled. The top 100 is just the beginning, what follows is the main event. Those who remained from among 10,000 were all elite outer disciples, their strength beyond doubt, and if he wanted to break into the top 10, he would still face some difficulty. Gu Shuqin nodded. The second round of the competition is indeed not easy, but you being able to reach this point, your Shurmu is already very satisfied. Even if you don't achieve any further results, I won't say a word, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Miao Yitzi waved her small fist and cheered. Shixiang, go for it. Shimi will always support you from behind. Looking at the two gentlewomen, Lin Yuan nodded. I will do my best. After a short break, the second round of the draw began. Lin Yuan drew a bamboo stick from the lot, with the number 26 written on it. It seems I will be the 26th to appear on stage, he thought to himself. As the second round of the competition began, everyone left the beast arena and arrived near a ring. The ring was ancient and majestic, and one looked told that it had been around for some time. The outer sect elders ascended to a high platform to the side, overlooking the scene around the ring. The contestants whose numbers are called will come up to the stage to fight, starting with number 1. The referee elder spoke, standing on the ring. Then, two men were seen climbing onto the ring. Outer sect competition allows the use of mortal weapons, but spiritual weapons are prohibited. In addition, friendly sparring, stopping when necessary, and intentionally harming fellow disciples are forbidden. Do you understand? Understood. Alright, the first match officially begins. The elder finished speaking and jumped off the ring. The two on the stage quickly broke into a fight. In the end, the man on the left side emerged victorious. Match after match took place, and Lin Yuan observed the techniques of his fellow disciples, learning from the failures. Number 8 contestant, please come up to the stage. When it came to number 8, the figure of the purple-clad woman reappeared in everyone's sight. It's Lu Yuyan. It seems her opponent is going to be in trouble. With Miss Lu making her move, the other person has no chance of winning. Why don't we guess how many moves her opponent can last? While everyone was discussing, a man below the stage looked at the number 8 bamboo stick in his hand, his face full of misery. He really did not expect that he would be so unlucky as to encounter the strongest outer disciple of this competition. Originally, he wanted to try to break into the top 10, but now it seems there was no chance. Although he was upset, he had no choice but to jump onto the stage and greet with cupped fists. Outer disciple Jobo greets Shimi Lu. Lu Yuyan still had a cold and arrogant look and said indifferently, "I won't bully you, you attack first." Hearing this, Jobo did not waste any time, channeling his energy and quickly moving forward. Under the gaze of everyone, just as he entered within 10 feet of the indifferently, "I won't bully you, you attack first." Hearing this, Jobo did not waste any time, channeling his energy and quickly moving forward. Under the gaze of everyone, just as he entered within 10 feet of the opponent, Lu Yuyan had already raised her long whip and casually lashed out. With a snap sound, the man was whipped away and fell off the ring. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. Although Jobo's strength was not as good as Lu Yuyan's, he was also a well-known expert in the outer sect, possessing the 9th level of the opening meridian realm, the same as his opponent. However, with the same cultivation level, he could not withstand a single move from her. How could this woman's strength be so terrifying? Is the gap between people really that big? The Lu family's S-girl's strength is indeed remarkable. Jobo is truly unlucky to meet her. An elder on the high platform spoke. The other elders all nodded in agreement. If it were not for meeting Lu Yuyan, Jobo's strength could still have competed for the top 10. Now, however, he could only regretfully leave the stage. He was truly unlucky. "I just arrived and saw my young miss win. It's quite a coincidence." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a purple-robed old man appeared with the sound, suddenly appearing on the high platform. Seeing the newcomer, everyone's expressions brightened, and they immediately stood up and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Lu." The newcomer was none other than Lu Yuyan's uncle, the inner sect elder Lu Mo. At this moment, even Geng Xiu, the outer sect master, lowered his head as far as it would go. He was nominally in charge of the outer sect, but in reality, his cultivation was only at the Qi-gathering realm, equivalent to an inner sect steward. Inner sect elders, on the other hand, were at least powerhouses of the Yuan Dan realm. Each of these experts was a being capable of sweeping through armies and dominating a region. To put it bluntly, Yuan Dan realm cultivators were already capable of establishing their own sects. Some small sect founders possessed such cultivation. "We are all elders, you are too polite." Lu Mo waved his hand, his gaze remaining fixed on the arena as he spoke, clearly not taking these elders seriously. His purpose in coming today was to ensure Lu Yuyan's safety, and also to see if there was any disciple in the outer sect who could match his niece in combat. Everyone inwardly scoffed at his words. "All elders? Could our elders and your elders be the same? There's a difference of 2 great realms between us." To put it bluntly, if the sect hadn't given them the title of outer sect elder, their core-forming cultivation wouldn't be worth a damn in the eyes of the inner sect. They were just a bunch of talentless wastes. Any random disciple from the inner sect could knock them to the ground. At this time, after winning her match, Lu Yuyan showed no emotion on her face and flew away directly. To her, this outer sect competition was just a formality. In her eyes, the outer sect disciples were all useless, not worthy of her full effort. Fighting with these people was a waste of her time. Her goal was the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect would she have truly entered the stage of geniuses and truly be able to unleash her value. Contestant number 9, please step onto the stage. After the brief moment of surprise, the competition continued. Each match lasted an average of less than 15 minutes, and it wasn't long before it was number 20-something's turn. Contestant number 26, please step onto the stage. Hearing his number, Lin Yuan steadied himself and stepped onto the arena. Facing him was a burly man, arms crossed, with an arrogant expression. "Who is that young man in plain clothes? He's quite handsome. He's just a pretty face. His strength can't be anything special." "You're wrong about that. He defeated many wind-chasing hounds in the first round. His strength is definitely not bad." "His strength is indeed not bad, but it's a pity he ran into Shurya. His path in the competition will likely end here." The crowd discussed among themselves, many not optimistic about Lin Yuan's chances in this fight. On the high platform, the elders were also in discussion. Shurya is finally on stage, he's a top contender for the championship. It's said that his savage stone strength has reached great perfection and his punches have the power of 1,000 jin. That kid is going to be in trouble when he meets Shurya. Just like the disciples, they all believed that Lin Yuan had no hope of winning. In a corner seat, Gu Shuqin looked at the young man in the arena, a trace of worry on her face. She also did not expect that Lin Yuan's luck would be so poor, encountering the top contender in the first round. Making it into the top 100 is already quite good, it doesn't matter whether he wins this match or not. Despite her worries, she comforted herself inwardly. Chapter 26 Lin Yuan makes his move, shocking the audience. On the arena. Kid, I've seen you in the fighting arena. You seem to have some skills. If you hadn't met me, you might have had a chance to compete for a ranking. The burly man spoke first. Lin Yuan chuckled, so, you're saying I have no chance if I meet you? Of course, you're no match for me. Surrender now, no need to waste our time. I'll return those same words to you. You brat, then don't blame me for my fists and feet having no eyes. Shurya roared, activating his savage stone force and lunged forward. Lin Yuan raised his fist to meet his opponent. Bang! Their fists collided and both retreated a few steps. Surprise flashed in Shurya's eyes. You actually have such powerful strength? He had to admit he had underestimated his opponent. Lin Yuan steadied himself and said calmly, your strength isn't bad either. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was a body cultivator whose body was as solid as a rock. After their clash just now, his fist was still tingling. Heh, interesting, let's go again. Shurya charged again, his figure like a mountain bearing down. Lin Yuan showed no fear, meeting the attack head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The repeated collisions of fists and feet made Shurya more and more surprised. The other party was clearly just an ordinary chi cultivator, yet he could contend with him, a body cultivator, in close combat? Moreover, he had a 9th level of chi opening stage cultivation, 6 minor realms higher than the other party. Such a huge gap, yet the opponent could withstand his onslaught for so long, which was beyond his comprehension. In fact, Lin Yuan was not only able to resist but also had remaining strength. Shurya's body was indeed strong, but his 9-yang divine meridian was not to be trifled with. Slot for so long, which was beyond his comprehension. In fact, Lin Yuan was not only able to resist but also had remaining strength. Shurya's body was indeed strong, but his 9-yang divine meridian was not to be trifled with. Relying on the endless, thick yang energy, coupled with the profoundness of the through-the-back fist, he was invincible within the chi opening stage. Below the stage, the disciples were all dumbfounded. No way? That seemingly frail youth in plain clothes was actually able to block Shurya's attacks? And he was doing it calmly and with ease. This was too outrageous. On the viewing platform, the elders were also extremely surprised. They had thought Shurya would quickly win the fight, but the scene before them was completely the opposite of what they had expected. He can actually withstand Shurya's full power attacks. Who is that young man? Why have I never heard of him in the outer sect? I see his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the chi opening stage, yet he can fight evenly with a cultivator at the 9th level. This is quite remarkable. Remarkable? That's an understatement. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. To fight beyond his level without falling behind, this young man must be a genius. Whose disciple is he? I know him, he is named Lin Yuan, and he's Qin Ren's disciple. Qin Ren? Everyone's faces showed surprise. In their impression, Qin Ren was a nice old man with average cultivation talent. How could he have taught such an outstanding disciple? He had truly found a treasure. Wait, wasn't Elder Qin already deceased? Then is this disciple now being taught by Madame Qin? Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Gu Shuqin. Faced with the crowd's attention, the beautiful woman nodded. Yes, he is a disciple of my husband and me. Geng Shou stroked his beard and asked, Madam Qin, no, should I say Elder Gu, do you know the details of this disciple? Why is he able to unleash such powerful combat strength? Gu Shuqin frowned. I'm also not very clear about his situation. I suppose it must be something special. At this moment, she felt very helpless. Judging by Lin Yuan's current performance, the sect would surely investigate him after the competition. At that time, the secret of his meridians would certainly be exposed. Afterwards, Lin Yuan might be at risk of assassination. Although revealing his talent might bring danger, it will also allow him to receive the sect's attention. For Yuaner's growth, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, right? Gu Shuqin consoled herself inwardly. Beside her, Lu Mo was also captivated by Lin Yuan's fight, watching the scene on the arena with a sidelong glance, his hands behind his back and a smile on his lips. Interesting, this kid is truly interesting. After this competition is over, I must personally go and see his situation. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. If he could be noticed by this inner sect elder, Lin Yuan's future would be smooth sailing. Among the elders present, only Song Mian's expression was unsightly. Lin Yuan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. That opportunity could actually elevate his strength to such a level. He should have made a move sooner. No matter how much he regretted it, it was now impossible to undo. If the other party was truly valued by the higher-ups of the sect, his chances of seizing the opportunity would undoubtedly be much more difficult. He could only pray now that Lin Yuan would not be noticed by the sect so that he would still have a chance to get his hands on it. Inside the arena. After the two had been entangled for a long time, Shirya finally couldn't bear it any longer and roared, "Boy, you better take this final punch of mine." He had originally wanted to exhaust his opponent with endurance, but unexpectedly, Lin Yuan was even more persistent than him. If it continued like this, he would be the one exhausted. Mountain cracking fist. Shirya gathered all his strength in his fist and threw it forward. Finally couldn't hold back? A flicker of a smile passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. The other party actually wanted to compete with him, who possessed a divine meridian in endurance. That was definitely like throwing an egg against a rock, overestimating himself. It was also good to decide the victory with one move. He didn't want to waste any more time. Penetrating back fist. Activating the power of his divine meridian, he threw a punch. Two bang-bang sounds were heard as it struck the other party's fist. Bang! The two fists collided, and Shirya, without any hesitation, was directly punched away, landing on the edge of the arena. Instantly, the whole arena erupted in an uproar. He lost. Shirya actually lost. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Yuan, having secured victory, clasped his hands with a calm expression, "You've been too kind." Painfully getting up from the ground, Shirya wore a wry smile. "I'm sorry, junior brother, I misjudged you earlier. You not only have the strength to enter the top 10, but also have a chance to win the championship. I wish you good luck." "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother." The two walked off the arena. The students were still in shock. Only after the referee announced the results of the match did they slowly recover, and they began to sigh in succession. "Did I see that right? Senior brother Sure, who is in the 9th stage of the Meridian opening, actually lost. He's already left the arena, and you're just reacting now? No! It's impossible. How could senior brother Sure lose? This kid must have cheated." Some disciples wanted to stand up for Shirya, but they were dismissed by the referee. What a joke! All the outer sect high-ranking members had come to watch this competition. If Lin Yuan had cheated, he would have been discovered long ago. How could it be your turn to report it? Chapter 27, Overcoming Obstacles. Entering the top 4 on the high platform, the elders were also chattering and full of emotion about the results of this competition. This Lin Yuan is truly remarkable. He actually defeated a body cultivator at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage while being at the 3rd level. This achievement ranks among the top in the history of our Yunlan sect. Being able to pass the first round of the competition while at the 3rd level of the Meridian opening stage is already a miracle, right? Indeed, it seems we were all wrong. He is the biggest dark horse in this competition. It could be observed that in previous competitions, half of those who passed the first round were at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage and the rest were at the 8th level. 7th level disciples were quite rare, let alone those at the 3rd level. Therefore, Lin Yuan's achievement was undoubtedly of extremely high value. In a corner under the platform, Lu Yuyan looked at the young man in simple clothes not far away, with a hint of surprise on her face. She still remembered this guy. When they met in the training room last time, he was only at the 2nd level of the Meridian opening stage. It's only been half a month, and he's already broken through to the 3rd level? Moreover, he can defeat a cultivator at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage while being at a lower level. His strength is truly remarkable. Are you trying to prove I was wrong about you with your performance on the arena? Hee, then I will soon let you know that even if you defeated Shirya, you are still trash. A coldness flashed in her eyes as Lu Yuyan sneered secretly. Chao Jun was also standing not far away watching the competition. Seeing Lin Yuan defeat Shirya, he couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting kid. Master specially told me to take care of him before, but I didn't take it to heart. Now it seems it is necessary to be serious. Lin Yuan was unaware of the attitudes of the two. Even if he knew, he certainly wouldn't be afraid. Having the 9 Young Divine Meridian meant infinite endurance, and with the help of Tong Bei Quan and the 8 Extremes Pulsation, he was confident that he could defeat any opponent. Time slowly passed. The 50 matches quickly ended, and they entered the 2nd round of draws. This time, Lin Yuan drew another opponent at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage. Just like defeating Shirya, he easily defeated his opponent. Then came the 3rd round, where only 25 people remained. One person received a bye, and the remaining 24 entered matches. Lin Yuan's opponent was named Guo Wei. On the arena, Guo Wei, dressed in blue, smiled and said, "Junior brother Lin, I am a member of the Guo family. You must have heard of my family, right? Lin Yuan responded, yes, are you here to avenge Guo Chang and the others? No, they lost to you because they were not strong enough, they deserved it. Our Guo family is not that petty. However, Elder Gui is my elder and I cannot refuse his request. So this time I will go all out. Understood, then make your move. After speaking, the two began to fight. Without any surprises, Guo Wei was defeated. You're too kind. Junior brother Lin is being polite. With your strength, even if you don't win the championship this time, it will be easy to get a top spot. In the future, when you and I enter the inner sect, don't forget to find your old brother for a drink. Alright. This Guo Wei had a good personality, unlike Guo Chang, who was so rude. Walking off the stage, Lin Yuan thought. On the other side, Guo Chang and his brother stood in the crowd, their bodies trembling as they watched the results of the battle. Guo Wei was the most outstanding member of the Guo family of this generation. Even he was defeated by Lin Yuan. Weren't they courting death when they provoked him before? The idea of revenge that the two had in their hearts was now completely gone. After 12 battles, the third round of competition also ended. In the fourth round, only 13 people remained. After drawing lots, 12 people faced off and another person received a bye. Lin Yuan won again and entered the fifth round. This time, only 7 people remained. Besides him, Lu Yuyan and Chao Jun were among them. This time, he was lucky enough to draw a bye. The other 6 people drew their numbers and fought, eliminating 3 people. The only 3 remaining were Lu Yuyan, Chao Jun, and a sword cultivator named Guan Mao. They added him, and the 4 of them drew bamboo sticks to determine their order. After drawing, they displayed them, and his number was 1. He turned to look at the other 3. Guan Mao's number was the same as his, while Lu and Xiao both had number 2. Upon learning the results, Lu Yuyan looked at Lin Yuan and sneered, you managed to avoid me so precisely through so many rounds, your luck is really something. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, isn't this a kind of fate? It shows that you and I are destined to meet in the finals. Lu Yuyan snorted, defeat your opponent first before mentioning the finals, it would be too embarrassing if you lost in this round. Lin Yuan smiled calmly, the same goes for you, senior brother Chao's strength is not ordinary, you better do your best. Lu Yuyan turned and walked away, leaving the comment, just an outer sect ant, you should worry about yourself first. The woman's arrogant words made Chao Jun's face quite ugly. They had all fought their way to the top 4, so why did Lu Yuyan only value Lin Yuan and look down on him? Was he really inferior to that kid? Arrogant bitch, I'll make you beg for mercy under my feet later. Staring at her curvy figure, Chao Jun thought fiercely. Lin Yuan's number was 1, so he would be the first to enter the semi-finals. On the other side of the arena, Guan Mao had also entered, holding a long sword, and cupped his fist. My name is Guan Mao, and I specialize in swordsmanship. Lin Yuan returned the courtesy. Lin Yuan of the outer sect, I specialize in fist techniques. Swords have no eyes, please forgive me if I accidentally injure you, brother Lin. It's alright, brother Guan, please show me your best moves. Then I'll make the first move. As Guan Mao finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward. Lin Yuan dodged the attack, thinking to himself, this man has good speed, no wonder he made it to the top 4. Outside the arena, the disciples and elders stared at the battlefield, their eyes full of curiosity. They didn't know who would win this battle. Gu Shuqin sat in her seat, her heart already numb with surprise. Lin Yuan being able to enter the top 100 had already been a surprise, but she hadn't expected his achievements to be more than that, actually sweeping all the way to the top 4. Yuaner, oh Yuaner, you really are surprising your teacher. The beautiful woman sighed in her heart. On the stage, sword lights flashed repeatedly as Guan Mao continuously swung his sword, slashing at his opponent. Lin Yuan used the 8 extremes pulsation, moving left and right, dodging his opponent's attacks. Facing the mouse-like man, Guan Mao was sweating on his brow, and his sword techniques became more and more disordered. Damn it, how can this guy run so much? He was quite helpless, his normally proud swordsmanship was useless against his opponent. Lin Yuan noticed the change in his opponent and secretly shook his head. This man was skilled with a sword, but his temper was too impatient, and he lost his composure when faced with a slightly tricky opponent. You've been showing off for long enough, it's my turn now. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, activating his movement martial art, instantly appearing in front of his opponent. Guan Mao's expression turned grim, he hadn't even seen his opponent's movements, but the man had suddenly appeared. Tongbei fist. Lin Yuan struck out, and Guan Mao hurriedly used his sword to block. Bang! The fist hit the sword, and Guan Mao felt a huge force, his sword trembling and his tiger's mouth stinging from the impact. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan raised his fist again, pressing his advantage, his hard fists like a storm falling on his opponent. Guan Mao was caught off guard and could only resist hastily, his skilled swordsmanship useless. Chapter 28, Defeating Guan Mao, advancing to the finals. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of metal breaking echoed, the blade of the long sword shattered by Lin Yuan's punch. This scene left Guan Mao dumbfounded. Although his treasured sword was not a spirit artifact, it was crafted from refined iron, exceptionally sturdy, and definitely not something a Meridian Opening Realm cultivator could shatter. The opponent had actually broken it with brute force? Was this still human? Even a body cultivator wouldn't possess such tyrannical strength, right? In that moment of stunned silence, Lin Yuan's fist landed on his chest. Pooh! Taking a solid blow, Guan Mao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out, crashing outside the arena. Lin Yuan wins this battle. The referee immediately announced the result. Senior brother Lin is too strong. Senior brother Guan didn't even have the chance to retaliate in front of him. I declare, from now on, Senior brother Lin is my idol. Senior brother Lin is so handsome. I wish I could give birth to 10 babies for him. The disciples erupted into enthusiastic praise. On the high platform, the elders also showed expressions of satisfaction towards Lin Yuan's performance. This child's speed is even faster than Guan Mao's. He must have cultivated some kind of movement martial skill. I see his speed far exceeds other Meridian Opening Realm disciples. Could it be a profound rank movement martial skill? A yellow rank couldn't achieve this effect. With such a swift movement technique coupled with his fierce fist techniques, this child is already invincible in battles of the same level. Song Mian listened to his colleague's praises, his face becoming more and more gloomy. The more outstanding Lin Yuan's performance, the higher his chances of being valued by the sect, and the harder it would be for him to make a move. Damn it, why did this kid suddenly possess such combat power? He was clearly mediocre before. Could that opportunity have helped him improve so much in such a short amount of time? Song Mian cursed inwardly, his mind racing, constantly pondering ways to respond. Gu Shuqin was pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan actually won against Guan Mao. This meant he had advanced to the top 2 and would at least get a runner-up, which made her both excited and proud of her disciple. Could Yuaner actually win the championship? That thought suddenly appeared in her mind, but she quickly shook her head to dispel it. The championship battle would likely be against Lu Yuyan, and while Lin Yuan was strong, it would still be too difficult to defeat her. In the second round of the competition, Lu Yuyan's battles had been all instant kills. No matter who it was, they couldn't last even one move against her. If it weren't for the fact that her aura was still at the Meridian Opening Realm, everyone would suspect that she had already broken through to the Core Formation Realm. Her performance was simply too monstrous, and there was certainly no one in the outer sect who was her match. Lin Yuan probably wouldn't be able to either. Getting the runner-up is enough to boast about for quite a while in front of outsiders. I should stop having fantasies about the championship. The beautiful woman shook her head, a wry smile forming. Down below the arena, Lu Yuyan, after watching Lin Yuan's fight with Guan Mao, had no change in her expression. Fast movement? Strong fist force? In the face of absolute strength, these were all illusions, easily shattered with a single whip. Please, contestant number 2, step onto the stage. As soon as the referee spoke, Lu Yuyan and Chao Jun had already jumped onto the arena, ready to fight. Shall I beat you down or will you surrender yourself? The woman held a long whip, her voice cold. Chao Jun couldn't help but sneer, arrogant fool, do you think I am as weak as other disciples? Lu Yuyan said disdainfully, in my eyes, all of you outer sect disciples are the same, all just ants, all utterly useless. Ha 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 ha. Chao Jun laughed suddenly, how laughable, in all my years, it's the first time I've met such an arrogant person, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. Too much nonsense, since you refuse to crawl away, then take a beating. With that said, Lu Yuyan raised her jade-like hand, and fiercely lashed a whip towards the opponent. Chao Jun had already activated his treasure body, his body emanating a golden glow, and his aura also rose accordingly. Whack! He raised his palm, easily grasping the whip's tail, and chuckled, is this all your strength? It's far too weak. Swish! Lu Yuyan exerted force in her arm, pulling back the whip, and said coldly, the fight has just begun. Hopefully, you can still laugh later. Snap 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 snap. She began to wildly swing the whip, like 1,000 venomous snakes, constantly biting towards her opponent. Child's play. Chao Jun formed a hand seal, creating a protective barrier around himself, blocking the opponent's attacks. Is this the effect of the gold spirit body? It's truly mystical. Rumor has it that each of the 5 elements spirit bodies has its own corresponding specialty. The gold spirit body can mobilize the power of the world's gold element for its own use. With the blessing of these powers, Chao Jun's various attributes will be greatly enhanced, enough to crush cultivators of the same rank. It seems Miss Lu has met a formidable opponent. The elders sighed. Faced with this situation, Lu Mo showed no concern, always calmly watching his niece's duel. Heh, you think you can defeat my Yener with a mere gold spirit body? You're being naive. With a slight upward turn of his lips, he scoffed inwardly. On the arena, as Lu Yuyan was swinging her long whip, Chao Jun suddenly reached out, grabbing the whip's tail once again, and pulled with all his might. Instantly, the whip handle slipped from the woman's grasp, and he snatched it away. Casually tossing the whip aside, Xiao Jun sneered, "You've even lost your weapon, what will you use to fight me now?" Faced with this situation, Lu Yuyan was not flustered, still with a calm look on her face. "You think you've won just because you took my weapon? You're being too childish." The woman's mockery despite being unarmed angered Xiao Jun. He said sternly, "Pretentious lunatic, I'll tear your mouth apart." He leaped forward, arriving in front of her in the blink of an eye, and threw a punch towards the woman's face. Bang! The expected broken face did not occur. Lu Yuyan raised her palm, grasping the man's arm, causing his fist to stop an inch from her face, unable to move further. "You!" Xiao Jun's face showed shock. He felt as if his arm was being pinched by giant pincers, causing waves of pain. He never expected this seemingly thin and slender woman to unleash such shocking power. HMPH. Lu Yuyan snorted coldly, raising her other hand and sending out a palm strike. Slap! Xiao Jun was unable to defend and was sent flying by the palm strike. Fortunately, he had the gold spirit body's blessing, allowing him to land steadily. Even so, the pain in his chest still made him wince and he questioned with a frown, "I possess a spirit body and my power is enough to suppress peak meridian opening cultivators. Your mortal body shouldn't be a match for me. Where did that power come from? Are you cheating?" Lu Yuyan curled her lip in a sneer. "Ridiculous, why would I need to cheat to defeat trash like you? You overestimate yourself." As she spoke, her pupils abruptly turned purple and dazzling purple light erupted from her eyes, spreading across the entire arena and piercing the eyes of everyone present. Chapter 29, Xiao Jun's Defeat. The finals begin. This is the Violet Radiance Spirit Eyes. It's actually the legendary Violet Radiance Spirit Eyes. No wonder her power is above the golden spirit body. It turns out she possesses such powerful eyes. The innate power of the Violet Radiance Spirit Eyes is comparable to a spirit body, second only to the various sacred bodies. The golden spirit body is still too weak in front of it. The elders exclaimed one after another. Although the disciples were not clear about the origin of the violet eyes, judging from the strength displayed by the woman, these eyes must be extremely powerful. Xiao Jun clutched his chest, his face extremely unsightly. He never imagined that the other party would have such a powerful spirit eye to aid her. It seemed he was destined to lose this match. "I concede." He opened his mouth to say just two words when Lu Yuyan's figure had already leaped up. Her left leg bent and tucked, her right leg straightened, gathering power, she flashed towards him. This situation made Xiao Jun's pupils shrink. Unable to speak further, he hastily raised both arms to block in front of his chest. Falling goose wind cutter kick. The girl's kick accurately landed on the opponent's arms. Xiao Jun felt a tremendous force, his feet sliding rapidly backward across the ground until he flew off the stage, slamming heavily onto the ground. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, his breath extremely weak. This damned woman! He was already about to concede, and yet she still continued to attack. "I declare." Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Xiao Jun shouted unwillingly, "I don't accept it. This woman is maliciously harming a fellow disciple. She has violated the rules." Lu Yuyan walked to the edge of the stage, looking down at the other party with a mocking expression. "How did I break the rules? You haven't conceded yet. Am I not allowed to attack? I was about to concede. But you hadn't said it yet, had you? You!" Xiao Jun looked resentful and was about to say more when he suddenly heard a sound transmission. "You unfilial disciple. If you've lost, you've lost. Stop making excuses and get off the stage now. Don't stay there and embarrass yourself." It was Song Mian's voice. It could be heard that there was a hint of anger in his tone. This was because his disciples' actions were too foolish. According to the rules of the competition, the opponent can continue to attack until the contestant says they concede. Although Lu Yuyan's behavior was a bit excessive, in the final analysis, she had not violated the rules. Moreover, she was from the Lu family. Even if she had violated the rules, the referee certainly wouldn't say anything. Xiao Jun was in a fit of anger just now and didn't think so much, but now that Song Mian said this, he quickly realized. "This damned bitch, I'll make you pay the price sooner or later." He cursed fiercely in his heart, dragging his injured body and slowly leaving. "That kick was a punishment for your disrespectful words. In front of this young lady in the future, watch your mouth," Lu Yuyan warned as she stared at his retreating back. Xiao Jun's steps faltered. His eyes flashed with anger, but he forcibly suppressed his urge to retort and quickened his pace to leave. Around the stage, the disciples all had faces of mixed emotions. Although the result of this battle was expected, the process was not what everyone had imagined. Xiao Jun had lost, and he had lost so thoroughly. Lu Yuyan actually possessed a rare spirit eye. Such a powerful talent was possessed by few even in the inner sect. No wonder she dared to be so arrogant. In the viewing area, after watching this match, Gu Shuqin had completely given up hope. Lu Yuyan's strength was too strong, so strong that it was despairing. Lin Yuan had almost no chance of winning in front of her. The amplification of a spirit eye on the cultivator is extremely great, and their strength far surpasses cultivators with a treasure body or a mortal body. Although Lin Yuan's talent was not weak and he had mastered 2 martial skills, he was still just a mortal body to Lu Yuyan. The gap between spirit and mortal cannot be bridged by a little talent. Wait, the energy in Yuaner's meridians is powerful. Could it be that he also has a kind of spirit body? Gu Shuqin suddenly thought of this, and hope rekindled in her heart. Relying on the help of that meridian, Yuaner might truly be qualified to fight against that Lu family girl. Below the stage, Lin Yuan frowned slightly after watching the battle. This Lu Yuyan's strength was a bit unexpected. Noticing his emotions, Ao Ling Shuang spoke. Xiao Yuan, are you worried that you can't beat her? Those innate spirit eyes of hers seem tricky to deal with. In the previous battle, she defeated the golden spirit treasure body almost without using any techniques. The treasure body is the weakest among all constitutions. It's reasonable that it would lose to the spirit eyes. However, the spirit eyes are only 1 level stronger than the treasure body. Your divine meridian is more than 1 level stronger than her spirit eyes. Oh, is the divine meridian that much stronger than the spirit eyes? Nonsense, the 9-yang divine meridian is one of the strongest innate divine powers in the world. How can a mere pair of spirit eyes compare? It's simply an insult to the divine meridian. Sorry, Sister Xuan, but my divine meridian is only 1 after all, and I can't unleash its full power yet. 1 is enough. That little girl's cultivation is only at the meridian opening stage, and she can't unleash the full power of her spirit eyes either. You don't need to be afraid of her. Go up there and beat her fiercely. Okay, I understand, Sister Xuan. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Sister Xuang's choice of words was really bold. However, after this conversation with her, he immediately felt more confident. Lu Yuyan, huh? You dared to call me trash before, then I'll let you see who the trash really is. Contestant Lin Yuan, please come to the stage. The referee's voice sounded, and Lin Yuan leaped up and landed on the arena. The previous battle just ended. Miss Lu, do you need some time to rest? The referee asked, considerately looking at the purple-clad girl. Lu Yuyan shook her head slightly. No need, dealing with Chao Jun didn't take much effort at all. Okay, then you can prepare to start on your own. The referee tactfully left, leaving the arena to the 2 of them. I didn't expect that the trash I accidentally saw in the training room would actually make it this far in the competition. You have indeed made me misjudge you. Lu Yuyan said with her arms crossed. Lin Yuan said indifferently, perhaps the surprises I give you will be more than this. Lu Yuyan scoffed, are you saying you are confident in defeating me? It's not impossible. Arrogant brat, even the golden spirit treasure body was vulnerable in my hands. What audacity does a mere mortal body at the 3rd level of the meridian opening stage have to say such words? You'll find out soon enough. Then let me see your strength. Don't disappoint me too much, otherwise this competition will be too boring. Lu Yuyan straightened her hands and spoke coldly. Her pupils were still purple. It seemed she planned to activate her spirit eyes from the start. Aren't you going to use a whip? I need to activate my spirit eyes to fight. Weapons are just a burden to me. For low-level cultivators, they don't rely much on spells to fight and usually engage in close combat. If the distance between the 2 is too close, weapons wouldn't be able to play much of a role. This is why Guan Mao was beaten so miserably by Lin Yuan. If he had thrown away his long sword and fought barehanded earlier, he might have lasted longer. Chapter 30, Intense Battle with Jade Swallow. Astonishment of the crowd. Lin Yuan understood this principle and nodded, saying, alright, let's begin then. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yuyan's figure flashed, and she was already within a foot of him. This girl has incredible speed, she must be using some kind of movement martial skill. With such a thought, he also used the 8 extremes pulse, flashing backward. Trying to escape? A trace of mockery appeared in Lu Yuyan's eyes, and she activated her martial skill again, catching up to him. My footwork is called Flying Swallow Shadow, a high-level profound movement martial skill. With the speed of your low-level martial skill, there is simply no way for you to escape in front of me. The girl spoke, and in an instant, she was beside him again, raising her palm to strike. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled calmly, fully activating the 8 extremes pulse, and his figure disappeared like lightning. Lu Yuyan's palm hit empty air, and her brows furrowed. How is that possible? Your speed is actually faster than mine? Are you also using a profound movement martial skill? She turned and questioned. Senior sister Lu is joking, my family is poor, how could I afford such a martial skill? The footwork I am using now is only a low-level mortal grade. Don't joke around, how could a low-level mortal movement skill have such speed? Although the grade of this martial skill is low, as long as the user has strong comprehension and cultivates it to great success, the effect is equally not weak. And the one you use is indeed a profound martial skill, but you have only grasped the surface, unable to unleash even half of its power, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan's face turned slightly gloomy. She had to admit that he was right, she had indeed not fully grasped the flying swallow shadow. Profound martial skills, theoretically, are not something a pulse-opening realm cultivator can use. At the very least, one would need to reach the core formation realm to unleash most of the power of such martial skills. So what if I've only grasped the surface? It's enough to deal with an ant in the 3rd level of pulse-opening realm like you. She snorted coldly and activated her footwork again, charging forward. Lin Yuan naturally did not stand still and also activated his martial skill, his figure moving like the wind. The audience could see 2 figures, one purple and one white, flashing continuously in the arena, making their eyes blur. Senior brother Lin is so fast, senior sister Lu can't touch the hem of his clothes at all. I didn't expect senior brother Lin to not only be good at attacking, but his speed is also top-notch. Heh, what's the use of being fast? The most important thing in a cultivator's duel is combat power. Without enough combat strength, no matter how fast you run, you won't be able to defeat your opponent. These two are too slow. When will they finally start a hearty fight? The disciples spoke one after another, with varying opinions. On the platform, the elders were also expressing their views. Although Lin Yuan's speed is fast, in terms of attack, he shouldn't be a match for Miss Lu. That's right, when he reaches his limit, that will be the time of his defeat. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten the scene where he defeated Shirya with his fist technique before? His attack power is no less than his speed. So what? In front of the purple radiant's spiritual eyes, all mortal bodies are ants. Lu Mo looked at the stalemate in the battle, his old face showing no hint of emotion. Although he didn't know how Lin Yuan could unleash such fast speed, speed alone was clearly not enough. Lu Yuyan didn't even need to chase, she only needed to wait until her opponent couldn't resist attacking, and then she could seize the opportunity to win. Gu Shuqin also understood this principle, her delicate face had her eyebrows furrowed, clearly worried about her disciple's victory. In the arena, Lu Yuyan had been chasing for a long time and had not touched him once, and her usually calm mind gradually began to become agitated. Boy, do you only know how to run? Do you dare to fight me head-on? The girl shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly flashed in the opposite direction, came to her side, and threw a fist, breaking through the wind. As you wish. You. Lu Yuyan was caught off guard and raised her hand to block, and was hit on the arm by his fist and staggered back a few steps. Bastard. This young lady will definitely teach you a good lesson. The opponent's abnormal attack made the girl's anger surge, and she rushed forward with all her might. Clap, clap, clap. The two exchanged blows, the sounds of skin and bones colliding echoing continuously, and the battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Seeing this, the entire audience was in an uproar. Lin Yuan was actually able to fight on par with Lu Yuyan. This was too unbelievable. Lu Yuyan was the possessor of the violet glimmering eyes, and even those with the golden spirit body were no match for her, so how could Lin Yuan hold on for so long? Could it be that this person also possesses a special physique? In the viewing stands, the elders were also showing surprised expressions, and were very curious in their hearts. Lin Yuan's ability to perform like this was clearly not normal, but they couldn't see anything special about him. Lu Mo, who had always been calm, finally showed a slight change in his expression. Yenner has never encountered an opponent of the same level, yet this kid is 6 small realms lower but can fight to this extent. He must have a big secret. He made a guess in his mind and at the same time decided to thoroughly investigate Lin Yuan after the match to see exactly what he possessed. Gu Shuqin swallowed her saliva. She finally realized that she had completely underestimated the strength of Lin Yuan's meridians. To be able to fight evenly with the violet glimmering eyes, what is the origin of Yuaner's meridians? Could they possibly be spirit meridians? Spirit meridians, like spirit bodies and spirit eyes, were natural divine powers second only to the holy body. What is the origin of Yuaner's meridians? Could they possibly be spirit meridians? Spirit meridians, like spirit bodies and spirit eyes, were natural divine powers second only to the holy body. If Lin Yuan truly possessed spirit meridians, then there was a real chance that he could compete with spirit eyes. On the arena, the two had been locked in a fierce battle for a long time, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Damn it! How can this kid's stamina be so strong? With the power continuously provided by my spirit eyes, I actually feel exhausted in front of him. As time went on, Lu Yuyan clearly felt that she was a bit unable to continue. Looking at the other party, he was still full of vigor, and the power and speed of his fists had not diminished in the slightest, as if he had inexhaustible energy. No! I can't keep going on like this. In the heat of the battle, she decisively made a decision, raised all her strength and threw a palm strike, forcing the opponent back, and then used her movement technique to retreat 10 meters. Seeing that the other party suddenly broke away from the fight, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Aren't your violet glimmering eyes very strong? Why are you retreating now? Lu Yuyan's pretty face was icy cold, and she said indifferently, I have to say, among this group of outer disciples, you are the most capable. In my opinion, everyone else is trash, but you have barely escaped the category of trash and can be called a fellow cultivator. If your strength were a little higher, reaching the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage, perhaps you would really have a chance to defeat me, but now, you have no chance. Chapter 31, Trump card deployed, victory in the finals. As she spoke, the purple light in her eyes suddenly burst forth, and the aura emanating from her body also surged. I have now activated the second stage of my spirit eye. In this stage, my strength will increase beyond my level, reaching the condensed core realm. Combined with the profound rank martial skill I'm using, you have no chance of blocking it, and you will also be severely injured. So, do you choose to concede, or will you take this attack? Her bright purple eyes stared at the man as Lu Yuyan spoke coldly. Staring into her pupils, the dazzling purple light shot directly at him, and Lin Yuan had to squint his eyes. His spiritual sense asked, Sister Frost, do you think I can withstand this attack? You can. But with my current strength, I'm no match for a condensed core cultivator, right? What are you afraid of? She can release all the energy of the purple radiance spirit eye, and you can also unleash all the power of the 9 yang divine meridians. When the time comes, the outcome is still unknown. Alright, then how do I unleash the power of the divine meridians to their fullest? I'll teach you. Aoling Shuang transmitted the method of activating the divine meridians to him. Lin Yuan quickly memorized it and immediately began to implement it. At this moment, the entire arena was in an uproar. Condensed core realm. She can actually increase her strength to the condensed core realm. Is this really still the outer sect competition? Are you sure it's not a battle between inner disciples? As Miss Lu said, there is absolutely no way Lin Yuan can block this attack. It's better to concede early, lest he suffer serious injuries and be left with hidden ailments. It's already amazing that a Pulse opening level 3 has made it to the finals. There's no need to fight for a championship that's impossible to win. The disciples spoke one after another, almost all of them believing that Lin Yuan was doomed to lose. On the high platform, the elders also shook their heads slightly, sighing. It's a pity for Lin Yuan. If it weren't for Miss Lu, he would have definitely won the championship in this competition. Indeed, and with his cultivation at Pulse opening level 3, making it this far is quite impressive. Among the past champions, he would be considered one of the best. Miss Lu's strength is simply a cut above the rest. It's enough to match an early-stage condensed core realm cultivator. It's not shameful for Lin Yuan to lose to her. Everyone thought the same, including Gu Shuqin. Yuaner, you've already done exceptionally well to get this far. There's no need to push yourself anymore. Concede and calm down. Your teacher mother will cook for you when you get back. She used her spiritual sense to transmit her voice. Hearing the beautiful woman's voice, Lin Yuan reassured her, Don't worry, teacher mother. I know what I'm doing. At this, Gu Shuqin deeply furrowed her brows. What does Yuaner mean? Does he plan to continue fighting? That's an attack comparable to a condensed core cultivator. How can Lin Yuan possibly block it? Seeing that he still hadn't conceded, everyone's expressions changed. Judging by this, is he perhaps planning to forcefully take Lu Yuyan's attack? In the audience, Song Mian couldn't help but laugh inwardly upon seeing this. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant brat, you're not surrendering in this situation? Just wait to be seriously injured and crippled. He seemed to already see the scene of Lin Yuan being crippled by Lu Yuyan's kick. The sect doesn't support useless people. When Lin Yuan has his disciple status revoked, he can unscrupulously attack him. Lu Mo looked at the young man, completely perplexed. He didn't understand why Lin Yuan hadn't conceded at this point. Could it be that he really has a reliance to fight against the Spirit Eye? On the stage, seeing that Lin Yuan still hadn't spoken, Lu Yuyan lost her patience and coldly snorted, Since you insist on courting death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, she jumped into the air. The same as the kick she used on Chao Jun, she bent her left leg, straightened her right leg, and like a wild goose, she suddenly fell, cutting through the wind with a swift attack. Falling goose wind cutting leg. This is a mid-level Xian martial technique, and with her temporarily enhanced cultivation, if it hits the opponent, Lin Yuan would be severely injured at best and perish at worst. Boom! At this moment, Lin Yuan's aura surged rapidly, instantly rising to the 9th level of the Meridian opening realm, his entire body radiating a fiery and majestic aura. Threw back fist. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive impacts, combined with the amplification of Yang Qi, its power directly approached that of a high-level Xian martial technique. Boom! Fists and feet collided, and with a loud bang, waves of heat surged out in all directions, the clothes of the two fluttering wildly. After their powers cancelled each other out for a moment, Lin Yuan was forced to retreat rapidly, stepping back more than 10 meters. Lu Yuyan's body, already suspended in the air, was now sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena stage. Puff! The young woman spat out a mouthful of blood, the color of her pupils turned black, her aura rapidly weakening, instantly falling back to the 9th level of the Meridian opening realm. At this moment, her face was full of disbelief. Lost? She actually lost? How could this be? She was the Violet Gaze Spirit Eye with unparalleled talent, yet she was actually defeated head-on by a junior in the 3rd level of the Meridian Opening Realm. She simply could not accept such an outcome. On the other side, Lin Yuan stabilized his figure. Although he didn't vomit blood, a trace of blood did overflow from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he was also injured. Yenner! From the high platform, Luomo shouted, flashing onto the arena stage, crouching down to help his niece up. The referee also jumped onto the arena stage, looking at the contestants on both sides, momentarily unsure of how to rule the match. Judging by the degree of injury, Lin Yuan should have won, but the other person was Miss Lu, and he, a mere outer sect elder, didn't dare to offend the Lu family. Elder, please announce the result. Our Lu family has lost. Lu Mo said calmly. Uncle Mo. Lu Yuyen's face was full of unwillingness. Enough, Yenner, I know you're not convinced, but the truth is as it is, you lost. Our Lu family is not a family that can't afford to lose, nor are we family who can't afford to lose. Lu Mo spoke with earnest and sincere guidance. Hearing this, Lu Yuyen slowly accepted reality, nodding and saying, I understand, Uncle Mo, I was possessed just now. Her growth from childhood to adulthood had been smooth sailing, and this was the first time she had encountered failure in someone her own age, so it was inevitable that she would be irrational and unable to face her own defeat. However, being a genius with the spirit eye after all, she quickly adjusted her mentality, turned her head, and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, I lost this time, your strength exceeded my expectations, I am really curious, what did you rely on to defeat me? Lu Yuyen's words entered everyone's ears, making everyone curious. What was it that Lin Yuan possessed? Could it be some kind of spirit body? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yuan understood that there was no use in hiding it, so he simply confessed, I possess a special meridian, and the combat power I exert when circulating my energy is far greater than ordinary meridians. Chapter 32, Top Grade Spiritual Vein? Confessions of Love from the Women. A special vein? Could it be a spiritual vein? But even if it's a spiritual vein, it shouldn't be enough to defeat a spirit eye from a higher level, right? Just as they were pondering, Lu Mo stepped forward, came to Lin Yuan's side, and asked, May I examine your body? Although it was a question, if the other party disagreed, he would definitely check it by force. There was no helping it, Lin Yuan was just a small, unsupported disciple, who simply couldn't refuse a request from an inner sect elder. You may. He agreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo immediately raised his hand and placed it on the other's shoulder, releasing his spiritual sense into the young man's body. He soon discovered the anomaly in Lin Yuan's meridians. This is yang energy, such dense yang energy, also accompanied by immense power. How can there be such powerful meridians in the world? Lu Mo was horrified. Even the well-informed him had never seen such powerful meridians before. It was almost 10 times stronger than ordinary meridians. One meridian was equal to 10 of a normal person's. No wonder this boy was so heaven-defying. Seeing her clan uncle's surprised expression, Lu Yuyen couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Uncle Mo? Is there anything unusual about his body? Lu Mo withdrew his spiritual sense and retracted his hand. Miraculous. Too miraculous. I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a miraculous person. This boy is truly extraordinary. Yenner, you didn't lose unjustly. Oh? Lu Yuyen became even more curious and asked, What's so miraculous about him? His meridians are filled with extremely vigorous yang energy, like a dragon or a tiger, inexhaustible. The strength and quantity of energy are above your spirit eye. What? Lu Yuyen exclaimed, Stronger than my spirit eye? What kind of meridian is that? Is it a spiritual vein? The others were also shocked. If it were a spiritual vein, shouldn't it be on par with a spirit eye? How could it be so much stronger? Lu Mo explained, Spiritual veins, spirit eyes, and spirit bodies all have grades. Your violet radiance spirit eye belongs to the high-grade spirit eye, and this meridian of his, if I'm not mistaken, should belong to a top-grade spiritual vein. Top grade. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a grading system, but just from the description, the term top grade sounded extremely powerful, surpassing even the high grade. Lu Yuyen frowned and asked, Then how strong is this top grade? How much stronger is it than my high grade spirit eye? Lu Mo stroked his beard and said solemnly, To give you an analogy, if we were to compare these grades to a cultivator's cultivation level, low grade is equivalent to the first stage, mid grade is the second stage, high grade is the third stage, and top grade is equivalent to the ninth stage, second only to a sacred body. Ninth stage. Hearing this, everyone was awestruck. As expected of a top-grade spiritual vein, it was far stronger than ordinary spiritual bodies and spirit eyes. With such a spiritual vein to assist him, it was only natural that Lin Yuan defeated Lu Yuyen. Top-grade spiritual vein? Second only to a sacred body? Lin Yuan couldn't help but find it laughable. It seemed that these ignorant fellows didn't know the fame of the 9 Yang Divine Vein. Although he was misunderstood, he didn't stand up to clarify. These things became more complicated the more they were explained, and even if you told the truth, they wouldn't believe it. It was better to let them think what they wanted. Second only to a sacred body was fine, time would prove everything anyway. After hearing the old man's words, Lu Yuyan didn't believe it right away, but instead doubted, is it really just a top-grade meridian? I feel that his fighting power isn't weaker than those with sacred bodies. Lu Mo's eyes widened. What are you saying? Have you ever fought against someone with a sacred body? No, but his endurance and strength are terrifying. If it were just a spiritual V, I don't think it would be able to improve to this level. You're overthinking it. Above spiritual veins are divine veins. That kind of powerful meridian is enough to cross an entire major realm to fight. You definitely wouldn't last 3 moves against someone with a divine vein, so how could you have fought with him for so long? That's what they say, but I think, enough, I can't be mistaken about this. You were injured in the fight just now, hurry down and heal. Under the old man's urging, Lu Yuyan frowned and glanced at Lin Yuan again before jumping off the stage. Elder, can the result be announced now? Lin Yuan whispered. Since Elder Lu had already said that, the referee naturally didn't hesitate any longer and immediately announced, Lin Yuan wins this final match. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin is amazing. Senior Brother Lin, I love you. The disciples cheered and praised him. Through this competition, Lin Yuan successfully established his prestige among the outer disciples. It wouldn't be long before his name spread throughout the entire outer sect. Those who made it into the top 10, follow me to the affairs hall to receive your rewards. Geng Xiu stood up and spoke, moving towards a pavilion. 10 disciples, including Lin Yuan, followed him. Senior Brother Lin, my name is Sume, I'm 18, and I've admired you for a long time. Can we get to know each other? Senior Brother Lin, I've just come of age and have never had a Dao partner. Can you consider me? Junior Brother Lin, don't pay attention to those little girls. Your senior sister, possesses a famed vessel and is extremely skilled in bedroom arts. I can cultivate with you day and night. Does Junior Brother like that? As soon as he stepped off the stage, on the way to the affairs hall, Lin Yuan was surrounded by a group of female disciples. Their lustful gazes seemed like they wanted to devour him whole. Move aside, move aside. A bunch of gaudy women, how could Senior Brother Lin be someone you can touch? Suddenly, someone broke through the crowd and quickly squeezed next to Lin Yuan, hugging the man's arm like a protective mother beast, her face full of vigilance as she surveyed the surrounding women. Lin Yuan was her man, Miao Yizi's man, how could she let these women share her senior brother's affection? Seeing the woman who had suddenly appeared, the other women showed expressions of displeasure. What are you being so arrogant about, little bitch? Do you think Senior Brother Lin would even look at you? Miao Yizi, you have the nerve to fight for Senior Brother Lin? Don't you look at your reputation in the outer sect, it's so stinky, and you still come to disgust people. Get lost, you little slut. Don't you dirty our Senior Brother Lin with your body. Just as Miao Yizi was about to argue back against the women's attacks, Lin Yuan raised a large hand and pulled her into his embrace, speaking loudly, Yizi is my woman. If anyone dares to insult her again, they insult me. Do you understand? Ha! Not only the women, but even the male disciples on the periphery were dumbfounded. What was going on? This bitch actually had a man? Wasn't she someone who never let any man take advantage of her? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, a warm current surged in Miao Yizi's heart. She was so moved she was about to cry. Mother, father, did you see that? Yizi has finally found the man who cherishes me. In shock, the women recovered and spoke up in succession to warn him. Senior Brother Lin, you definitely haven't heard about this woman's deeds, let me tell you. Senior brother, don't be deceived by her pure appearance. This woman is just a vixen, who knows how many men have been charmed by her. Junior brother, do you actually like this kind of green tea girl? Senior sister, I can do it too. Chapter 33, Champion Rewards. 2 women bicker. Hearing the incessant noise, Lin Yuan's face showed impatience. He waved his sleeve, using his powerful Yuan energy to push the women back, and said coldly, I am fully aware of EZ's situation, no need for your reminders. She has already been criticized and educated by me, and has reformed. I hope you will not discuss her past actions again in the future. With that, he scooped up Miao Ez into his arms and quickly leaped away from the women's encirclement. Watching the 2 figures depart, the female disciples' faces were filled with resentment. They didn't understand, what exactly were that little slut's good qualities? Why was Senior Brother Lin so good to her? Wasn't it just that she was a bit prettier? Although their looks couldn't compare to that slut, they weren't bad either, were they? Not long after, inside the affairs hall. As the champion of this year's grand competition, Lin Yuan successfully received the champion reward 3,000 yuan stones and a coagulating pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. My cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the chi channeling realm. I'm far from being able to use the coagulating pill. For him right now, the spirit ascension pills that the other 9 received were more useful. After distributing the rewards, Deng Xiu heard the young man's words and chuckled. In the past, grand competition champions were always cultivators at the 9th level of the chi channeling realm. The coagulating pill was perfect for helping them break through to the coagulating realm. Only you, kid, are the exception. Lin Yuan put away the pill and nodded. I also didn't expect to achieve such a result in my first time participating in the grand competition. I originally only wanted to test the waters. This shows that you have exceptional talent. No one in the outer sect is your match, and you will inevitably enter the inner sect in the future. Hearing him mention the inner sect, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, I heard that as long as one breaks through to the coagulating realm before the age of 30, they can enter the inner sect. Is that true? Deng Xiu nodded slightly. That's the saying, but actually, the requirements for entering the inner sect have nothing to do with cultivation level. As long as you pass the inner sect assessment within the specified age, you can become an inner sect disciple. Inner sect assessment? Lin Yuan's face showed confusion. He hadn't heard Gu Shuqin mention this last time. Yes, the inner sect assessment is not difficult for cultivators in the coagulating realm. Therefore, as long as the age and cultivation level are met, almost 100% can enter the inner sect. I see, no wonder I've never heard anyone mention it. Lin Yuan finished speaking and suddenly thought of something and asked again, according to you, can cultivators below the coagulating realm also participate in the inner sect assessment? Yes, but although the assessment is very simple for disciples in the coagulating realm, it is quite difficult for cultivators in the chi channeling realm, and it is almost impossible to pass. Therefore, no chi channeling realm disciple will sign up for the inner sect assessment. Has there ever been a chi channeling realm disciple in the sect's history who has successfully passed the inner sect assessment? There has been. At this point, Deng Xiu paused and then shook his head and smiled, but there are too few, only a handful, and they were all geniuses with saint-level physiques. Those of us with ordinary physiques should not even consider it. Saint-level physiques? Lin Yuan murmured under his breath. His 9 young divine meridian talent should be no less than that of various saint-level physiques. In that case, he might have a chance to break the assessment record. Deng Xiu continued, although your spiritual meridian is strong, there is still some gap compared to saint-level physiques, so don't think about this matter anymore. Solidly break through to the coagulating realm, and you can naturally enter the inner sect. Anyway, with your talent, it shouldn't take a few years to successfully reach the coagulating realm. Lin Yuan did not refute his words, but instead clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. I will take my leave first. Go ahead, cultivate well. The future of my Cloud Ripple sect depends on you young ones. Deng Xiu patted the young man's shoulder before departing. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings and saw the other 8 contestants, but didn't see Lu Yuyan's figure. She hadn't even come to collect her reward. She probably looks down on the sect's meager Yuan stone rewards, he speculated in his heart. Outer sect disciple residential area. When Lin Yuan returned to the courtyard, it was already dusk. Under the setting sun, a variety of delicious dishes were laid out on the stone table. Gu Shuqin and Miao Yizi were already sitting beside it, waiting to begin eating. Yuaner, you're back. Gu Shuqin said gently. Yes, why did Master make so many dishes today? Lin Yuan sat down beside the 2 women, a smile on his face. Isn't it to celebrate you winning the championship? You really gave Master a big surprise. A radiant smile bloomed on Gu Shuqin's delicate face. She was truly happy today. Even her wedding day with Qinren wasn't as joyful as this. Watching her disciple overcome all obstacles, defeat all opponents, and finally sit on the champion's throne, the amazing joy was beyond words. Lin Yuan was also extremely happy to see his master so delighted. He humbly said, I didn't expect to win the championship so smoothly either. Maybe it was luck. Miao Yizi pouted and said, What luck? It's all because of your strength, okay? Even a strong person like Lu Yuyan was defeated by senior brother. There's no one in the outer sect who can compete with you anymore. Gu Shuqin agreed, that's right, Yuaner winning the top spot in the competition is of course due to his own strength, it has nothing to do with luck. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, Master is too kind, I could achieve this all thanks to your careful nurturing. Gu Shuqin smiled wryly and said, You're really giving me too much credit, wasn't defeating Lu Yuyan all because of the spiritual veins in your body? Master didn't help you much. Nonsense, didn't you help me with dual cultivation? You're talking nonsense again. Didn't I say we were just co-cultivating? That's the same thing. Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Gu Shuqin's face turn slightly unnatural. After all, their relationship was still that of master and disciple. To use such words with this identity was really embarrassing. Miao Yizi chuckled and said, Master, why bother with those worldly views? The cultivation world values strength. Only with great strength can one earn the respect of others. To put it bluntly, if senior brother was strong enough, he could force you to be his, and no one would say anything. Moreover, you are a widow now, your original spouse has already passed away, isn't it normal for you to yield yourself to the next man? Gu Shuqin bit her lip and remained silent for a long time, sighing softly, you're right, I'm too concerned with those worldly concepts. Hee, next time we'll serve senior brother together. Ah, how can that be? Why can't it be? We're all senior brothers women anyway, once we're in bed, aren't we supposed to call each other sisters? Nonsense. You little hussy, where did you learn all these wicked ways? I just want to add some spice, master is too proper. You won't be favored later on this way. You little girl, you're starting to teach me now, are you? Gu Shuqin raised her fist playfully, pretending to hit her. Niao Yitzi quickly hid in Lin Yuan's arms, timidly saying, senior brother, won't you say a word for me? Lin Yuan stroked her head and cautioned her, master is a traditional woman, how can she accept your open-minded ideas? Say less of this nonsense in front of her in the future. Although he liked Miao Yitzi's flirtatious personality, he had also imagined master becoming like that. But after all, every woman is different. Gu Shuqin's mature and gentle side was the master he envisioned, and he also liked her gentle and considerate manner with a little bit of a childish side from time to time. If her personality changed suddenly, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Understood, senior brother. Miao Yitzi stuck out her pink little tongue and sat back down in her chair. Dinner continued when suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. The three turned their heads to look, and after seeing the person's face, their expressions all changed. It was actually Lu Mo. This was an inner sect elder. A Yuan Dan realm figure suddenly coming to find them. What could be the matter? Could it be that he's here for revenge because of Lu Yuyan's defeat? A series of thoughts flashed through their minds. Gu Shuqin, as the elder, took the lead in getting up and bowing. Outer sect elder Gu Shuqin, greetings, elder Lu. Outer sect disciple Lin Yuan, greetings, elder Lu. Outer sect disciple Miao Yitzi, greetings, elder Lu. Subsequently, the other two also got up and cupped their fists, their attitudes respectful. Lu Mo waved his hand and said, everyone, there's no need to be so formal. I'm not here to cause trouble today, but rather to bring the Lu family's goodwill. Upon hearing the words goodwill, the three subconsciously thought that the Lu family was trying to win them over. After all, Lin Yuan had performed so brilliantly in the outer sect competition, possessing such powerful meridians. His talent was indeed extraordinary, and he would inevitably become a strong figure in the future. It was reasonable for the Lu family to want to win him over. As they expected, Lu Mo continued, Nephew Lin, I would like to invite you to join the Lu family and become our honorary guest. Honorary guest? Lin Yuan asked, confused, what does an honorary guest do? What are the responsibilities and obligations? An honorary guest is similar to a mercenary. They must fight for the family when the family needs it, but otherwise, there are no other duties. Lu Mo smiled and then continued, Nephew, you are only in the Meridian opening realm right now, so we won't need you for the time being. Therefore, you don't need to do anything for us. On the contrary, we will continuously provide you with resources. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, you get benefits without having to give anything in return, is there really such a good deal in this world? Lu Mo frankly stated, it's not like you don't have to give anything at all, it's just that you're too weak right now. Even if there are small tasks to be done, it wouldn't be your turn. Once you become a strong figure in the future, perhaps the Lu family will need your help. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, understanding. So, you're essentially investing in me ahead of time? Yes, and I promise, the Lu family places no restrictions on honorary guests. It's equivalent to a nominal position. Not only will we not order you to do anything, but we will also protect your safety. You just need to remember this favor once you become stronger. Lu Mo said sincerely. Lin Yuan admitted that what he was saying was very tempting. To be able to obtain resources and protection when he was weak was like sending charcoal in the snow to him. As for what would happen after he became powerful, there was nothing to worry about. With the strength of his 9 young divine meridians, even if the Lu family encountered some trouble, he should be able to resolve it easily. With his heart moved, he turned to look at the beautiful woman, seeking her opinion. Gu Shuqin's thoughts were similar to Lin Yuan's. She nodded in agreement, we can accept your invitation, but are you sure that you won't restrict Yuaner's freedom or interfere with his choices? Lu Mo said solemnly, please rest assured about that. Our Lu family is a renowned righteous family, and we would never make things difficult for our honorary guests. Gu Shuqin echoed, yes, I also believe in the Lu family's reputation. They wouldn't do such things. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and said, Yuaner, your martial aunt thinks that you can agree to their proposal. What do you think? Lin Yuan nodded his head, alright, I agree to become your honorary guest. Lu Mo immediately said happily, nephew is wise. Since you have chosen to join the Lu family, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Then, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to the other party. This is a spirit-raising pill. There are 10 of them inside. Consider it my old man's welcome gift. Spirit-raising pill. And 10 of them. The 3 were all shocked. This was a 4th grade pill. After consumption, it could directly raise a cultivator's cultivation level, and there were no side effects at all. The market price is around 2,000 spirit stones. Such expensive pills, Luomo just gave them away like that, and 10 at once. This is too generous. It was the first time Gu Shuqin had come into contact with such a large amount of pills, and she subconsciously refused. Elder Lu, this is too precious, we can't accept it. Luomo placed the jade bottle on the table and said calmly, just a few chi boosting pills, you can take them. Besides, I have something else to give to my junior nephew. Something else? These pills were already worth 20,000 spirit stones, and he was saying there was more? Is the Lu family so lavish? While the 3 were surprised, Luomo had already taken out a long sword from his spatial ring and presented it to them. This sword is called Azure Frost. It's a spiritual weapon containing ice attribute energy. After infusing it with Yuan energy, it can unleash considerable power. Junior nephew, why don't you try it? The old man tossed the long sword, and Ling Yuan quickly caught it. The moment he grasped the hilt, he felt a freezing chill emanate from his hand. This is a spiritual weapon? While surprised, he circulated his energy and poured Yuan into the sword. Buzz! The sword immediately emitted a humming sound, and a piercing coldness burst forth from the blade, quickly spreading throughout the courtyard. This sword is extraordinary. The 3 thought in unison. Elder Lu, Azure Frost sword has such power, its rank must be quite high? Gu Shuqin asked. Luomo stroked his beard and said, it's just 100 pattern spiritual weapon, barely passable. 100 pattern spiritual weapon and he calls it barely passable? This is too much of a flex. The reason spiritual weapons are called spiritual weapons is because they are engraed with spirit patterns, and the number of spirit patterns determines their rank. Below 10 patterns is a 1 pattern spiritual weapon. 10 spirit patterns mark a 10 pattern spiritual weapon, 100 pattern 1, 1,000 pattern 1, and 10,000 or more a 10,000 pattern spiritual weapon. And above 10,000 pattern spiritual weapons are king and emperor weapons. Such powerful magical instruments are too distant for ordinary people. Most low-level cultivators from average families are fortunate enough to possess a 1-pattern spiritual weapon. A 10-pattern spiritual weapon is considered quite valuable for cultivators in the chi refining realm, and generally only those in the core formation realm are qualified to use them. And a 100-pattern spiritual weapon, even the lowest quality ones, start at tens of thousands of spirit stones in shops. Judging by the quality of Azure Frost sword, it's definitely worth more than that. Lin Yuan also understood the preciousness of a 100-pattern spiritual weapon and immediately declined. Elder Lu, this sword is good, but with my current strength, I can't unleash its full power. Please take it back. He knew that accepting so much from the Lu family would make him feel indebted to them. Chapter 35, Accepting Favors. Matriarch's admonition. Luomo pushed the sword back, a look of nonchalance on his face. Nephew, you're too polite. You're a guest elder of our Lu family. These things are just basic benefits for guest elders. Once your strength improves, there will be even more resources for you. More resources. Lin Yuan was slightly shocked. The bottle of pills and the spiritual sword in front of him were already worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. More, as the other party mentioned, wouldn't that be hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones? For a cultivator of his ordinary background, this was an astronomical figure, unimaginable. Seeing his silence, Luomo smiled and reassured him, nephew, there's no need to be surprised. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are nothing to our Lu family, just a trivial expense. If it can gain us the friendship of a prodigy like you, then it's undoubtedly a worthwhile deal. Hearing this, all 3 nodded secretly. The Lu family was one of the most powerful families under the Cloudmist sect, with an annual income of at least tens of thousands, if not millions. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were indeed nothing to them. In comparison, the friendship of a future powerhouse was undoubtedly much more valuable. Yuan, agree to him. Gu Shuqin suddenly transmitted her voice. Lin Yuan worriedly said, I'm afraid that if I take their benefits, I'll be controlled by them in the future and find it hard to repay the favors. Gu Shuqin comforted him, the Lu family is vast and wealthy, they won't make any demands on you for a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Besides, with your current weak strength, you can't help them at all. Just repay the favors slowly in the future. They don't expect you to do anything right now. The beautiful woman's words made sense. For him, the Lu family's olive branch was not necessarily a bad opportunity. Therefore, under the old man's expectant gaze, Lin Yuan finally nodded and said, alright, then I will be under Elder Mo's care from now on. Upon receiving this response, the old man immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. From now on, nephew, you are a guest elder of our Lu family. We will definitely do our best to nurture you. The young man in front of him was the owner of an extreme-grade spiritual vein. It was hard for him not to be happy to have successfully won over such a prodigy. Lin Yuan clasped his hands while holding the sword. "Thank you for your favor, Elder Mo. I am very grateful." The old man patted the other party's shoulder. "Alright, we're practically family from now on. No need to be so polite in front of me. Besides the pills and the weapon, is there anything else you need? This old man can do my best to get it for you." Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "No need, no need. These are already enough. I can't digest anything more at the moment." Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. He had already received such great favors from the other party for no reason, and he already felt indebted, so he naturally dared not ask for more. Lu Mo also thought it was about enough, so he said, "Okay, this is the token of our Lu family, representing your status as a guest elder. With this, you can move more smoothly within the sect and deter some petty villains." While speaking, he took out a token engraved with the character Lu and handed it to the other party. Lin Yuan took the token and nodded. "Okay, I am once again in your debt. I told you not to be so polite. Since you've joined the Lu family, these are all things you deserve. If you encounter any trouble after entering the inner sect, you can come to me anytime." This old man still has some connections in the sect and can resolve quite a few issues. Yes, Junior will keep it in mind. "Oh, right, nephew, yesterday, I examined your meridians and found that you have only opened one, but you have already broken through to the 3rd level of the meridian opening realm. How is that? I'm also not sure. It might be because the meridians in my body are a bit special and I need to break through major realms before I can open the next one. Is that so?" Lu Mo pondered, thinking that it was normal for the extreme-grade spiritual vein to be different from ordinary meridians, so he no longer delved into the matter and said goodbye. "Well, I have nothing else to say. Since the agreement is made, this old man will take his leave first. You all continue your meal." Having said that, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the courtyard. Looking at the long sword in his hand and the jade bottle on the table, Lin Yuan was still a little bewildered, his mood unable to calm down. 10 chi boosting pills, and 100 patterned spiritual weapon. He had obtained them so easily? And temporarily without having to pay a price. Was this really not an illusion? "Alright, Yuaner, put away the spiritual sword and the pills, and remember not to expose them easily in front of outsiders, lest they arouse covetous hearts." Gu Shuqin picked up the jade bottle and handed it to the young man. Lin Yuan came back to his senses and was about to put away the pills when he suddenly thought of something and stuffed the jade bottle back to her. "Aunt Master, these chi boosting pills are quite valuable, you should take them." The beautiful woman immediately pushed the jade bottle back and said sternly, "This is something the Lu family gave specifically to you, how can I misappropriate it?" Lin Yuan didn't care. "You and I are one, there's no difference between me using them and you using them, just take them." "Nonsense. You've just stepped onto the path of cultivation. It's the time when you need resources the most. Any benefits we obtain should be used by you first, because only if you become stronger can you protect me and protect Yitzi. Do you understand?" Gu Shuqin said these words earnestly, her pretty face full of seriousness. Miao Yitzi was originally quite envious of the chi boosting pills, but after hearing the beautiful woman's words, she immediately understood. "Senior brother, Aunt Master is right. For the 3 of us right now, the most important thing is for you to become stronger first, and then you can protect us." She looked at the man, her small face filled with sincerity. "But you also need resources." "Silly boy, women are different from men. As long as a man is strong enough, it doesn't matter if a woman is a failure, and besides, once you grow up, wouldn't it be easier to obtain resources to help us?" Gu Shuqin's words made Lin Yuan no longer hesitate. He directly put away the pills and nodded heavily. "I understand, Aunt Master. I will definitely work hard to become strong and protect you." Alright, the food is getting cold, hurry up and eat." After the 3 finished eating, they started their joint cultivation as usual. In order to give them equal benefits, Lin Yuan divided his time equally, ensuring that both women's cultivation could improve simultaneously. Another half-month passed. In the courtyard. "Aunt Master, the outer sect activities have all ended. I plan to go home and take a look recently." Lin Yuan, having packed his daily necessities, said to the beautiful woman. During this period, through hard work day and night, coupled with taking pills, he had successfully broken through 2 more small realms, reaching the 5th level of Qi channeling. Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi had also respectively broken through to the 3rd level of Qi condensation and the 1st level of Qi channel. "Ah, senior brother, are you going home?" Suddenly hearing this news, Miao Yitzi was quite surprised. She had recently successfully opened her Qi channels and was in a particularly good mood. She had been thinking that with this progress, she would be able to break through to the later stages of Qi channeling this year. She had not expected Lin Yuan to leave so quickly, which would definitely cause her rapid cultivation progress to stagnate. Chapter 36. Saying goodbye to the two women, encountering Song Mian. Lin Yuan responded, "Yes, it's been 3 years since I came to the Cloud Ripple sect and haven't been home. My parents must miss me, it's time to go back and see them." Though he called them his parents, they were actually his adoptive parents. However, the two treated him very well, so he regarded them as his own. A traveler away from home for a long time will always return. 3 years is quite a long time for mortals. You should indeed go back and visit them, and send my regards to the elders. Gu Shuqin agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. "Yes, I will tell them. It's all thanks to master and mistress care that I am who I am today." Gu Shuqin smiled and shook her head. "We only assisted you, it's mainly due to your own efforts. Mistress is being modest. If you hadn't accepted me as a disciple a year ago, perhaps I wouldn't be where I am today." "Well, that's true, I guess it's fate." "Senior brother, can I go back with you?" Mu Yizi asked eagerly. Lin Yuan tapped her forehead. "What would you go for? Want to meet my parents? It's not impossible. Don't talk nonsense. If I brought you back now, my parents would definitely want you to give them a big fat grandson." "Ah, we're cultivators, we can live for many years, is there such a rush?" "We are cultivators, but they aren't." "Of course, they'd be anxious, especially since I am already an adult." Oh, that's true." Mu Yizi looked thoughtful, then suddenly said seriously, "If it's with senior brother, Yizi is willing to have children for you." Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Gu Shuqin's eyes, and she immediately said, "Stop it, you silly girl. What are you doing meddling in Yuaner's family visit? You don't even know his parents, you'd just be a nuisance." Mu Yizi pouted, feeling aggrieved. "I just want to spend more time with senior brother." Lin Yuan comforted her. "There will be plenty of opportunities to spend time together in the future, there's no need to be hasty. And I'm only going back for about half a month, I'll be back soon." Hearing that he would only be gone for half a month, both women secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shuqin pretended to say, "Half a month seems a bit short? It's okay to stay at home a little longer." Lin Yuan smiled. "That is my home, and this is also my home. I not only want to be with my parents, but also want to spend more time with you." The beautiful woman's heart warmed, and she said gently, "Okay, go early and come back early, be careful on the road. Senior brother, your junior sister will always wait here for you to return." The three exchanged a few more words, then the two women personally escorted the man to the sex exit. Finally, under their reluctant gaze, Lin Yuan leaped onto his steed and galloped away amidst the sound of hooves. In the vast forest, Lin Yuan was riding his horse when suddenly a whoosh sound came. A cold light swiftly arrived, aimed directly at the black-maned horse beneath him. "Ow!" The horse let out a painful cry, collapsing to the ground from the momentum. Lin Yuan reacted quickly, leaping up before the cold light arrived, landing steadily on a thick tree branch. Looking down, he saw a silver arrow stuck in the horse's belly. The terrible power emitted from the arrow was destroying the black horse's life force. "This is the Wind Stunning Arrow, a 10-pattern spirit tool. The arrow contains Yuan energy, your horse has no chance of survival." A voice came from nearby. Lin Yuan looked to his side and saw a middle-aged man in black holding a longbow standing on a tree, greedily staring at him. Song Mian. Lin Yuan recognized him and frowned. "Why did you attack me?" The man stopped pretending and said directly, "Of course, it's for the things you have." He had waited desperately outside the sect for half a month, always looking for an opportunity. But Lin Yuan never went out, staying in his courtyard to cultivate every day, not even going to the training hall. Therefore, he even suspected that the other party had something going on with Gu Shuqin, otherwise why would they be together all day and not come out? But none of that mattered anymore, he had finally found an opportunity, and the other party's good fortune would soon be his. Sensing the desire in the man's emotions, Lin Yuan already understood Song Mian's intentions. It must have been the meteor that night that made him think he had gained a lucky encounter, which was why he had improved so much. "Sister Xuan, what do we do? Can you handle this person?" Lin Yuan could only seek help from Ao Ling Shuang now. Song Mian possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, which was far superior to Lu Yuyan's short-lived Qi condensation cultivation. Therefore, even if he fully activated the 9-yang divine meridian, he would still not be a match for this person. "Don't panic, I can use my mental power to help you fight. Can you defeat him?" "Of course, although I'm seriously injured, the strength of my mental power is still strong, enough to defeat a Qi-gathering cultivator. This mere Qi condensation cultivator dares to ambush us, he's simply courting death." Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved and smiled, saying, "Uncle Song, what are you talking about? This disciple doesn't understand." Song Mian sneered, "Are you still pretending to be stupid at this point? Do you think I've forgotten what happened that night?" "What happened? Are you referring to the meteor?" "Yes. That meteor. You must have gotten a treasure from it that night." "Uncle Song is joking, I'm just a weak disciple in the Qi opening realm, even if I really got a treasure, I definitely wouldn't be able to use it." Mentioning the chi opening realm, Song Mian's expression suddenly changed. That's right, didn't you used to be at the 5th level of body tempering? How did you break through to chi opening in just a few days? You must have gotten some precious medicine, tell me the truth. Facing the aggressive man, Ling Yuan remained calm. Does uncle really want to know? Song Mian's eyes lit up. Are you admitting to having obtained some good fortune? That's right, I did indeed obtain something. What is it? Before answering this question, uncle should first tell me the real cause of my master's death. Lin Yuan's gaze was sharp as he stared directly at the other party. Upon hearing this, Song Mian pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Since you insist on knowing, then I'll tell you, Shinran was killed by me. As expected. The smile on Lin Yuan's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. Why did you kill my master? What wrong did he commit? Or did he do something that wronged you? Heh, his contribution points were ahead of mine, and that was his biggest mistake. You killed someone just because of that? What? Isn't that reason enough? Ridiculous. My master was humble, kind, and righteous. He treated everyone with kindness and considered you a close friend, fulfilling your every request, and yet you attacked him for such a small benefit. You are truly a scoundrel. Ha 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 ha. Song Mian laughed again. What do you know? What use is benevolence? What use is morality? In this world, only benefits are eternal. With Qin Ren's foolish nature, even if I didn't kill him, he would have been killed by someone else sooner or later, so I can be considered to have helped him be free sooner. Absurd! So my master should be thanking you? That's right, not only him, but also you. If you hadn't met me today, the things on you would have been taken by others. You should just obediently hand them over, and your uncle will protect you in the future. Clang! Facing this heartless beast, Ling Yuan could no longer tolerate it. He drew his sword and leaped forward, transmitting his voice. Sister Xuan, please lend me your strength. Chapter 37, Killing the Murderer, Avenging the Master. Alright. Ao Ling Shuang immediately released her spiritual power, injecting it into the young man's body. Boom! Lin Yuan's momentum surged instantly, breaking through the 9th level of the opening meridian stage and advancing into the core condensation stage. Seeing the opponent attacking, Song Mian was about to mock his overestimation of his abilities, but before he could speak, the opponent's cultivation had improved so much. How is this possible? For a moment, he was shocked. With his knowledge, he had never heard of a secret technique that could increase a person's cultivation by a whole major realm. What method did Lin Yuan use? In his shock, the young man had already approached him and swung his sword at him. Clang! Song Mian immediately raised his longbow, blocking the attack. Zzzzzzz. A frigid aura constantly emanated from the blade, and he could even feel the temperature of the entire longbow rapidly decreasing. Break for me! Lin Yuan suddenly exerted force, injecting all his Yuan Qi into the Azure Frost sword, and swung his sword down again. Ding! This time, the longbow finally broke under the pressure and was cut in half by the sharp blade. Looking at the damaged longbow, Song Mian cried out, "No! My wind surge bow! Rather than feel sorry for your spiritual weapon, you should worry about yourself first." Lin Yuan's cold voice came. Song Mian looked up, and a silver-white sword blade came into view. Swoosh! In desperation, he could only raise his arm to block, but how could his flesh and blood body withstand a 100-patterned spiritual sword? Before long, he was covered in cuts and wounds, and even an arm was severed and flew to the side. Junior nephew, please show mercy. Have mercy. What happened with Qinren was my fault. I admit my mistake, please forgive me this once. As the sword cut him, he desperately begged for mercy. However, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. The force of his swings did not weaken at all, but instead grew stronger. What's the use of begging for mercy now? My master must have begged you for mercy before he died. Did you let him go? As he swung his sword, Lin Yuan spoke with intense killing intent. Arrogant brat. If you want to kill me, then let's die together. Seeing that the other party was not willing to stop, Song Mian knew he would surely die today, so he directly detonated his chi core, and his whole aura inflated wildly. Run! He's going to self-destruct. Ao Ling Shuang said urgently. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank. He activated the 8 extremes pulse to its full potential, and with a quick flash, he retreated. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a powerful force erupted from the opponent's body, sweeping wildly in all directions. A moment later, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Lin Yuan stood on a high tree branch, looking down into the distance. The spot where Song Mian had been was now a deep pit. The soil was scorched black, with no traces of grass or trees, and the opponent's body could not be seen. It seemed that the self-destruction had obliterated his body, leaving nothing behind. Lin Yuan thought. Luckily I had the 8 extremes pulse to help. I barely dodged the self-destruct wave. He looked down at his undamaged clothes and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his actions had been a moment slower, he would probably have been caught in the aftermath and suffered heavy damage. Go see if he left behind a storage bag or space ring. Ao Ling Shuang reminded him. Lin Yuan jumped down from the tree branch and came to the scorched pit. After searching for a while, he successfully found a storage bag. Someone like Song Mian, a peripheral elder, probably couldn't afford a space ring. This should be his only relic, he speculated. Storage bags, as basic spatial tools, usually only have a volume of 1 or 2 cubic meters and cost a few hundred yuan stones on the market. Lin Yuan himself had a storage bag, which was a gift from Qin Ren when he became his disciple. Thinking of the elder who had been so kind to him, Lin Yuan's eyes could not help but sting, and he choked up, saying, "Master, your disciple has finally avenged you. I will take good care of mistress from now on. I hope you can rest in peace." As his master's only disciple, Qin Ren had taken great care of him, and he had received much kindness from the man, which was why he was able to rise from the first level of body tempering to the 5th in a year. The dead cannot be brought back to life, so you don't need to be too sad. As long as you work hard to become strong and take care of your mistress, I believe he will rest in peace, Ao Ling consoled him. Lin Yuan wiped the corners of his eyes and said with renewed vigor, "Yes, I will certainly live up to my master's expectations and become a powerful cultivator as soon as possible." Having said that, he put away his grief, quickly released his spiritual sense, and entered the storage bag, surveying its contents. Most of it was filled with yuan stones, with only a few daily necessities, some grain-avoiding pills, a book, and a talisman. About 1,000 yuan stones, that's not a lot. Lin Yuan was a little disappointed, but then he remembered that his master and mistress savings were only a few thousand yuan stones, and he was relieved. After all, the sex reward ceremony had not yet taken place, so Song Mian had not received any rewards either, and probably didn't have anything valuable. It's better than nothing, 1,000 yuan stones is not bad. Wait, what are these two? Lin Yuan noticed the book and the talisman and chose to take out the talisman first. He saw that the words Binding Core Talisman were written on the talisman. Binding Core Talisman? What is the effect of this talisman? He couldn't help but feel curious. Ao Ling explained, the purpose of the Binding Core Talisman is to bind the Qi Core. It is only effective against cultivators in the core condensation realm, and those who are affected by it will be unable to self-destruct. Unable to self-destruct? Is that the only effect? Yes. That's a bit too useless. As with his previous fight against Song Mian, even if the man wanted to self-destruct, he was confident that he could escape and avoid the damage of the explosion. Moreover, the Binding Core Talisman only had the effect of preventing explosions, and it couldn't suppress an opponent's combat power, which meant it was almost useless in battle. After all, you would have to force your opponent to the point of self-destruction before you would consider using this talisman. If you couldn't matter if you had the talisman or not. He was saddened by this, and then shifted his spiritual sense to the book. With a thought, he summoned it out and held it in his hand. At first glance, the cover clearly stated annotations on the Tao of Arrays, basics. Annotations on the Tao of Arrays? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, could this be about the knowledge of the Tao of Arrays? As he said this, he opened the book to take a look. Heaven and earth are born from the Tao. The Tao is seen in arrays. Arrays are arranged by people, and people are in harmony with the rhythm. Therefore, the Tao of arrays lies in the people's ability to understand the rhythm. The complex information on the pages made Lin Yuan's head spin, and he said helplessly, the Tao of arrays is really difficult to learn. No wonder this book barely has any signs of being read. It seems that Song Mian got it by accident, and since he couldn't learn it, he never bothered to look at it. Ao Ling opened her lips and said, none of the 4 minor paths arrays, alchemy, crafting, and talismans are simple. If they were so easy to learn, everyone could be a superior artificer. For the sake of convenience, people grouped the array masters, alchemists, crafters, and talisman masters into the same category, known as artificers. Because these 4 paths were difficult to cultivate and depended heavily on talent, all of them held a high status among cultivators. Yes, alchemists and crafters can exchange the elixirs and spiritual weapons they make for large amounts of yuan stones. Talisman masters can also earn money by drawing talismans. If I could become one of them, I wouldn't have to worry about yuan stones anymore. Lin Yuan sighed. Ao Ling smiled disdainfully, you're too shallow if all you see is profit. Do you know why the Tao of Arrays is ranked first among arrays, alchemy, crafting, and talismans? Why? Because the Tao of Arrays is ever-changing. It can be used to create offensive arrays as well as defensive techniques. Compared to the fixed nature of alchemy, crafting, and talismans, the Tao of Arrays has infinite possibilities and is the only minor path that can greatly increase combat power through the mastery of the Tao. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, you're right. The way of arrays is different from the other 3 ways. Master of arrays can directly translate into combat power. A cultivator fighting against an array master of the same level would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Ao Ling Shuang responded, the higher the array master's level, the more obvious their combat advantage becomes. So, if you have time, you might try learning it. Who knows, you might actually have a talent for this path of cultivation. After putting the books into his storage bag, Lin Yuan looked at the black horse corpse not far away and sighed helplessly. Without a means of transportation, I can only walk home. Although the Meridian opening realm allowed him to scale walls and walk on rooftops, it still required physical exertion. Having a horse would certainly be much easier. Since he had ridden for an hour before encountering Song Mian, he was already some distance from the sect. Going back to find a horse was unrealistic, so it was better to continue on his way and buy a horse at the next city. Half a day later, Lin Yuan finally reached the nearest city. After entering through the city gates, he asked a passerby for the location of the stables and went there immediately. "Shopkeeper, do you have horses for sale?" Lin Yuan asked directly upon entering the shop. The owner, a middle-aged man, replied apologetically after understanding the customer's purpose. "I'm sorry, young man, all the horses in my stable have been bought out. There are none left." "All bought out?" "Yes, that customer not only bought all my horses but also contracted all the horses in the city stables. So, even if you go to other places, you won't be able to buy a horse." "Ah." Lin Yuan frowned deeply upon hearing this. Not being able to buy a horse here meant he would have to go to the next city, which, according to the map, was 100 kilometers away. It would take him at least 2 or 3 hours to get there, even without resting. Going home is turning out to be so troublesome. Is my luck really that bad? Lin Yuan sighed. "Shopkeeper, are the horses ready? I've come to collect them," a young man said as he entered the shop. Yes, I'll get them for you right away," the shopkeeper replied, turning to enter the stables to bring out the horses. Lin Yuan, who happened to encounter this major customer, went forward with a tentative attitude and asked, "Brother, I heard that you've contracted all the horses in the city. May I ask why?" The young man turned his head, noticing the other person's neat attire and distinguished air. He thought the other person might have some background, so he said gently, "Our family has purchased a lot of goods in a nearby city. Relying on manpower to transport them is too slow, so we bought some horses to carry the supplies." Lin Yuan realized, "I see. That's unfortunate. I encountered an accident on my way home and lost my horse, so I came to buy one. I didn't expect them all to be contracted." "Oh, where is your home, brother? If it's on the way, maybe we can give you a ride." "My home is in Falling Cloud City." "Falling Cloud City?" The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What a coincidence. Our destination is also Falling Cloud City." "Ah, you're also going to Falling Cloud City?" "Yes, my name is Deng Rui, and I am a member of the Deng family in Falling Cloud City. This time we're taking supplies back to the Deng family." The Deng family. Lin Yuan remembered that there was indeed such a family in the city, but if he remembered correctly, the Deng family was just a small family. Why would they need so many supplies? Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask. Instead, he said, "Since our destinations are the same, would it be possible for me to join you?" Deng Rui smiled. "Taking someone along is not a problem, but this." He raised his hand, rubbing 2 fingers together, his meaning clear. Lin Yuan immediately understood and smiled. "Thank you for the ride, brother. Consider these spirit stones as a token of my gratitude." He took out 2 spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Deng Rui was flattered. "Oh, brother, you are too kind. I couldn't possibly accept this." Though he said that, his hand didn't hesitate, and he took the spirit stones and put them away in the blink of an eye. It's nothing. I'm the one who should be embarrassed to ask for a ride home." Lin Yuan was outwardly polite, but inwardly disdainful. This hypocritical fellow, if he wanted money, he should just say it directly. Why pretend to be so indifferent to fame and fortune? "Good brother, since we're both from Falling Cloud City, we're fellow townsmen, so don't stand on ceremony with me." Deng Rui familiarly raised his arm and draped it over Lin Yuan's shoulder, then asked, "By the way, brother, which family in Falling Cloud City are you from? I might have heard of your clan." The other party could casually take out 2 spirit stones, so his family must not be weak. Deng Rui speculated in his heart. Lin Yuan chuckled, "I have no family. My parents are both mortals. You probably wouldn't know them." "Mortals?" Deng Rui frowned. This person was so generous, how could he come from a mortal family? "Young master is joking. With your youth and talent, you must be a child of some great clan. Are you hiding your background because you're worried about something?" He suddenly smiled, cautiously probing. Lin Yuan said calmly, "I'm not hiding anything. I truly don't have a good background." "Then why did you leave Falling Cloud City and travel thousands of miles to this city?" "Because I'm a disciple of the Cloud Ripple sect. I'm returning to Falling Cloud City to visit my relatives and need to pass through this place." "The Cloud Ripple sect? So you're a top disciple of the Cloud Ripple sect. My respects." Upon learning the other party's origin, Deng Rui immediately revealed a look of reverence, clasping his hands in admiration. Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Brother Deng, you're too kind. I'm just an outer sect disciple, not worthy of being called a top disciple." Hearing this, the respect in Deng Rui's eyes instantly vanished, and he thought with disdain, "So he's just an outer sect disciple. I thought he was so powerful. In the Cloud Ripple sect, as long as a cultivator broke through to the chi refining stage, they could become an outer sect disciple, and if their family had connections, even a body tempering realm cultivator could enter the outer sect. Therefore, for families with a little power, the identity of an outer sect disciple was nothing special, only slightly stronger than ordinary people at the bottom. What they truly coveted was the identity of an inner sect disciple. Only by entering the inner sect could one enjoy the preferential benefits of a sect member. Those precious resources were far beyond what the outer sect could offer. Deng Rui was now in his early 20s and had broken through to the chi refining stage with the resources of his family, but he had not entered the outer sect of the Cloud Ripple sect. These families had good conditions themselves and did not need to rely on the meager resources of the outer sect to cultivate. Generally, they would only go to the Cloud Ripple sect and directly enter the inner sect to cultivate after breaking through to the core formation stage. As for why Lu Yuyan occasionally came to the outer sect to cultivate, it was probably just a young lady coming to experience life out of boredom. Brother Lin is too modest. Although outer sect disciples are not official disciples, they're still very impressive. Many people can't even dream of becoming one. Deng Rui didn't reveal his disdain, but instead complimented him with a smile. Even so, Lin Yuan could hear the implication of belittlement in his words. These family scions seem approachable, but in their bones, they look down on common heirs. If I hadn't taken out those 2 spirit stones, he would have found an excuse to get rid of me. Lin Yuan saw through the other party's hypocritical facade but did not point it out, instead smiling calmly, Brother Deng, you flatter me. I'm just a disciple who just entered the outer sect, still far from entering the inner sect. Chapter 39, Deng Rui seeks help, sharing a ride with beauty Brother Lin. There's no need to belittle yourself. Aren't all inner disciples once outer disciples? As long as you work hard enough, you'll definitely have your chance. Deng Rui withdrew his arm from the other's shoulder and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Well, I'll take Brother Deng's kind words. As he said this, he saw the shopkeeper leading a group of horses out of the stable and announced loudly, Sir, all your horses are here, 23 in total. Please count them. Alright, Deng Rui turned to count the horses. After confirming the number was correct, he handed over the money. The quantity is right. This is the agreed upon price. Please count it as well. The mortal realm was unlike the cultivation world. They didn't use spirit stones for transactions, but rather coins and silver notes. Spirit stones were too valuable. Just one could be exchanged for 10,000 mortal coins, enough for a family of 3 to spend for several years. Therefore, when Lin Yuan took out 2 spirit stones, Deng Rui's attitude was so enthusiastic. After all, ordinary chi refining stage cultivators could only earn a dozen spirit stones a month through hunting and gathering herbs. Taking out 2 at once was equivalent to a few days' work for nothing. Therefore, in his eyes, Lin Yuan's spending was quite extravagant and implied a wealthy background. He didn't expect he had miscalculated. Outer disciples receive 10 spirit stones per month. This kid must have just joined the outer sect, unaware of the value of spirit stones, hence his extravagant spending. Deng Rui thought this, then mounted his white horse and turned his head, saying, Brother Lin, before returning to Falling Cloud City, I still need to go to a few other stables to pick up the rest of the horses. You can ride one for now. Once we're out of the city, I'll arrange a seat for you. Okay. Next, Lin Yuan followed him on a loop around the city, collecting about 50 or 60 horses before finally leaving. Not far from the city gate, Deng Rui led the horses there. The 2 dismounted together, and Deng family members nearby began loading the goods piled on the ground onto the horses' backs. Then, one by one, they mounted their horses. After all the goods were loaded, Deng Rui awkwardly realized that everyone had a horse, and there wasn't a single one left over. Lin Yuan also noticed the situation and couldn't help but frown. There wasn't even one extra horse. Was the other party going back on his word? Sensing his change in mood, Deng Rui immediately reassured him, Brother Lin, please don't worry. Since I said I would take you home, I'll naturally keep my word. With that, he quickly turned, strode to the frontmost carriage, pulled open the curtain, and climbed inside. Inside the cramped carriage, a young woman with a beautiful face was in closed-eye meditation. Suddenly interrupted, she opened her eyes in displeasure and said, Didn't I tell you to prepare the supplies and get ready to depart? Why are you bothering me? Deng Rui sat opposite the woman, rubbing his palms, a little embarrassed. Sister Shi, I've run into a bit of trouble and humbly request your help to solve it. What trouble? I met a fellow townsman in the city who wanted to buy a horse to go home. Since we bought all the horses, he hoped we could give him a ride. Considering he was a fellow townsman, I agreed. I thought there would be extra horses for him to ride, but who knew we'd have just the right amount? Isn't that a problem? A fellow townsman? Is he from Falling Cloud City? Yes, it's quite a coincidence to meet someone from the same city thousands of miles away. Did you receive any benefits from him? No, I just felt it was fate that we met, so I agreed. Heh, stop putting on an act in front of me. With your penny-pinching personality, would you help a stranger for no reason? This, sister, she's insight is sharp. I did receive some benefits. What benefits? 2 spirit stones. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flickered slightly. She lowered her voice and asked, what's his background? Did you find out? Deng Rui didn't care at all, sister she, no need to be so reserved. I've already inquired, he's just a cultivator from a commoner family. The reason he's so extravagant is because he just became an outer disciple of the Yunlan sect and doesn't understand the value of spirit stones. Once he learns, he'll definitely regret it. Spirit stones weren't easy to earn. Even with their family, after deducting all expenses, their annual net income was only a few hundred, less than 1,000. 2 spirit stones didn't seem like much, but as far as travel expenses went, it was already a huge overpayment. Upon hearing the words commoner and outer disciple, the woman's cautious expression vanished instantly and she scoffed, then let him share a ride with one of the clan members. Deng Rui said with difficulty, the horses are full of supplies, there's no room for a second person. The woman's beautiful eyes widened, then what do you suggest? Are you telling me to ride in the carriage with him? Deng Rui smiled apologetically, sister she, isn't there an empty space in your carriage? It's empty anyway, so let him take it. Besides, the journey back isn't that far, we'll reach the family tomorrow. Hearing this, the woman clicked her tongue, her face showing some reluctance. If the other person was a woman, it would be fine, but a man would inevitably make her uncomfortable. After all, since childhood, she had never been alone with a man outside her family, and the carriage space was small. Sitting face to face, their feet would almost touch. If there were any physical contact due to the bumpy road, how embarrassing would that be? Sis, just help little Roy this once, I've already promised him, how can I go back on my word? You don't want me to be a person of no integrity, do you? Unable to resist her younger brother's repeated requests, the woman finally said, alright, just this once. Next time, you must ask me before doing anything like this. Okay, sister she. Finally persuading her, Deng Rui breathed a sigh of relief and immediately left the carriage, quickly walking to Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, I've already spoken to my sister. On the way back, you'll share a carriage with her. Ha? Lin Yuan's face froze. Share a carriage with her? Is that convenient? What's inconvenient about that? You're not going to do anything, it's just sharing a ride. With that, Deng Rui winked at him. My sister is a great beauty. This ride is really a bargain for you, kid. Lin Yuan's lips twitched, speechless. Riding in a carriage wasn't doing anything, so how could it be a bargain? However, traveling by carriage was more convenient for cultivation than riding a horse. That was a good point. He didn't ask why he wasn't riding in the carriage and he was on horseback. The supplies on the horses were valuable, and it certainly wouldn't be appropriate for an outsider like him to come into contact with them. Therefore, sitting in the carriage was the most suitable option. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, brother Deng. No trouble at all, I took your things, so of course I have to handle things well for you. As Deng Rui spoke, he led him to the carriage and continued, this is the one. Just get in. By the way, my sister doesn't like men staring at her, so, don't worry, brother Deng, I know my manners. Lin Yuan replied lightly, then opened the curtain and entered the carriage with ease. Chapter 40, A Beauty's Surprise. Secret affection blossoms. As soon as he entered the carriage, a faint fragrance of a young woman's body filled his nostrils, making him feel inexplicably pleasant. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over her figure from bottom to top. Her delicate feet were encased in pale pink embroidered shoes, above which was a light green long dress. 3,000 strands of dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her features were exquisite, her appearance beautiful. As Deng Rui had said, this woman was indeed quite attractive, comparable to Mu Yizhi in beauty. If he had not experienced those two women, he might have been captivated, but having tasted the meat already, his reaction was naturally not as intense. On the other side, Deng Fushi suddenly saw this uninvited guest, an expression of surprise involuntarily appearing on her face. How handsome! Was this the handsome man that little Rui had spoken of as his fellow villager? Why didn't that guy tell me earlier? The young woman silently grumbled. She had thought he was a rough and rugged man, but she hadn't expected him to be so good-looking. It was a pleasant surprise. He is indeed good-looking. What a pity his family background is so ordinary. If only he were a bit wealthier, she thought, sighing lightly to herself, her surprise tinged with regret at his background. Hello, my name is Deng Fushi, from the Deng family in Luoxiao City. Little Rui should have told you about our destination, right? Yes, I am Lin Yuan, and I am sorry to trouble you on your journey back. You're welcome. Everyone has difficulties. It's fate that we meet like this. After exchanging a few polite words, they each began to cultivate. Deng Fushi took out a green bean-sized pill and was about to consume it when she noticed Lin Yuan's actions, causing her to freeze in place. A spirit stone? He was actually using a spirit stone to cultivate? That was too extravagant. Lin Yuan, holding a spirit stone, was absorbing its energy when he suddenly noticed her astonished gaze. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Miss Deng?" No, it's just, Mr. Lin, do you always cultivate using spirit stones? Yes, is there a problem with that? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Wasn't a spirit stone supposed to be used for absorption? Why was she so surprised? Deng Fushi explained, it's not a problem exactly, it's just that spirit stones are quite precious for small families. We usually exchange spirit stones for chi pills to cultivate. One spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 chi pills, which is enough for several days of cultivation. But if you use a spirit stone to cultivate, you'd use one up in about a day, which is a huge waste. Lin Yuan understood. When he was in the body tempering realm, he couldn't use spirit stones because he hadn't opened his meridians. He'd only broken through to the meridian opening realm a few days ago, so he didn't know about this. His master and mistress hadn't mentioned it either, perhaps because their elders' stipends were enough for them to cultivate with spirit stones. It does sound a bit wasteful, but isn't the efficiency of cultivating with spirit stones higher than with chi pills? He asked. It is higher, but it's also a real waste. At least the younger generation of our Deng family can't afford such a drain, Deng Fushi replied. Besides the above reason, there was also the fact that meridian opening realm cultivators couldn't fully absorb the chi within a spirit stone. Usually, after absorbing about half, the rest couldn't be extracted, which only changed when they reached the core formation realm. So usually, meridian opening realm cultivators wouldn't directly cultivate by absorbing spirit stones. They would use more economical chi pills instead. Of course, it was different for wealthy families. Lin Yuan smiled calmly. Thank you for the explanation, Mississippi. I'll continue to cultivate then. Ah, you still plan to use a spirit stone to cultivate? Yes, I have enough spirit stones for now, and efficiency is more important to me. Lin Yuan said before closing his eyes to cultivate. He still had 3,000 spirit stones from the sex rewards in his storage pouch, along with some of his monthly stipend, enough to cover his cultivation expenses. Seeing how serious he was, Deng Fushi felt quite puzzled. She had already said as much, why would he still use spirit stones to cultivate? Could he be that rich, with plenty of spirit stones? Or was he deliberately pretending to be rich in front of her? If it was the latter, then it was far too foolish. In the end, she still couldn't see through his true nature and could only shake her head, taking a chi revitalizing pill to begin cultivating. Half a day later, the sun set and night fell. The Deng family stopped their journey, dismounted their horses, and started a bonfire on the spot, preparing to rest. Lin Yuan and Deng Fushi also emerged from the carriage, sitting cross-legged near the bonfire. It's difficult to see at night, and if we encounter demonic beasts, it'll be hard to deal with, so we generally don't rush on our journey after dark, Deng Fushi explained proactively, without Lin Yuan having said a word. For some reason, she always found this man very mysterious, which made her unconsciously feel drawn to him, and she couldn't help but strike up a conversation with him. On the side, Deng Rui and the rest of the Deng family were dumbfounded upon hearing Deng Fushi speak. What was going on? The young miss had taken the initiative to talk to a man? And a stranger she had just met. Had the sun risen in the west? Lin Yuan smiled knowingly and said softly, "Thank you for letting me know, Miss Deng. It is indeed not advisable to travel in the dark. Safety is paramount. Yes, I just don't know if it's delaying your time. It's alright, I'm not pressed for time." That's good then. After their exchange, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed cultivating. Deng Rui quickly approached the young lady, perplexed. "Sister Shi, what's going on with you? Could it be you've taken a liking to this pretty boy?" Deng Fushi's fair cheeks flushed red, and she immediately denied. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm the young miss of the Deng family, how could I fall for a man so easily?" Deng Rui, noticing her unusual reaction, teased, "The beauty loves the handsome, it's only normal for Sister Shi to react this way." After saying that, his expression changed, and he cautioned, "This guy is indeed very handsome, but his family background is humble and not worthy of you. Even if you like him, father certainly wouldn't agree, so please, Sister Shi, calm down, put away these unrealistic thoughts." Deng Fushi said, embarrassed and annoyed, "What nonsense are you talking about? I never said I liked him, so what's with the worthy or unworthy? And what do you mean by unrealistic? Do you think I'm so foolish that I wouldn't understand these things?" Deng Rui chuckled, "I'm just worried about you, that's all. Since Sister Shi understands, then I, little Rui, have said too much." Deng Fushi suddenly composed herself and said with a serious tone, "I think this person is not ordinary." "Ah, why do you say that? Look at what he's holding in his hand." Hearing this, Deng Rui turned his head and saw that the other man was holding a piece of spirit stone and absorbing it. "This is a spirit stone?" "Yes, he's using a spirit stone to cultivate." "No way. He told me himself that his background was ordinary and that his parents were mortals. How would he have the means to absorb spirit stones? Perhaps we've all guessed wrong. His family background is indeed ordinary, but his talent is exceptional, and he was appreciated by the higher-ups of the Cloud Ripple sect, thus receiving a large number of spirit stones." Deng Fushi reasoned with logic. Deng Rui nodded thoughtfully. What sister she says does make sense. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why he's so generous, giving me 2 spirit stones right away, and even cultivating directly with spirit stones. He must have a powerful backer. Chapter 41 Night Raid. Azure Frost drawn at this moment. The way he looked at Lin Yuan was different. Before, in his eyes, Lin Yuan was just an ordinary cultivator, not worth mentioning. Now, he had transformed into a disciple of a great figure of the Cloud Ripple sect. This enormous gap was like heaven and earth. Recalling the contempt that he had previously revealed in his words, Deng Rui couldn't help but want to slap him twice. Damn it! I'm such an idiot. Such a powerful figure was standing right in front of me, and I didn't recognize him. I must be blind. Luckily, he hadn't offended the man. Otherwise, 100 Deng families wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Shijia, we must do our best to please him. If we can latch onto such a strong backer, the Deng family's rise to prominence will be just around the corner. Deng Rui excitedly transmitted his voice. Deng Fushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at her younger brother. You little rascal, weren't you just telling me to stay calm? Why are you now saying we should please him? Deng Rui scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. That was then, this is now. Before, I was blind and didn't recognize his status. Of course, I didn't want Shijia to be with a poor nobody, but now that I know how powerful he is, Shijia, you have to take the initiative. Deng Fushi was speechless. Her brother's change in attitude was too extreme. Was it necessary to be so opportunistic? Although she did have some good feelings towards Lin Yuan, it had nothing to do with his background, right? She just purely admired his aura. Yes, it was his aura. There was no other reason. While the siblings were talking, a cry of pain suddenly rang out. Ah! The sudden commotion caused everyone to quickly turn their heads. They saw a Deng family member collapsed on the ground, a long, deep wound on his body, blood flowing continuously from it. It seemed there was no hope for him. Who are you bastards daring to hurt my Deng family's people? Deng Fushi shouted, her gaze shifting away from the family member, quickly locking onto a few men in black. Miss Deng, this time we'll be taking your Deng family's lives on behalf of heaven, the leading man said, his tone cold and arrogant, clearly not taking the group of family members seriously. Deng Fushi frowned. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The man said nonchalantly, someone paid to buy your lives, we're just doing our job for the money. Who is the employer? It's against the rules to say. How much did they offer? I can double it for you. Deng Fushi knew that they were prepared and were likely not their match, so she tried to pay them off to avoid disaster. The man chuckled, 100 spirit stones for an ordinary family member. You and Deng Rui are worth more, 2,000 spirit stones each. Can you afford that? Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the Deng family members sank. According to what the man had said, they would have to come up with at least 4,000 spirit stones to escape this calamity. That was a significant number even for the head of the family, not to mention these family members. Deng Fux pleaded, Sir, we don't have that many spirit stones on us. Could you grant us a day? Once we return to the Deng family, I'll certainly offer you all the spirit stones. The black-clothed man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. If I let you go back, will I still be able to get the spirit stones? Do you think we're fools? Finishing his words, he waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, attack! Clang! The sound of swords being drawn resounded. A group of men in black released their auras, revealing their pulse-opening realm cultivation. Pulse-opening realm. These people were all at the pulse-opening realm. At this moment, Deng Fushi's heart sank to the bottom. The strongest among them was her at the 5th level of the pulse-opening realm, followed by Deng Rui at the 3rd level. The rest of them were all at the body-tempering realm. With their strength, they were definitely no match for these men in black. Damn the employer. Deng Fushi cursed under her breath, took out a talisman, and said with a heavy heart, There's no other way, I can only use this to escape. I'm sorry, clansman. On the other side, Deng Rui also took out a talisman, about to activate it, when suddenly a whoosh sound was heard. A sword light flashed in an instant, and the head of the leading black-clad man was severed by a single stroke, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, the biting coldness freezing the blood. Everyone was shocked. What just happened? How did the leader die just like that? The rest of the men in black were all stunned, completely forgetting the fight. Lin Yuan, holding the Azure Frost sword, glanced at them and said indifferently, Will you end it yourselves, or shall I do it? Hearing this, the men instantly reacted, dropping their long swords and desperately trying to escape. The leader had the cultivation of the 9th level of opening meridian, yet he died under the sword of that common-clothed youth without even uttering a scream, which meant the opponent was very likely a condensing core cultivator. Such a powerful figure was beyond the reach of their opening meridian ants, so they didn't need to think twice. Their first reaction was to run. Run quickly, maybe there was a chance of survival. If they were any slower, they might also die in the opponent's hands. Watching their backs, a hint of mockery flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he stepped forward lightly. 8 Extremes Pulse. Under the activation of the martial skill, he caught up to the fleeing men in black with just one step, successively swinging his long sword, killing them one by one. The Deng family members stood frozen, staring at the scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dead. All dead. In just a short moment, all these opening meridian mercenaries had been wiped out. How terrifying was that young man's power. No wonder the young miss was so close to him, so this was the reason. Shoo! Lin Yuan walked back, took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood off the blade, and whispered, "Did the Deng family make some enemies? They even hired cultivators to kill you." Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Deng Fushi immediately bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, young master. The Deng family is eternally grateful." Deng Rui also bowed deeply. "Your noble action is greatly appreciated. The Deng family will always remember this favor and will surely repay it in the future." Lin Yuan said calmly, "No need to be so polite. It was just a coincidence that we traveled together and I just lent a hand." Those black-clad men were mostly freelance cultivators who were hired, with no background, so he had no scruples killing them. Deng Fushi smiled wryly. "Your casual act to us is a life-saving grace, and we must repay you no matter what." Lin Yuan nodded. "Then we can talk about it after we return to Falling Cloud City." He didn't act for reward, but because those mercenaries would not let him go after killing the Deng family. So, he might as well strike first and avoid watching a slaughter. Deng Fushi nodded, answering his previous question. "The Deng family hasn't offended any enemies. If we really have to say it, the Sun and Lu families in the same city might have some grudges with us." Chapter 42, The Denglin's Compliments, A Young Girl's Feelings. Lin Yuan recalled that within Luoshao City, the Sun family and the Lu family were the two most powerful families, almost controlling all the city's resources. Today, the Deng family was attacked. Could it be because they infringed upon their interests? Deng Fushi saw what he was thinking and confirmed. In recent years, our Deng family has received some kind of opportunity. The family head's strength broke through to the core condensation realm, and therefore the entire family's status has risen, catching up with the Sun and Lu families, becoming the third largest family in Luoshao City. Lin Yuan understood. "So they look at the Deng family with displeasure and join forces to target you?" Deng Fushi bit her lip. "Yes, the city's cake is only so big. They certainly don't want a third party to come in and share it. Our long-distance purchase of supplies this time was to prepare for the battles that might happen next." Lin Yuan expressed understanding. "In this situation, you should indeed prepare well." "Yes, I didn't expect that the disputes between our families would involve you, young master. I'm truly sorry." "It's alright, I only killed a few mercenaries. It is not considered meddling in this matter. If the Sun and Lu families dislike me and want to deal with me, then I am not afraid of them either," Lin Yuan said calmly, his expression showing no ripple. Luoshao City was just a small city. The strongest cultivators in the two major families were only at the core condensation realm. With Ao Ling Shuang's assistance, he could easily kill them. Gulp! Hearing the young man's arrogant words, everyone couldn't help but swallow. They didn't doubt that he had the strength. He could easily kill a few high-level meridian opening mercenaries. Such performance was enough to show that he had already stepped into the core condensation realm and his cultivation was comparable to the heads of the two families. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not like the two major families, with a large family to worry about the life and death of their clansmen. As a sect disciple with no ties, he didn't need to worry about anything when killing people. If he couldn't win, he would run and return for revenge when he had developed better in the future. Such a person, family forces generally did not want to offend. "Young master's strength is high. This girl admires you to the extreme." Deng Fushi once again cupped her hands in praise, then turned her head and ordered, "Everyone, check the supplies and see if there are any losses. Also, deal with the body of that family member, lest we attract any demonic beasts." Receiving the young lady's orders, everyone acted one after another, first checking the supplies one by one, and then using shovels to dig a deep pit, burying the bloody corpse. After doing this, they stopped, gathered around the campfire to rest, and at the same time, took out the prepared dry food to eat quietly. Lin Yuan didn't bring any food, so he directly ate a fasting pill and sat cross-legged alone. It could be seen that no one dared to approach his vicinity, and all the Deng family members were full of respect for him. Deng Fushi sat in the place closest to Lin Yuan, her delicate hands holding a few thin cakes. Although she was the young miss of the Deng family, she couldn't afford fasting pills and ate dry food like her clansmen. "Young Master Lin, have you had dinner? Do you need some of my thin cakes here?" She didn't see clearly what pill Lin Yuan had taken, and seeing that he had not eaten all day, she came up to ask thoughtfully. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Deng. I just ate a fasting pill, so it's not necessary." Lin Yuan declined. Fasting pill. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. This pill was worth several yuan stones, which didn't seem expensive, but buying food and meat only cost a few coins, almost with no consumption, and if you were to take fasting pills, you would spend tens of yuan stones a month. Even core condensation realm cultivators were reluctant to eat like this. The few fasting pills in Son Mion's storage bag were probably rewards from the sect. If he were to buy them himself, he would definitely feel the pain. Lin Yuan could actually afford fasting pills, no wonder he was a high disciple of a sect. At this moment, the expressions of the clansmen became even more respectful. The young woman, realizing the man's identity, couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. Deng Fuxi, Deng Fushi, he's a disciple of an inner sect powerhouse, how could he not afford a qi replenishing pill? It's ridiculous that you even asked him if he wanted to eat dry rations, that's just too embarrassing. It was like a maid asking a young master if he wanted to eat leftovers, anyone would think you were crazy. Quickly taking back the flatbread, she coughed twice lightly. Ahem, I apologize, young master. It was presumptuous of me. Please don't take offense. It's nothing. I need to cultivate, so you should all go rest as well. Okay. Deng Fushi returned to her spot as if relieved of a great burden, and after finishing her dry rations, she began to cultivate as well. During this time, she would occasionally open her eyes and steal a glance at the man, her expression somewhat resentful. This bad guy, clearly possessing the strength of the core formation realm, and with money to afford qi replenishing pills, why did he deceive them by saying he was an outer sect disciple? It almost made her think he really was of common birth. The young woman puffed out her cheeks, then couldn't help but find an excuse for him. Maybe it's inconvenient to reveal his identity while traveling. Ah, so strong, so handsome. If only he were my husband. A thought suddenly popped into her head, and she quickly shook it off. He was a highly esteemed disciple of a Cloudlark sect powerhouse, his status noble and extraordinary. How could he possibly look at her, a small family's child? Perhaps it was simply a missed connection. Sighing softly inwardly, she cast aside her complicated thoughts and focused on her cultivation. The next day, a sliver of morning light spilled across the horizon, and the group packed their belongings, setting out on their return journey once more. Inside the carriage, the man and woman sat facing each other, quietly cultivating. After last night's ambush, Deng Fushi's attitude towards Lin Yuan became even more respectful, not daring to be even slightly neglectful. She even wiped the cushions in the carriage clean before getting in, just to leave a good impression on him. Roar! Suddenly, a powerful beast's roar echoed from the forest, piercing through everyone's eardrums. Nay! The galloping white horses were instantly startled, abruptly stopping in their tracks, letting out cries of fear. In the cramped carriage, the horse's sudden stop caused Deng Fushi's body to be thrown forward by inertia, and she plunged forward. Lin Yuan was cultivating when suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and the young woman's delicate form had already fallen into his arms, pressing tightly against him. It all happened so suddenly that neither of them reacted for a moment. Ah! Deng Fushi uttered a soft cry, quickly pulling away from his embrace and sitting back in her place, her fair face flushed crimson. This was the first time in her 20-plus years that she'd had physical contact with a man, so it was inevitable that she'd feel flustered. Just now, I was actually so close to him. Recalling the man's firm, broad chest, the young woman felt intensely shy. Her beautiful eyes remained lowered, afraid to look up for a long time. This Miss Deng's body is quite soft. Lin Yuan was also reliving the sensation from just now, a slight agitation arising within him. I've only been away from my master's wife and my junior sister for a day, and I'm already losing my composure. My self-control still needs improvement. He shook his head inwardly, suppressing his desires. At that moment, he heard a family member's voice from outside the window. Miss, there was a beast roar in the forest just now, scaring the horses. Are you all right? Chapter 43, Beauty in Desolation. Seeing parents again upon hearing this, Deng Fushi composed herself and replied, It's nothing, let's continue on. That's good. The group set off again, and the carriage returned to its quiet state. However, due to the close proximity just now, the atmosphere between the two was inevitably a bit awkward. After a while, Deng Fushi couldn't help but slightly lift her eyes, glancing at him, only to meet his gaze. Her heart tightened instantly, and she quickly looked away. In comparison, Lin Yuan was much calmer. Seeing the beauty's restrained demeanor, he took the initiative to speak. Ahem, my apologies, Miss Deng, I was being presumptuous just now. Deng Fushi shook her head and said, It's nothing, just an accident. Moreover, I should be the one who disturbed you. With a beauty of your caliber, how could you be disturbing me? Ah, young master is exaggerating. This humble girl's looks are ordinary, how could I possibly be called a beauty? Though she said it modestly, her heart was secretly sweet. He praised me. He actually praised me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Lin Yuan, unaware of her thoughts, simply thought she was being polite. He casually said, Miss doesn't need to be so modest. Your looks are considered outstanding even within the Cloudwave sect, enough to captivate a group of disciples. Then, can it captivate you? Deng Fushi's inner voice almost slipped out, but on the surface, she said bashfully, Young master thinks too highly of me. Even if I can captivate ordinary disciples, compared to those core disciples, I'm nothing more than a commoner with mere beauty, not worthy of their attention. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes held anticipation, gazing intently at him. Lin Yuan didn't catch the hidden meaning in her words. He directly countered, "Why must you seek their attention? We cultivators fight against fate. We should sweep away obstacles, moving forward without fear. As long as your strength is sufficient, why need to be chosen by others?" Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Deng Fushi's eyes. She forced a smile and said, "Young master is right, this humble girl was being foolish. It's alright. With Mrs. Talent, you will surely become a powerful cultivator one day." Then, I accept the young master's auspicious words. The conversation ended there, and the two resumed their cultivation. "Little Yuan, that girl clearly likes you. Don't you consider taking her?" Ao Ling Xuan's voice suddenly echoed from his soul sea. "Ah, she likes me?" Lin Yuan was surprised. "Yes, didn't you hear what she said just now? She said she couldn't get the attention of core disciples. She was actually asking if she could get yours. But I'm not a core disciple. Your display last night has already made them believe you are a disciple of a sect elder. Haven't you noticed that their attitudes toward you today are different?" Lin Yuan thought about it carefully, and it seemed that was true. Yesterday, when he first arrived, the gazes of the clan members towards him were filled with caution and rejection. But after last night, they all withdrew their hostility, and their faces were full of respect. After all, being able to easily kill a few pulse-opening realm mercenaries meant he was at least in the coagulated core realm. Being in the coagulated core realm at such a young age, they naturally believed he had a powerful background and extraordinary origins. "So, Miss Deng likes me." After realizing her thoughts, Lin Yuan's expression became a bit unnatural. A graceful lady is what a gentleman desires. As a normal man facing a beauty like Deng Fushi, he would definitely have the idea of possessing her. But if he took every beauty he encountered, wouldn't that be too promiscuous? Moreover, he couldn't even protect his Shenyang and Shimi right now. Where would he find the energy to take care of another woman? If he chose to be with her, he would inevitably have to face the Sun and Lu families. Even if he had the strength to resolve the two families, it would be too high profile. He didn't need to do so much for a woman. Besides, the Sun and Lu families might also have backers. If another backer appeared at that time, even Ao Ling Shuang's strength might be inadequate. "What's the matter, little Yuan? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just thinking that I met her by chance. We don't have much of a connection, and after returning to Luoshao City, we should part ways." "Well, her physique is ordinary. Even if her essence is still intact, it won't do much to improve you. It's not a pity to miss her. Yes, there are so many rare flowers in the world. If I were to pick each one, how would I keep up? This trip back to Luoshao City is only to visit my parents and see old friends. It's best to avoid causing trouble." With that, he closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. Half a day later, at the gate of Luoshao City. "Young master, are you really not going to sit at our Deng family?" Deng Fushi looked directly at the handsome young man, her beautiful eyes revealing obvious reluctance. "No need, I need to get back to see my family sooner." "But we haven't repaid you yet? Maybe we will another time." Leaving those words, Lin Yuan walked straight into the city gate, disappearing into the crowd. "Sister, he's already gone." Looking at his sister standing there blankly, Deng Rui reminded her. How could he not see that she liked Lin Yuan? It's just that the difference in their status was too great, and her love was destined to be one-sided, with no result. "Okay, let's go too." The young woman came back to her senses, her face despondent as she walked towards the city. At this moment, she couldn't help but regret why she hadn't confessed her feelings earlier. If she had let go of her restraint and been more proactive, perhaps there would have been a chance to be together. Now that he had already left, it was too late to confess. Alas, this must be fate. She sighed inwardly, trying not to think about it anymore, her footsteps gradually becoming firmer. In a corner of the city, in a simple courtyard, a middle-aged couple worked while talking. "Old Lin Yuaner hasn't been home for 3 years. I wonder how he is doing in the Yunlan sect?" Yuaner was selected by a celestial master back then who said his talent was passable. "He must be doing well in the sect." "Is that so? But I remember each of those people from that time were said to have passable talent by the celestial master. Can they all be doing well?" "Don't worry, Yuaner is hardworking, capable, and kind. Heaven will surely favor him and he will become a strong person." As they spoke, a creak was heard as the courtyard door was pushed open and a young man appeared in their sight. "Which friend is it? Yuaner? You're Yuaner. Yuaner. Is it really you?" The couple rushed forward excitedly, scrutinizing the man before them. The face of their son in their memory overlapped with the man's face, only a bit more mature than the youth from before. "Father, mother, it's me, your Yuaner is back." Lin Yuan smiled, as radiant as the young man he once was. Chapter 44 Childhood Sweethearts, revealing inner thoughts. Come in and talk." The two elders hurriedly welcomed their son into the courtyard, starting to ask him questions with concern. "Yuaner, are you doing well in the set? Have you been hungry or cold?" Mother Lin asked first. Wife, what are you asking? The Cloud Ripple sect is a powerful sect with many years of heritage. How could they let disciples go hungry or cold? Father Lin glared at his wife and turned his head. Yuan, how do the elders in the sect treat you? How are your fellow disciples? Has anyone bullied you? Lin Yuan smiled. The elders treat me very well, and they've given me a lot of help. Then, he recounted his experiences over the past 3 years, only concealing the dual cultivation and the part about Ao Ling Shuang. What? You said you took first place in the outer sect competition? Upon hearing that their son had won the competition, the couple's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in astonishment. Yes, I was lucky to win the championship with my own talent. Amazing. That's incredible. There must be a lot of outer sect disciples, right? Yes, there were tens of thousands of people participating in the competition. Tens of thousands. The couple exchanged a glance, unable to express their emotions in words. Ha 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 ha. Great. Yuan achieving such results. I, Lin Ron, have no regrets in this life. That's my Yuan. You became number 1 just after joining the sect. You are your mother's pride. After their initial shock, they reacted, their faces breaking into bright smiles, praising him endlessly. Father and mother, you overpraising me. The number 1 in the outer sect is nothing in the Cloud Ripple sect. The real powerhouses are in the inner sect. It's okay, your father believes that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to enter the inner sect. That's right, mother also believes that you can enter the inner sect and achieve greater things. The three chatted in the courtyard for a long time, the smiles on their faces never faded. Oh, it's almost noon, Yuan must be hungry, mother will go cook for you. Mother Lin looked up at the sun and then hurried into the kitchen. Soon, a table of dishes was prepared, and the three of them gathered around the table to eat. Lin Yuan had taken a big pill before and didn't really need to eat today. But since he was with his family, he didn't mind spending the time for a meal. Knock, knock. While they were eating, a knock sounded on the courtyard door, along with a light, melodious voice. Uncle Ron, Linger is here to bring you wine. Hearing this, the three turned their heads and saw a young woman in a cloth dress pushing open the courtyard door. She held a wine skin in her hand, her eyes meeting theirs. Ah, are you brother Lin Yuan? Finding that there was an extra person in the courtyard compared to usual, she was slightly stunned, but quickly recognized his identity. Lin Yuan also recognized her and blurted out, "You're Linger?" He remembered that when he was first adopted by his parents, he met her. From then on, they often played together, their relationship akin to childhood sweethearts. Later, he joined the Cloud Ripple sect, and he had never seen her again. He had been saddened for a while because of this, and his thoughts would often turn to his childhood playmate. Today, he had returned home to visit his family and planned to catch up with her, but he hadn't even made a move before she came to him herself. "Brother Lin Yuan, it really is you." Yi Linger quickly ran over, throwing herself into his arms, her emotions incredibly excited. Lin Yuan gently patted her narrow back and softly said, "It's me, Linger has grown up, I almost didn't recognize you." In the past 3 years, Yi Linger had grown from a young girl into a graceful young lady. Not only had she gotten much taller, but her chest had also filled out quite a bit. "Brother Lin Yuan has too, you've become even more handsome than before." Separating from the man's embrace, Yi Linger's eyes were full of joy and longing as she gazed intensely at his face. "Have you been doing well these past 3 years at home? Did your parents scold or hit you?" "Of course not, my parents love me very much." "What about brother Lin Yuan? How is life in the sect?" "It's not bad, but without you by my side, it always feels like something is missing." "Brother Lin Yuan means you've been thinking of me these past 3 years? Yi Linger's fair face flushed slightly as she asked carefully. Lin Yuan said frankly, "Yes, you and I have known each other since childhood, with so many years of affection, how could I not miss you?" Upon learning his feelings, Yi Linger's heart pounded wildly. She lowered her eyes shyly and said, "Linger has also missed her brother very much." "How much?" "I think of you all day and all night." "Ha ha ha ha." Father Lin suddenly burst into laughter. "Since your feelings are so deep, then Yuan should propose to the Yi family as soon as possible and set a date for your wedding. This would also fulfill our two old people's wish." Hearing this, Yi Linger felt extremely joyous in her heart, but then she thought of the young man's status and couldn't help but feel inferior. "Uncle Lin is joking. Brother Lin Yuan is a highly skilled disciple of the Cloudfall sect, while I am just a lowly commoner. How could I be worthy of him?" 3 years ago during the Cloudfall sex assessment, she was not chosen by the sect. From then on, she understood that she and him were not people of the same world. Even so, she still couldn't forget him, and every night she couldn't sleep, unable to help but recall the past. Today, seeing her beloved return, she could no longer suppress her emotions and threw the difference in status to the back of her mind, directly revealing her heart. Now that Father Lin brought up this matter, she once again recognized reality and her face fell. Mother Lin glared at her and said, "Silly Linger, what are you saying? What if he's a highly skilled disciple of the Cloudfall sect? Doesn't he still have to get married and have children? Your feelings are so strong, what reason would he have not to marry you?" Father Lin also said, "That's right, have you forgotten when you played house as children? You even played the roles of husband and wife together. Yuan, you must not let Linger down no matter what." Recalling those absurd things from childhood, Yi Linger's face flushed red and she lowered her head deeply, not daring to look up. Lin Yuan chuckled, "Of course I remember. Back then Linger said that when she grew up she would be my wife and serve me forever. Does that promise still stand?" Hearing this, Yi Linger bit her lip. "Naturally it stands, but I'm afraid that brother you won't think Linger is good enough." Lin Yuan touched her head. "Linger is so beautiful and moving. I wish I could hold you in the palm of my hand and cherish you. How could I not think you are good enough?" "Brother Lin Yuan." Yi Linger raised her head, asking with anticipation, "Then are you willing to marry Linger?" "Willing is willing, but..." Lin Yuan paused, then said with guilt, "I already have several confidants in the sect. Linger, can you accept them?" For a moment, Yi Linger's expression changed slightly. Although she knew that with his excellence, there would definitely be no shortage of women by his side, but when she truly heard it from the mouth of her beloved, she still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Chapter 45. Preparing for the betrothal. A sudden accident. Lin father and Lin mother, upon hearing this, did not show displeasure. Instead, they revealed expressions of pride. Their son had finally made something of himself. He'd even learned how to start picking cabbages. Despite the pride in their hearts, Lin father still scolded on the surface, "You little rascal, instead of properly cultivating in the sect, you're only thinking about flirting with women. How can you be worthy of that young girl's feelings?" Lin mother agreed, "Your father is right. Moreover, many women have impure intentions. Can you tell if they are good or bad?" Lin Yuan said calmly, "Don't worry, mother, I'm confident in this. As for the feelings father mentioned, I know Linger definitely wouldn't want to share my love with anyone else, but this world is just so realistic. Secular landlords have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention us cultivators. As long as I have the ability to take care of them all, it won't be a problem." Having said this, he looked at Yi Linger and continued, "Although I can't promise to give you all of my love, I will do my best to protect you and fulfill a man's responsibilities." Looking at the man with a serious face, Yi Linger suddenly smiled and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I believe you can do it, brother. Does that mean you agree?" "Yes, brother, being willing to accept Linger is already a great blessing. How would Linger dare to ask to have all of your love?" She had already figured it out in her heart. She understood that, as a mortal, being able to marry a cultivator was already marrying up. Of course she wouldn't dare to ask for more. "Good, Linger. Then, after this family visit is over, you'll come back to the sect with me." Shedding his solemn expression, Lin Yuan smiled and embraced her, having made up his mind. "Ah, I don't have any cultivation talent, can I still go to the sect?" Yi Linger felt a little apprehensive. It would certainly be unsettling for a country girl to go live in the city. Lin Yuan comforted her, "It's okay. I have some connections within the sect. It won't be a problem to bring a few family members along. When the time comes, father and mother can come and live with me too." Lin father immediately waved his hand. All right, we 2 old folks won't interfere with you young people's lives. Since you've said all that, I believe you have the strength to take good care of Linger. That way, your mother and I can relax. We'll just stay in this small town and enjoy our old age." Lin mother agreed, "Your father and I don't have any cultivation talent. It would be a waste to occupy space there. It's better to live comfortably in Luoshao City." Lin Yuan nodded, "Well, that's fine." As the 2 old people said, they were used to living in Luoshao City and would surely have trouble adjusting to a different place. Since that was the case, he would respect his parents' wishes and wouldn't force anything. Lin mother then asked, "When will you go to the Yi family to propose marriage?" Lin Yuan chuckled, "Is there a need to be so hasty?" "Of course. You won't be staying home for many days, so you have to get the marriage settled as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you return to the sect, I'm afraid there won't be another chance." "That makes sense. Then let's start preparing." The worldly wedding process was relatively simple and wouldn't take much time, so he agreed. "If senior sister and junior sister are jealous, I'll give them one as well later." Lin Yuan thought to himself. Yi Linger stood to one side, her entire face turning red upon hearing Lin Yuan was going to her home to propose marriage. Get married. She was actually going to marry brother Lin Yuan. The wish she had held for many years was actually coming true. Was this really not a dream? While she was still in a daze, Lin Yuan's family had already taken action. Soon after, they had prepared the betrothal gifts and were heading towards the Yi family together. Yi Linger's family was similar to Lin Yuan's, with her parents being ordinary people who made their living by farming. It was said that their ancestors had once had powerful cultivators, but the later generations had not inherited their talent, becoming more and more impoverished with each passing generation, finally reaching this state. "Are we going to visit with just these few things? Wouldn't that be too shabby?" Lin's mother looked at the betrothal gifts and the carrying pole, her expression a little worried. Lin's father didn't care. Our Yuaner is already a cultivation master. These worldly formalities are just for show. Yi Linger echoed, Uncle Rong is right. If my parents knew about Lin Yuan's achievements, they would be extremely happy and wouldn't oppose this marriage. Earlier, while buying the betrothal gifts, she had learned of Lin Yuan's ranking in the outer sect competition and was so shocked she couldn't speak for a long time. First in the competition. That was the first place in the Yunlan sect competition. You had to know that the Yunlan sect governed an area of over 10 million square kilometers, and countless people lived in this vast expanse. The first choice for these people to join a sect was the Yunlan sect. One could imagine the number of disciples. Lin Yuan being able to win first place among so many disciples was enough to prove the value of his achievements. No wonder brother Lin Yuan said he was confident in getting me into the sect, Yi Linger thought. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Yuan had already become a genius disciple, highly valued by the sect, and leaders wouldn't refuse a simple request to bring a few family members to live together, would they? Next, the four chatted and laughed as they walked slowly. Before long, they arrived at the Yi family's residence. Old Yi, Lin's father murmured. As soon as he pushed open the courtyard door, he heard an arrogant voice. You two old geezers actually dared to refuse this young master's request. You deserve to die. Hearing this, the four's expressions changed. They immediately put down the carrying pole and quickly rushed into the courtyard, arriving at the doorway of the house. They saw inside the simple house, a young man in fancy clothes standing with his hands behind his back, his face full of contempt. Not far from his feet, two middle-aged people lay in pools of blood, their eyes dull and lifeless, clearly already dead. Father! Mother! Seeing their dead appearances, Yi Linger cried out, rushed to the bodies, knelt down and wept. The young man, seeing this, couldn't help but rejoice. The little girl from the Yi family, I was just going to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. A few days ago, he had coincidentally seen the girl buying vegetables in the market. Attracted by her beauty, he wanted to bring her into his tent. Since there were too many people in the market, he didn't act, so he sent people to find out about her family. Relying on his family's powerful intelligence network, he quickly found the Yi family's address. He immediately brought luxurious betrothal gifts and came to propose to take Yi Linger as a concubine. Who knew? Yi's father and mother strongly disagreed, leading to a confrontation and a fight. The two elders were just ordinary mortals. How could they be a match for a cultivator? The young man only used 2 punches to make them bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Bastard! Where did my parents offend you? Why did you kill them? Yi Linger raised her head, roaring as she questioned. The young man sneered, they not only refused my proposal, but also insulted me, which is already a capital crime. It's just a pity that mortals are too fragile. They died after my casual strikes. I was actually hoping to torture them for a while. Proposal? Yi Linger glared. What proposal? Do we even know each other? Chapter 46, The Rampant Sun Family, 2 killed in succession. The young man confessed, I happened to see you in the city a few days ago. I found you quite attractive, so I sent people to investigate your family. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. I, Sun Xiang, the 3rd young master of the Sun family, have an incomparably noble status. To take a commoner like you as a concubine is already a blessing from the heavens. Who would have thought that these 2 old fools would be so ungrateful, daring to call this young master a useless good-for-nothing and a wastrel? Tell me, Shun concubine is already a blessing from the heavens. Who would have thought that these 2 old fools would be so ungrateful, daring to call this young master a useless good-for-nothing and a wastrel? Tell me, shouldn't they die? 3rd young master of the Sun family. The crowd's expressions tightened. The Sun family was a top family in Falling Cloud City, and hardly anyone dared to defy their power. This person was actually the son of the Sun family's head. No wonder he was so arrogant. After learning the other party's identity, Lin Yuan remained calm and said, the 2 elders of the Yi family are right. You are indeed a decadent waste, relying on a little bit of power to bully ordinary people. You are not worthy of being a cultivator at all. Oh? Sun Xiang, after being insulted to his face, did not immediately get angry. Instead, he turned his head curiously and asked, who are you? How dare you disrespect this young master? Don't you know the Sun family's prestige in Falling Cloud City? Lin Yuan sneered, is the Sun family so amazing? A mere low-level family in the condensing pellet realm, it's nothing within the Cloud Ripple sect's territory. With your strength, you dare to bully men and women and act as you please. Who gave you the courage? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. Lin Yuan actually dared to offend the Sun family? He was too brave. They had been in Falling Cloud City for a long time, and the names of the Sun and Lu families had been pressing down on them for decades, so they had formed a natural sense of awe and subconsciously ignored Lin Yuan's identity. Sun Xiaoyang suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Arrogant brat, what are you? You dare to comment on my Sun family? Are you tired of living and want to play in the underworld? So what if I commented on you? While speaking, Lin Yuan released his elemental energy, revealing his Meridian Opening Realm strength. Meridian Opening Cultivator. Sun Xiang's expression froze, and he dared not underestimate his opponent. Looking wary as he said, "Which family's disciple are you? I see that you're unfamiliar. You shouldn't be from our falling cloud city. You don't need to know." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan had already used the 8 Extremes Pulse, appearing in front of the other party in one step. So fast. Sun Xiang's body trembled, and he quickly circulated his energy, raising his fist to strike at his opponent. Snap! Lin Yuan extended his hand, easily grabbing the other's forearm, making it impossible for him to move. You! Sun Xiang felt as if he was under immense pressure, his arm aching and numb. Bang! Raising his other hand, Lin Yuan punched out, easily sending him flying and heavily slamming him into the wall. Puff! Sun Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weak. It seemed this blow had injured him badly. "Bold madman, you dare to hurt my Sun family's young master, give me your life." An old voice suddenly rang out, and a black-clad old man appeared, his face full of fury as he struck a palm towards Lin Yuan. Blazing Sun Palm. Through the back fist. The two unleashed their martial techniques, and as the sounds of collision rang out, the old man flew out like a kite with a broken string without any resistance, smashing through the old house's wall and landing outside. Puff! Spitting out blood, the old man's face was full of disbelief. He was a Meridian Opening Realm 9th level cultivator, virtually unmatched beneath the Condensing Pellet realm, yet he had been defeated by this junior in a single move. With such strength, could this person be a Condensing Pellet realm powerhouse? Lin Yuan wiped his sleeve and said calmly, "Is that all your strength? You are far too disappointing." Seeing this, Sun Xian was also shocked. He knew the old man's strength very well, a full Meridian Opening peak cultivation. Yet, even so, he was still no match for this person. Just who was this person? "Linger, how do you want to deal with this guy?" Lin Yuan turned and asked. Yi Linger was shocked by the opponent's powerful strength. Only then did she come back to her senses and decisively said, "Please, brother Lin Yuan, kill this beast and avenge my parents." Sun Xiang trembled upon hearing this and immediately begged for mercy. "Young hero, spare me. Young hero, spare me. Before, I was blinded by Miss Ye's beauty, which is why I made such mistakes. I am willing to compensate you with origin stones. Please, let me go." He was still so young, and he hadn't played with many women. How could he die here? Lin Yuan said coldly, "You killed the two elders just because they refused your unreasonable demands. Such evil deeds are simply unforgivable. You should go to hell and repent." Swish! Lin Yuan drew his sword. The green frost sword suddenly came out of its sheath. A cold flash was seen, and Sun Xiang's head separated from his body. The body, losing control, fell to the ground. Thud! The head rolled on the ground several times. His expression was one of shock, and his tongue was still twitching in his wide-open mouth. He never imagined that he would die in the home of an ordinary person. He was the young master of the Sun family, the young master of a top-tier power in Falling Cloud City. He had actually died like this, killed by a youth who was even a few years younger than him. It was simply too absurd. "No! Young master!" The old man immediately got up, ran to Sun Xiang's side, picked up his head, and pressed it against the neck of the corpse, trying to reattach it. This comical scene made Lin Yuan chuckle. A pulse-opening cultivator is still immortal after all. Even a severed arm is difficult to regrow, let alone a severed head? You should stop doing such foolish things. The old man was already filled with anger, and when provoked by the other party, he cursed directly, "You cruel villain, you dared to kill my Sun family's young master. We will never let you go." As soon as he said it, he regretted it. The opponent was a master who could easily defeat him. He actually dared to say such harsh words directly to him. Wasn't he courting death? "Not let me go? Sorry, I won't let you go either." Swish! Lin Yuan drew his sword again and slashed horizontally. The old man's head immediately fell to the ground, dying in the same way as Sun Xiang, without even making a sound before dying. Fierce! Too fierce! To consecutively kill two direct descendants of the Sun family was something unimaginable to anyone in Falling Cloud City. Yuaner, you killed them, what are we going to do now? Once Sun Xiang is dead, the Sun family will soon find out. When they come to our door, we are afraid we will be in trouble. Lin Rong and his wife looked fearful, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Yuan said coldly, "Since the Sun family is so unreasonable, then I will teach them what it means to be truly unreasonable. Do you want to go to their door to deal with the Sun family?" Yes. The two elders were immediately stunned. This was too crazy. After all, that was a family deeply rooted in the city. How could they be resisted single-handedly? Yi Linger said worriedly, "Brother, the Sun family is powerful. It's hard for us to deal with them with just a few of us. Why don't we just let this matter go? Anyway, Sun Xiang is dead, and my parents' revenge has been taken. Lin Yuan touched her head and said dotingly, silly girl, you are willing to let the Sun family go, but is the Sun family willing to let you go? Chapter 47 Finding the Sun family. Father Deng is astonished. Yilinger, of course, understood that this matter was unlikely to end well, but she still couldn't help but say, I'm just afraid that you, brother, will have a hard time dealing with them. After all, the Sun family isn't an ordinary family, and you're only one person. If they all rush at you, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight them all off. Lin Yuan smiled calmly, don't worry, the Sun family is nothing in my eyes. I'll completely subdue them this time, so they won't come looking for trouble with Dad and Mom again. Seeing his son so confident, Lin Rome also felt more confident and nodded. The Sun family is usually arrogant and indulges their family's disciples in doing evil. The people are full of complaints about him. This will be a good way to knock some sense into them and make them understand that my Falling Cloud City isn't a lawless place. Since both father and son had said so, Yilinger also cast aside her worries and nodded, okay, since brother Lin Yuan has the ability to do this, then Linger will support your decision. Afterwards, they bought a coffin, properly prepared Ye's parents' bodies for burial, paid their respects, and then headed towards the Sun family. Sun Manor. Old Wei, do you think the Deng family will submit now that the family head has taken action? A guard at the entrance asked his colleague. Don't worry, the family head broke through to the condensing core 3rd level the day before yesterday, and he is the #1 expert in Falling Cloud City. Even the Lu family has to avoid the Sun family's sharp edge. Isn't taking down a mere Deng family as easy as turning one's hand? Condensing core 3rd level. The family head has actually broken through to this level. Heaven truly blesses our Sun family. The guard was extremely excited. Currently, the Lu family head, Lu Sheng, and the Deng family head, Deng Xian, were at the condensing core 2nd level and 1st level, respectively. Although there was only a difference of 1 or 2 small levels, there was a clear gap in combat power. After all, in such small cities, the cultivation techniques and martial arts used by cultivators were similar. There were hardly any means to bridge the gap in realms. So, even if the Sun family head was only 1 level higher than them, it was enough to make them the dominant force, looking down on all others. Passers-by who heard this were all shocked and deeply alarmed. The Sun family head had actually broken through to this level. It seemed that in the future, Falling Cloud City would be dominated solely by the Sun family, and no one would be able to contend with them. Alas, the Sun family was already powerful, and now their strength has increased. Our lives will definitely be more difficult in the future. The Sun family is unrighteous and cruel. It's bad enough that heaven doesn't punish them, but instead bestows blessings upon them. Heaven is truly blind, and the heavenly way is unfair. Is there no one who can come and deal with the Sun family? The people sighed in secret. Just then, a clear and cold voice came, a mere condensing core 3rd level and you dare to call yourself the #1 expert? Is the Sun family's vision so low? Everyone was shocked by these words. This was the Sun family, the overlord of Falling Cloud City. Who dared to provoke them? It would be akin to waiting to be wiped out the next day. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who dared to provoke the Sun family at their very doorstep? Who was so bold? The 2 guards were stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and immediately shouted angrily, who is this villain daring to speak disrespectfully to the Sun family? Quickly come out and meet your death. Daring to despise my Sun family, the anniversary of your death will be next year. Just as their words fell, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of them, and he threw out 2 punches with a casual wave of his hand. Bang bang! The 2 men didn't even have time to resist and were directly sent flying. You are a pulse-opening cultivator. The guards lay on the ground, realizing Lin Yuan's cultivation, their faces were shocked, and for a moment, they forgot the pain. Such a young pulse-opening cultivator was rare in the city. Lin Yuan didn't answer, but instead asked directly, where is your family head? What do you want to do with our family head? I have something to discuss with him. What is it? You don't need to ask too much. Just tell me where he is. The family head just went to the Deng family not long ago and is not in the mansion right now. The Deng family. Lin Yuan murmured, quickly guessing the other party's purpose. The Sun family head had just broken through the 3rd level of the core formation realm and definitely needed to show off his strength, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, deter the other forces, and solidify the Sun family's supreme position in Luoxiao City. And the most suitable target for this suppression was undoubtedly the rising star, the Deng family. Brother, if the Sun family head has gone to the Deng family, what do we do? Do we wait here for him to return? Yilinger walked up to the man and asked. No need to wait, we'll go directly to the Deng family to find him. Isn't it too high profile? Wasn't Sun Xian high profile when he killed your parents? Upon hearing this, Yilinger recalled her parents' deaths, a look of hatred surfacing in her beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth, saying, high profile. It's too high profile. The beasts of the Sun family should all be subjected to a slow death by slicing, to appease my parents' souls in heaven. Don't worry, Linger, I will definitely seek justice for your parents. Following that, the four changed direction, heading straight for the Deng family. The Deng residence. In the main hall. When Deng Fushi and Deng Rui returned to the family head was still in closed-door cultivation, so they rested at home for a while and only saw their father after about half an hour. Sheer, Ruyer, you've returned safely, this father can finally rest easy. Deng Shen looked at his unharmed children, a look of relief on his face. Deng Fushi sighed, Xiao Rui and I returned safely, but one clansman died in the process. A clansman died? Deng Xian frowned, what happened? On the way transporting supplies, we were ambushed by several mercenaries. That clansman was tragically killed and died on the spot. Mercenaries. What was their cultivation level? All were in the opening meridian realm. The leader was at the 9th level of the opening meridian realm. Ah, then you shouldn't have been a match for them, right? How did you escape? It just so happened that there was a fellow villager in the team who stepped up bravely and killed all the mercenaries, which allowed us to escape. A fellow villager? Where did this fellow villager come from? It was Xiao Rui who met him while buying horses. He said he had lost his horse and wanted us to give him a ride, and since it was on our way, I agreed. So that's how it was. Deng Xian said, unable to help but sigh. To be able to kill a peak opening meridian realm mercenary, that fellow villager must be very strong. There is such a person in my Luoxiao city, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Deng Rui asked, Father, that fellow villager said his name is Lin Yuan, and he's about the same age as us. Don't you know anyone with that name in the city? Deng Xian thought for a while, shaking his head. I've been roaming Luoxiao city for decades, and I've never heard of any strong person named Lin. The older generation doesn't have an impression either, let alone a young person. Deng Fushi had originally hoped to get information about Lin Yuan from her father, but now upon hearing this, her bright, beautiful eyes instantly dimmed. Seeing his daughter's listless appearance, Deng Xian frowned slightly. What's wrong, Sheer? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Deng Rui answered on her behalf. Sister, she has been absent-minded all the way. She must have fallen for that young Master Lin. Ah? Deng Xian's expression froze, subconsciously saying, Sheer, don't you usually look down on all men? Lu Yan of the Lu family, Sun Lu of the Sun family, they are young and have high-level opening meridian realm cultivation and are very likely to take over their father's positions in the future. You are not interested in such talented youths, so what does that guy have that makes you take a liking to him? Chapter 48. The Deng family's guest son whose arrival Deng Rui chuckled. That young master killed a cultivator at the 9th level of the meridian opening realm with just one sword strike. With such power, how could he be compared to the likes of Lu Yan and Sun Lu? Hearing this, Deng Xian's face jolted with disbelief. You said he instantly killed a cultiv at the 9th level of the meridian opening realm with one sword? How is that possible? Could he be a core formation realm expert? Deng Rui asserted, in my opinion, he has most likely already stepped into the core formation realm, otherwise, he couldn't have been so casual about it. Deng Xian looked enlightened, sighing, core formation realm expert about your age. This young man is truly remarkable. With his cultivation, he's qualified to enter the inner sect of the cloud-gazing sect. Deng Rui laughed. He did mention to us that he is a disciple of the cloud-gazing sect, but an outer sect disciple. I think he's deliberately hiding his identity, not wanting outsiders to know. Deng Xian agreed. How could such a peerless genius be an outer sect disciple? He must be lying. Well, now you understand why Sister She is smitten with him, right? I understand. He didn't need to think much to realize that with such talent, he was a favored child of the heavens, bound to be admired by most women. Moreover, Deng Fushi's own family background and talent were far inferior to his. It was only natural that she would fall for him. Understanding this, Deng Xian couldn't help but feel guilty, saying, I'm sorry, Sheer. It's your father's fault for being useless, unable to give you a better family and more resources. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to feel inferior in front of him. Deng Fushi shook her head repeatedly. Father, you're taking it too seriously. I'm already incredibly grateful that you have given me this family. How could I dare ask for more? Deng Rui agreed. That's right. Our Deng family is one of the best in Falling Sky City. Being born into such a family is already a blessing. Asking for more is a bit too much, a bit greedy. Deng Xian sighed. Our Deng family is considered good in Falling Sky City, but if we look at the entire area under the cloud-gazing sect, we are just a bottom-tier family, a bottom of the barrel. The siblings knew that what their father said was true, so they didn't refute it. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Noticing the change in atmosphere, Deng Fushi coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Ahem, father, weren't you in seclusion? Why did you suddenly come out? Did you succeed in your breakthrough? Speaking of this topic, Deng Xian's face lit up with joy. Yes, after several days of secluded cultivation, I successfully broke through to the second level of the core formation realm. Second level of the core formation realm. Immediately, both siblings became excited. Currently, the heads of the Sun and Lu families were both at this cultivation level. Before, their Deng family had always been one step behind in cultivation, so they had to be careful in everything they did in the city, not daring to offend the two families too much. Now that the family head had broken through, the Deng family could finally hold their heads high, not fearing anyone. That's great, father. With your cultivation, we no longer have to act according to the whims of the Sun and Lu families. The Deng family has been swallowing its anger for too long. Now that father has broken through, we finally don't have to hold back. We can rightfully be called one of the three great families in Falling Sky City. Just as the two siblings were overjoyed, a voice came from outside the house. Be called one of the three great families with my Sun family? Who gave you the courage? As the voice faded, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the hall. It was Sun Hu, the head of the Sun family. Seeing the newcomer, the three of them changed their expressions. Deng Xian, as the head of the Deng family, was the first to step forward and say, Brother Sun's sudden visit is truly unexpected. But our Deng family hasn't had any conflicts with you recently, has it? May I ask why you've come? Sun Hu sneered, the existence of your Deng family is a conflict. Falling Sky City only needs one family, my Sun family, to be in charge. Your Deng family either submits or prepare to become history. These words shocked the three of them. Deng Xian frowned deeply and questioned Deng family is a conflict. Falling Sky City only needs one family, my Sun family, to be in charge. Your Deng family either submits or prepare to become history. These words shocked the three of them. Deng Xian frowned deeply and questioned, Brother Sun, what do you mean by this? Even if you are powerful, you are only on par with the Lu family head. Moreover, I have now broken through to the second level of the core formation realm. Neither of us family heads is someone you can deal with, so how dare you speak of being the sole ruler? Sun Rui couldn't help but say, our Deng family is not one you can look down upon, and besides, there is still the Lu family. Where did your Sun family get the confidence to dominate Falling Cloud City? At this moment, they all felt that Sun Hu was too arrogant, completely disregarding the other families. Sun Hu smiled disdainfully, where did I get the confidence? I'll tell you now. With that, he activated his energy, revealing his aura from the third level of the core formation realm. This is the third level of core formation. You've actually broken through to the third level. Deng Xian's face was filled with shock. He thought that by breaking through to the second level of the core formation realm, he could elevate the Deng family to the position of the three major families. Who would have thought that the other party had also broken through? In this way, the advantage instantly disappeared, and their Deng family still had to lower its head. Deng Fushi and Deng Rui also never expected such a thing, and their expressions were quite ugly. Sun Hu said smugly, that is right, I just broke through my cultivation level not long ago, and then came straight to the Deng family. You should feel honored to be the first to be visited by me. Deng Xian, surprised, forced a smile. Brother Sun, it's indeed an honor for you to come to our Deng family. It's just that regarding the matter of surrender you mentioned, can we discuss it further? Sun Hu said arrogantly, I don't want to repeat the same thing. If you don't surrender, I will take action now. I dare to ask, can the Deng family head bear the consequences? Deng Xian's smile faded, and his face darkened slightly. He asked himself, and indeed, he was no match for Sun Hu. But if he were to surrender just like that, wouldn't the foundation he had laid over the past 10 years be all for naught? He simply could not accept such an outcome. Deng Rui gritted his teeth and said, Father, even if he has broken through to the third level of core formation, you are also at the second level. Just a small gap in cultivation level doesn't guarantee a crushing defeat. When the time comes, a desperate fight might result in an uncertain outcome. Oh? Sun Hu looked at the siblings standing together, his expression surprised. You two actually didn't die? The three of them were stunned for a moment and then immediately realized. Indeed. It was indeed you who hired mercenaries to assassinate us. Despicable. What offense has our Deng family given you? That you were willing to spend a large amount of essence stones just to eliminate us? The siblings glared angrily, questioning him at the same time. Sun Hu sneered, kill you? You really overestimate yourselves. I was just trying to cut off the Deng family's supplies. As for taking your lives, it was just an incidental matter. But I didn't expect those mercenaries to be so useless that they couldn't even deal with two opening Yuan Realm Juniors. Chapter 49 Bluffing. Ling Yuan appears. Sun Hu wasn't too surprised by the survival of the siblings. Families like the Dengs, who were at the core formation realm, usually prepared rapid travel talismans for their direct descendants, enough to support their escape from dangerous situations. So, he naturally assumed they had survived by relying on those talismans. Deng Rui snorted, that must be disappointing for you. Not only were we not harmed, but we also brought back all the supplies. What? Sun Hu frowned. Brought back all the supplies? You two mere meridian opening cultivators, it's already lucky you escaped. How did you protect the supplies? Deng Fushi had a flash of inspiration, pretending to be profound. My Deng family was fortunate enough to receive the assistance of an expert who killed all the mercenaries that night. This senior is now residing in the Deng residence. If you dare to act recklessly, we cannot guarantee what kind of bloody actions the senior will take. Upon hearing this, Sun Hu's expression changed drastically. The Deng family had actually gained the support of an expert? Why had he never heard of this before? Could it be an external aid they had hired? Being able to kill those meridian opening mercenaries, the person must be at least a core formation cultivator. What kind of bargaining chip did the Deng family use to get such a strong person to help them? His mind racing, he found himself in a difficult situation, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, the three members of the Deng family were delighted. They hadn't expected that a couple of impromptu lies would actually scare the other party. Amidst their joy, Deng Xian regained his composure and put his hands behind his back, saying, "Brother Sun, as my daughter said, that senior is resting in my residence. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave quickly. Otherwise, once the senior discovers your intentions, he will surely kill you on the spot, leaving a river of blood." Hearing this, a flicker of fear flashed in Sun Hu's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and snorted lightly. "If your Deng family really had such an expert in residence, why were you so hesitant earlier? In my opinion, you are just borrowing the power of a tiger to intimidate others, simply bluffing." With that, he raised his hands in a cupped fist salute and said loudly, "Sun Hu of the Sun family sincerely requests an audience. Could the senior please show themselves for a discussion?" This caused the three of them to tremble. Deng Fushi immediately rebuked, "How audacious! How could a mere brute like you be worthy to meet such a great figure?" Deng Xian also said, "The senior avoids being disturbed the most while cultivating. Your impudent behavior has surely offended him. It's too late to run now. You can just wait to have your corpse collected." Sun Hu's face was full of caution. He took several steps back, warily surveying his surroundings, while also accelerating his cultivation to prepare for escape at any moment. However, after waiting for a while, he still did not see the figure of the so-called senior. At this moment, he was finally able to confirm that everything they said was false, simply a trick to deceive him. "Ha!" He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! You little Deng family, trying to deceive me with such lies. Did you think this patriarch would be fooled?" Seeing this, the faces of the three Yangs completely darkened. Now that their lies had been exposed, they would inevitably incur Sun Hu's wrath, and with the Deng family's current strength, they were hardly a match for the Sun family. "There's no other way, we can only fight with our backs to the wall." Sighing inwardly, Deng Xian circulated his energy and prepared for a desperate fight. Noticing the other's intentions, Sun Hu sneered, "A mere core formation second-level trash, daring to bare your fangs in front of me? I will pull all your teeth out right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from outside the house. "A mere ant at the core formation third level dares to flaunt your power and utter such nonsense?" Hearing this, the expressions of the four people in the house all changed. Who dared to insult Sun Hu with such confidence? Deng Xian was extremely curious. But the siblings both recognized the owner of this voice, and immediately, joy appeared on their faces. "It's young Master Lin. The chivalrous young Master Lin has arrived. The Deng family is saved." Sun Hu immediately turned to look outside, and saw a young man in plain clothes appear in the courtyard, tall and slender, with extraordinary good looks. "Ha ha ha ha, who might this be? It turns out to be an ignorant junior. Now tell me where you're from, and if you don't have a noteworthy background, prepare to leave your tongue behind today." The moment he saw the other party, he couldn't help but laugh again, issuing his arrogant command. In his eyes, this person was so young, how much strength could he possibly have? The reason he dared to mock him was probably because he had some background, which was why he asked about the other party's origins first. Deng Xuyuan had the same thought. If this young man truly had an impressive background, then perhaps he was the Deng family's hope for salvation. Therefore, he seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and immediately clasped his hands, saying, "I am Deng Xian, the head of the Deng family. I beg you, young friend, to lend us your aid. The Deng family will surely repay you handsomely afterwards." The siblings, hearing their father's words, quickly revealed the young man's identity. "Father, he is the fellow villager I told you about before, the one who rescued us from the mercenaries, our savior. Father, don't be afraid. Since young Master Lin has arrived, he will definitely help us." Sun Hu, standing to the side, understood immediately upon hearing the siblings' words that the mercenaries he had hired were killed by this young man. This indicated that the other party's cultivation was highly likely to have entered the core formation realm. Such a young core formation realm cultivator, how terrifying! Could this person be the heir of some great power? Realizing that the other party had an extraordinary background, Sun Hu immediately put on a fawning expression, bowing and curtsying. "So, it is young Master Lin honoring my falling cloud city with his presence. I, Sun, have failed to welcome you properly, please forgive me." This sudden change of face made Lin Yuan chuckle. "Who was it just now who said they were going to cut out my tongue? How can you forget what you just said in a moment?" Sun Hu knew that the other party was not to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to talk back and could only smile apologetically. "I am sorry, young Master Lin. I was being very rude just now. Please do not hold my foolish words against me." Lin Yuan strode forward and said indifferently, since you know you've offended me, how do you plan to atone for it? Sun Hu bowed deeply, young master, I will do everything in my power to satisfy your wishes, as long as you do not interfere in the matters between the Sun and Deng families. Lin Yuan feigned difficulty, but what if I just want to interfere? What will you do then? The young man's words made Sun Hu's heart sink. He frowned and asked, may I ask why young master wants to help the Deng family? What is your relationship with them? Lin Yuan denied it, I've only just met them, we have no deep connection. Hearing this, the three members of the Deng family felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the young man would stand idly by, ignoring their life and death. Sun Hu was puzzled and asked, then why do you want to interfere in this matter? Lin Yuan looked at the other party and said directly, because your family's Sun Xiang provoked me, so today I'm here to settle accounts with you. Chapter 50 Confrontation with Sun Hu. The binding talisman appears. Sun Xiang? What on earth has that brat done to make someone like this come to our door? Sun Hu knew his son's personality, a lawless, overbearing, and spoiled young master. Even so, he knew his limits and wouldn't provoke powerful experts he couldn't afford to offend. So, how could he have possibly angered this person? With his doubts, he continued, my son is ignorant and has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Furthermore, may I be so bold as to ask what foolish thing he has done that has caused you to come looking for him, if it is convenient for you to tell me? Lin Yuan stated frankly, he killed my beloved's parents. What do you think I should do with him? Beloved. The four of them were shocked. Such a young talent actually has a lover in Falling Cloud City? And she just happened to be killed by Sun Xiang? What a coincidence. While still stunned, Sun Hu quickly replied, no matter the reason, it is no excuse for his reckless violence. Moreover, he killed your in-laws, sir. He deserves to be punished. Even death wouldn't be too much of a price for his crimes. Lin Yuan smiled coldly, you're right. I will have him pay with his life to atone for his disrespect to the deceased elders. What? All four were dumbfounded. Sun Xiang was killed? He was the third young master of the Sun family, one of the few direct descendants of Sun Hu. He just died like that? This is way too presumptuous. At least consider their status before killing someone, right? Seeing their astonished expressions, Lin Yuan's face turned cold. What? Do you think he didn't deserve to die? The three members of the Deng family were the first to react, quickly agreeing. He deserved it. Of course, he deserved it. That beast Sun Xiang has been bullying men and women and tormenting the people for far too long. He should have been drawn and quartered 10,000 times. Young Master Lin, killing the dog was truly a great service to Falling Cloud City. You've done us a great favor. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Since Sun Xiang dared to kill without reason, he should naturally be prepared to pay with his own life. Hearing the three men's statements, Sun Hu's face darkened. Although he had said that Sun Xiang should pay with his life, he was still a father, so how could he bear to see his son die? His previous words were just polite and meant to appease the other party. Seeing his unsightly expression, Lin Yuan immediately questioned coldly, Patriarch Sun, it seems you have a problem with my actions, don't you? Sun Hu was furious, but he was also afraid of the young man's identity and didn't dare to show it. He could only lower his head and say, I wouldn't dare. My son deserved his death. You helped me clean up my family, sir, I should be thanking you instead. Hearing this, the three members of the Deng family couldn't help but twitch their lips. Having his son killed and then having to thank the murderer, this was unheard of. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over him lightly and said in a low voice, the saying goes, a life for a life. My side has lost 2 lives, but your Sun family has only lost 1. There is 1 more life that I wish the patriarch to pay with. What do you say, is that acceptable? Sun Hu was enraged. Killing his son wasn't enough, now he wanted to kill him too, this was too much. Although he was very angry, he tried his best to suppress his rage and forced the words through his teeth. Please do not joke, sir. Even though my son was in the wrong, he has already paid the price for his actions. How can you place the blame on someone who is unrelated? Lin Yuan laughed for a moment. Unrelated? The reason Sun Xiang became this way was because your Sun family indulged him and acted as his accomplices. And you, as his father, were the one who should have disciplined him the most. How dare you say that he is unrelated? Sun Hu was trembling with anger from these words, and he retorted through gritted teeth, yes, I have my issues. But you should understand, sir, that my Sun family has always had quite a presence in Falling Cloud City, so what if our disciples are a bit arrogant? To put it bluntly, if the people Sun Xiang killed weren't your father-in-law and mother-in-law, but someone else's parents, would you still come to settle accounts with me, and even want me to pay with my life? Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he pointed a finger at the other. Absurd. An illustrious family background is no excuse for arrogance. Besides, your Sun family is not a great clan at all. You will eventually pay for your repeated wrongdoings. Even if I didn't appear, righteous people would eventually come and uproot you, completely ending the Sun family's evil. Sun Hu suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. Alright, you're strong, you can say whatever you want, but before you criticize the Sun family, please consider whether your own actions are righteous. Lin Yuan coldly said, seeking revenge for grievances. I have a clear conscience in everything I do, so why should I care about whether it's righteous? Having said this, Sun Hu knew that he could not escape his fate today, so he channeled his energy to the fullest. Well said. Since you harbor hatred for my son, then come at me. I, the head of the family, would also like to see just how strong you, this junior, really are, and whether you deserve your arrogant attitude. Boom! Pure essence of the third stage of coagulating core realm swirled around him, the powerful fluctuations shaking the nearby tables and chairs with creaks. Seeing this, Lin Yuan transmitted a voice. Sister Shuang, I'm counting on you this time. Okay. With the help of Ao Ling Shuang, his aura began to surge, instantly going from meridian opening to coagulating core. A secret technique for enhancing cultivation. Sun Hu's eyes narrowed, his expression becoming even more serious. It was actually a secret technique that could enhance one's cultivation by a whole realm. The other party's background must be quite astonishing. Even so, he was already an arrow on the string, with no choice but to take the initiative, hoping to strike first. Earthly Fiend Fist. He gathered his strength in his hand and forcefully threw a punch. Lin Yuan remained calm, clenching his fist to meet it. Bang! The two fists collided, just like the old Sun family member before. Sun Hu's body didn't even pause as he flew straight out, crashing hard into the solid wall. Puff! His body slid down the wall, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened to the extreme. The three spectators were all shocked. One punch. Lin Yuan had actually defeated Sun Hu with just one punch. This was too heaven-defying. In his astonishment, Sun Hu took out a talisman from his bosom, infused it with his essence, attempting to activate it. Lin Yuan immediately activated his footwork, arriving before him and slashing out with his sword. With a swish sound, Sun Hu's entire palm was chopped off, and the faintly glowing talisman now dimmed. You! Sun Hu's eyes widened with rage, knowing that after losing the talisman, there was no chance for him to escape, so he directly detonated his core, his aura expanding wildly. Sensing the other party's intentions, Lin Yuan immediately tossed out a talisman, striking him on the forehead, and simultaneously activated it with his essence. Under the influence of the talisman, the agitated core instantly calmed down, and the surging aura gradually stabilized. Chapter 51, Slaying Sun Hu. A beauty's reluctant Sun Hu was shocked. What is this? It can actually suppress my chi core? Lin Yuan, after a moment of fear, regained his composure and said, this is a core-binding talisman. It can bind your chi core. Once this talisman is activated, you won't be able to self-destruct anymore. Luckily, he had obtained this talisman from Song Mion's storage bag earlier. Otherwise, the entire Dang Manor would have been destroyed, and countless clansmen would have died in that self-destruction. His words completely crushed Sun Hu's hope. His face ashen, he said, you win. I'm not your match. Just give me a quick death. Lin Yuan was surprised. Aren't you going to beg for mercy? Sun Hu retorted, what's the point of begging? Would you let me go? No. Then isn't the outcome still the same? Even if you don't care about your own life, don't you care about the lives of the Sun Clan members? After I die, who cares about the floods? What do the lives of the clan have to do with me? If I could exchange their deaths for my survival, I would definitely do it without hesitation. You truly are a cold-blooded beast. With that, Lin Yuan swung his sword horizontally, and Sun Hu's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted from his neck, staining a large area of the ground red. Hiss! The three of them couldn't help but gasp. He was dead. Sun Hu was actually dead just like that. Moreover, he couldn't even self-destruct, he died so frustratingly in the other's hands. In just a short while, a hegemon of Falling Cloud City had fallen. This scene was so shocking that it was hard for people to react quickly. After killing the opponent, Lin Yuan released his Yuan Qi to wipe away the blood from his blade. Then, he turned around and said, sorry, Clan Master Dang, I've dirtied your house. Hearing this, Dang Xin finally came back to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly. No, young master, you're too polite. You have already done the Deng family a great favor by slaying Sun Hu. A little blood is nothing, we can easily clean it up. Deng Fushi FL flattered him, young master is righteous and noble. By eliminating the tyrant Sun Hu this time, you are truly a great hero of our Falling Cloud City. Deng Rui also said, young master is righteous. Once this matter spreads, all the people in Falling Cloud City will sing praises of your heroic deeds. Lin Yuan's expression was normal, you all are too kind. I only acted to take revenge. It has nothing to do with the people. You don't have to be so reserved, after all, young master Deng and Miss Deng, we are acquaintances. Deng Fushi smiled charmingly, I didn't expect to see young master again after our last parting. It's truly fate. Lin Yuan nodded, indeed, there's a bit of fate, but perhaps it ends here. Deng Fushi asked nervously, what does young master mean by that? I will return to the Yunlan sect soon, so I won't be staying in the city for many days. When the time comes, I will be parting ways with you all. Instantly, Deng Fushi showed a look of reluctance. Won't young master stay for a few more days? No, returning to the city was only to visit my parents. After that purpose is fulfilled, I naturally need to return to the sect for training as soon as possible. Deng Fushi opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him to stay, but she didn't know what to say. She couldn't say, I'll go back to the sect with you, could she? After all, she wasn't a Yunlan sect disciple yet, and the family's affairs were busy. It was difficult for her to leave for the time being. Most importantly, there was no justification. Even if she went, she wouldn't have a place to stay. Deng Xian sought his daughter's attachment to Lin Yuan. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Young master, I. As soon as the words left his mouth, a servant's voice came from outside the house. Clan master, there are 3 people who wish to enter the Deng family, saying they are looking for young master Lin. Oh? Deng Xian swallowed back his words and said, Young master, are they here for you? Yes, let them in. All right. Deng Xian immediately instructed the servants to invite them in. Soon after, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Yi Linger also arrived in the hall, reuniting with Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan, you run so fast. You disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Linger, with light steps, quickly arrived at her lover's side. Immediately, she smelled a strong scent of blood, and turning her head, she saw a headless corpse lying in a pool of blood. How did someone die? She covered her small mouth with her delicate hand, a look of horror on her face. Because the body was missing its head, she didn't recognize who it was right away. He's the head of the Sun family, Lin Yuan said, revealing the man's identity. The head of the Sun family. The 2 elders and the girl were dumbfounded. It had only been a moment, and Lin Yuan had already killed him? This speed was too fast, wasn't it? He was a strong cultivator at the 3rd level of the condensation realm. He was just killed like that? Brother, you are amazing. Yi Linger turned to look at the young man, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and adoration. He's just at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, not really a strong cultivator. If you work hard in your cultivation in the future, you will also have a chance to reach this height. Lin Yuan sheathed his long sword and said calmly, is it possible for me too? Yi Linger was a bit skeptical. She had had no talent for cultivation since she was young. Why would he say she could open her meridians and condense a core? Lin Yuan only smiled and didn't explain much. With the powerful effects of the yin-yang divine art, coupled with the transmission of the vast yang energy in his body, even if Yi Linger was just a waste, he was confident he could cultivate her into a strong cultivator. Deng Xian suddenly interjected, Young Master Lin, who are these people? Lin Yuan replied, These 2 are my parents, and this is my lover. Then, he turned around to introduce, This is Deng Xian, the head of the Deng family, and these 2 are the young master and young lady of the Deng family. Hearing this, the 3 of the Deng family immediately cupped their hands and bowed, saying, Greetings to your esteemed father. Greetings to your esteemed mother. Only then did the 2 elders react, and they were immediately flattered, saying, Patriarch Deng, you are too polite. We too are mere commoners, how can we accept your courtesy? Although the Deng family's power in Luo Shao City was not as great as the Sun and Lu families, it was also a top-tier family. Now, the head of the Deng family was bowing to them, 2 commoners. If this had happened before, the 2 elders absolutely would not have dared to imagine it. Deng Xian said kindly, What are you saying, esteemed parents? You have such an outstanding son as young Master Lin. You are naturally of a noble family. How can you call yourselves commoners? The 2 elders understood that they were receiving this treatment entirely because of their son, so they said modestly, Patriarch, you are too kind. We are just common people, but Yuaner is doing well, which makes us look good too. Deng Xian stroked his beard and said, To be able to nurture such talent in young master, you have both contributed greatly. There is no need to be humble. Lin Erlong waved his hands repeatedly, Not at all, not at all. We didn't do anything, it was all Yuaner's own hard work that brought about his achievements today. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, Father, you mustn't say that. If you and mother hadn't adopted me back then, how could there be me today? Adopted? The 3 members of the Deng family changed their expressions, obviously realizing something. Chapter 52. The Sun family exterminated. Much gained. Lin father and Lin mother looked complex, offering no response. Seeing this, Lin Yuan didn't elaborate further, changing the subject. Clan head Deng, now that Sun who is dead, what do you think should be done with the Sun family? At this topic, Deng Xian revealed a ruthless expression. Of course, we must eradicate them, leaving not a single one alive. With the Sun family head gone, there was naturally no need for the Sun family to exist. To let any clansman escape through womanly compassion would undoubtedly create a potential threat. Lin Yuan understood this logic. After all, he had read many fantasy novels in his past life, where many protagonists were from families that had been exterminated, with only themselves barely escaping, only to return later to take revenge after growing in strength. He had to eliminate such a possibility. Even if it meant killing many innocents, he would not hesitate. Good, we will do as clan head Deng says. This time, we will join forces and wipe out the Sun family in one fell swoop. Lin Yuan decided. However, Deng Xian frowned. What we say is easy, but as Luoshao City is an affiliated city of the Cloud Mist sect, we still need to abide by the sect's laws. Does the clan head mean that the Cloud Mist sect prohibits the annihilation of entire families? Yes, after all, such an act is inhumane. Moreover, we are all considered the sect's dogs naturally. The sect wouldn't want its own dogs fighting each other to the death. These words made Lin Yuan nod slightly. What the clan head says makes sense. It seems this matter is not easy to handle. While pondering, he suddenly thought of something and asked, does the clan head know of any powers within the sect's territory that have carried out exterminations of families without facing punishment from the sect? Deng Xian replied, yes, the Cloud Mist sect's territory is vast. There are thousands upon thousands of families like the Sun family. Every day, many families are destroyed, and new families rise to take their place. As for the sect's punishments, as long as you have a little influence, you can easily get away with it. Hearing this, Lin Yuan finally relaxed, breaking into a smile. We don't need to fear the sect's rules anymore. Let's go and do it directly. Deng Xian asked suspiciously, what does young master mean by that? Are you confident you can avoid punishment from the sect? Pulling a token from his chest, Lin Yuan raised his lips slightly. May I ask clan head, with this status, can I resolve any trouble? Looking at the Lu character token before him, Deng Xian's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, a Lu family guest token. You are actually a Lu family guest? The Lu family was a top-tier family within the Cloud Mist sect's territory. Aside from the cultivation of the Lu family members, the powerful strength of the family's old ancestor, who was in the Dao platform realm, was enough to make most powers submit. This was a truly prestigious family, far beyond the Sun and Lu families. And a guest of the Lu family was not just anyone. They needed to be invited by a senior figure within the Lu family to be eligible. Thus, the position held extremely high status. Deng Rui and Deng Fushi had also heard of the Lu family's reputation, and now their eyes were filled with admiration and respect as they looked at Lin Yuan. Lin father, Lin mother, and Yilinger had not heard of the Lu family, but based on the reaction of the Deng family, they could roughly guess how powerful the Lu family was. Yuaner actually had such a status? Truly remarkable. The two elders couldn't help but feel proud of their son. Seeing Deng Xian's astonished expression, Lin Yuan asked again, Clan head Deng, with the Lu family's influence, is it still not enough to avoid punishment? Enough. More than enough. It's absolutely enough. Deng Xian nodded frantically, adding, with young master's status, even if you exterminated the Sun family, or even if you flattened the Luoshao City Lord's mansion, the sect's external affairs hall wouldn't dare utter a word. Lin Yuan smiled lightly. Clan head is overstating things. I wouldn't go as far as to target the city lord's mansion. It's enough to wipe out the Sun family. Let us prepare to depart now. Good. I will immediately gather the Deng family members, and this time we will go all out to encircle and annihilate them, absolutely not letting any member of the Sun family escape. Soon, the operation to exterminate the Sun family was launched with great fanfare. An hour later, reporting to the family head, all 164 members of the Sun family, including the direct and collateral lines, as well as all the branch family members, have been completely killed by us. The corpses have been counted, and not a single one is left alive. In the Sun family hall filled with corpses, Deng Xian, listening to his family members' report, said with satisfaction, Good, you have all done very well. After I have finished counting the Sun family's resources, I will personally hold a commendation ceremony to reward you. The family members immediately exclaimed with joy, Thank you for your grace, family head. Well, alright, you may step down now. Casually waving his hand to dismiss the family member, Deng Xian turned to look at Lin Yuan, beaming with joy. Young master, we have won a great victory in this battle. The Sun family was almost powerless to resist and was completely annihilated. The treasures left in the family have also been plundered by us, and they are all contained in this storage bag. Please have a look, young master. Taking the storage bag from the other party, Lin Yuan released his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered that it contained more than 20,000 yuan stones, a low-level yellow-grade cultivation method, several low-level yellow-grade martial skills, as well as hundreds of low-grade elixirs, dozens of low-level talismans, a few ordinary one-pattern spiritual weapons, and a few medicinal herbs used for alchemy. This quantity of yuan stones, as well as various resources, caused Lin Yuan's breathing to become rapid. 20,000 yuan stones. There were actually 20,000 yuan stones. With such a large sum of money, he no longer had to worry about the yuan stones needed for cultivation. In addition, the martial skills, cultivation methods, medicinal herbs, elixirs, talismans, and spiritual weapons, if they were converted into cash, would also be a considerable income. He had really struck it rich this time. Amidst the excitement, he quickly calmed down, thinking, Family head Deng, although I contributed to the annihilation of the Sun family this time, you have also done a great job, so you should also take some of the things from the storage bag. Hearing this, Deng Xian was overwhelmed with gratitude and repeatedly shook his head, saying, "Young master, you are joking. The reason why we were able to successfully annihilate the Sun family this time was entirely because you killed Sun Hu, causing the Sun family to be leaderless and collapse in an instant. The greatest credit belongs to you, and the spoils of war should naturally belong entirely to you. How could we dare to covet ill-gotten gains?" He knew very well that if it weren't for Lin Yuan, the Deng family would probably have already been exterminated by Sun Hu, and there wouldn't be the victorious posture they had now. Therefore, the other party was considered the Deng family's savior, and of course, he would not dare to covet the savior's wealth. Lin Yuan also understood this, but after all, the Deng family had also contributed to this encirclement, and if he didn't show anything, he would feel a bit guilty. Therefore, he decided, those who have contributed will be rewarded accordingly. You have indeed made contributions this time, and I should naturally give you rewards. Please accept these Yuan stones, family head. Chapter 53, A Close Request, A Young Girl's True Feelings. Deng Xian hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Are you still being so formal with me, family head? Seeing Lin Yuan look a little displeased, Deng Xian panicked and quickly accepted. My apologies, young master. It was my own coyness. I shall accept this gift now. He immediately took out his storage pouch and received 5,000 spirit stones from the other pouch. Seeing such a large number of spirit stones, Deng Xian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Young master, isn't this a bit too much? It is quite a bit, but since I've offered it, you should just take it. Alright. After receiving all the spirit stones, Deng Xian bowed. Thank you for the young master's reward. In the future, if you have need of me in Falling Cloud City, please do not hesitate to ask. The Deng family will certainly assist with all our might. Lin Yuan smiled. This is a reward you deserve. There's no need for the family head to be so polite. After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Even a small family like the Sun family has accumulated so much wealth. The financial resources of those even more powerful families must be unimaginable. Deng Xian explained, although the Sun family is small, they have been around for over 100 years. If you calculate their annual income as 1,000 spirit stones, their accumulation isn't much at all. Most of their income has been squandered. Lin Yuan nodded. By your estimation, it's indeed not much. To only save 20,000 spirit stones in 100 years was enough to show how extravagant and wasteful the Sun family was in their daily lives. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Finally, Deng Xian used the excuse of holding a celebration feast to invite him to take his seat. The Deng estate. In the large family courtyard, more than a dozen tables were set up, and the family members were seated, filling them to capacity. Lin Yuan, Yi Linger, and Lin's parents were seated at the head table, along with Deng Xian, the Deng siblings, and several core members of the Deng family. Come, let's all raise a toast to young Master Lin. Deng Xian raised his wine cup and surveyed the crowd. Yes, young Master Lin, I offer you a toast. Thank you for resolving the Sun Tiger matter, young master. This old man thanks you. The young master's kindness, the Deng family will forever remember it. Young master's nobility, this humble one admires it greatly. The crowd spoke their thanks continuously, their feelings of gratitude overflowing. Lin Yuan returned a toast, amicably saying, the Sun family was unrighteous, and they would have received punishment sooner or later. I merely acted in advance. There's no need for everyone to praise me so much. Please, enjoy the feast. Alright. Then we shall take the young master's word for it and drink our fill. Everyone chatted and laughed, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Yi Linger, participating in such a grand feast for the first time, seemed a little uncomfortable. She only dared to sit quietly beside her lover, quietly tasting the food, and did not dare to interject. Deng Fushi scrutinized the young girl's beautiful and charming face, evaluating in her heart, this little girl is indeed good-looking. No wonder she caught young Master Lin's eye. But I wonder how her talent is. Filled with curiosity, she took the initiative to raise her wine cup, addressing the young girl. Miss Yi, I heard you're the young master's lover. This humble one dares to offer you a toast. Suddenly being toasted, Yi Linger looked flustered and shyly returned the toast. Thank you for Miss Deng's kindness, I am most honored. Miss Yi is joking. You are the young master's lover. How could I be deserving of the title Miss before you? Miss is too serious. Linger is just an ordinary commoner. In terms of background, I am far inferior to Mississippi. I have only had the good fortune to occupy a seat at this table because of my relationship with brother Lin Yuan. Miss Yi is truly humble. Since you've won the young master's heart, you must have some extraordinary qualities. How could you be ordinary? These words caused the eyes of everyone at the table to turn to Yi Linger, curious about how extraordinary she was and why she was able to become Lin Yuan's lover. The gazes of everyone made Yi Linger lower her eyes. Her face flushed as she said, Miss is joking. Linger doesn't have any extraordinary qualities. The reason I'm favored by my brother is because we've known each other since childhood and have a deep relationship that continues to this day. Known each other since childhood. So they were childhood sweethearts. No wonder. Everyone suddenly understood and couldn't help but sigh. To have met a prodigy like Lin Yuan in childhood, this woman truly had a blessing from a past life. Deng Fushi understood, and a strong sense of envy rose in her heart. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Yi Linger, and in terms of cultivation talent, she was even above Yi Linger. Yet, even so, she had no chance to receive Lin Yuan's favor, simply because the other was a childhood sweetheart, while she was just a passerby who met by chance. Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why could this little girl meet the young master in childhood, while I couldn't? Deng Fushi harbored resentment, biting her red lips, her face slightly lost. Deng Rui noticed his sister's abnormality and immediately understood what she was thinking. He steeled his heart and stood up, saying, "Young master, yesterday we met you thousands of miles away, which could be considered fate. With your noble status and unparalleled talent, my family's common background should not allow me to make requests in front of you. However, my sister has been unable to eat or sleep for the past day, repeatedly mentioning you at home. As her younger brother, I cannot bear to see my sister in such grief. Therefore, I would like to boldly request that you consider my sister's feelings." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Deng Rui's words were essentially a slap in the face. In front of so many people, it was difficult for Lin Yuan to avoid it, and he could only give a definite answer. Deng Fushi was also shocked by her brother's words and immediately reprimanded him. "Nonsense. What qualifications do you, a mere commoner, have to speak rashly about the young master? Although I admire and respect the young master, it has not reached the point you describe. Please don't speak carelessly before the young master and cause unnecessary discomfort." Having said that, she turned to Lin Yuan, rose and apologized. "I'm sorry, young master, my younger brother has spoken recklessly and offended you. Please forgive him." The woman's words made everyone nod in agreement. This gave Lin Yuan an out. Even if he rejected the beauty's feelings, neither side would be embarrassed. Although Deng Fushi said this, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the other party, clearly caring about the man's answer. Faced with the actions of the siblings, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly and spoke softly, "Miss Diang's feelings, I have already known since yesterday. However, considering that I already have several close female companions by my side, if Miss is added, then the love that each person can share will be less. Moreover, with Mrs. Beauty, it would be too unfair for you to commit yourself to a man as amorous as I am." Hearing this, Deng Fushi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Sad that the other party had too many romantic entanglements, which as a woman, she would of course mind. Happy that Lin Yuan's words were tantamount to accepting her, but he was concerned about her feelings and did not dare to start this relationship lightly. Everyone understood the meaning of the man's words. Deng Rui was immediately delighted. "Young master's words mean that you can accept my sister's feelings, but it depends on her own choice, right?" Chapter 54, Accepting the Beauty, a three-way marriage. Lin Yuan remained silent, clearly acquiescing to the statement. Deng Fushi was beautiful and still unmarried. He could certainly accept such a beauty. He had only been feigning refusal out of a sense of responsibility. Seeing this, Deng Rui quickly turned his head and said, "Sister Shi, you see, the young master has already said so. What are your thoughts? Are you willing to bear this grievance?" Everyone didn't need much thought to make a decision. Of course she would accept. Lin Yuan was young and already had the strength of the coagulation core realm. Moreover, he was a guest elder of the Lu family, his status exceeding Deng Fushi's by several levels. A man as outstanding as him would not even consider a woman from a small family like the Deng family as a concubine. If Deng Fushi could attach herself to him and get a little benefit from Lin Yuan, her future would be bright. As for his being a playboy, what did it matter? Which slightly powerful man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines these days? As long as the benefits were sufficient, it was okay to suffer a little in the realm of feelings. The woman clearly understood this, so she only hesitated for a moment before resolutely saying, "Young master, I don't mind that at all. No matter how many women you have now or in the future, as long as you leave a place for me in your heart, then Sheer will be content." Upon hearing this, the hearts of everyone that had been hanging in the air dropped. As long as Deng Fushi agreed, that was good. Anyway, Lin Yuan had already acquiesced just now, so it was impossible for him to go back on his word, right? Seeing her so determined, Lin Yuan also stopped being coy and got up, saying, "Alright, since Miss has said so, then how could Lin be an ungrateful man? From now on, you will follow me and be my woman." A one-sided love had finally received a response from the beloved. Deng Fushi cried tears of joy, nodding repeatedly, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Sheer will accompany you day and night from now on and serve you wholeheartedly." Lin Yuan also promised, "I will also do my best to take care of you." At this moment, Lin's parents, who had been left aside, finally couldn't help but voice their opinions. "Oh dear, Miss Deng is a maiden, Yuaner, how can you wrong her like this?" Yes, with Miss Deng's family background, wouldn't she be a legal wife wherever she marries? How can you treat her so badly? The 2 elders wore displeased expressions on their faces, but they were secretly delighted in their hearts. Good heavens! He had even managed to snag the eldest daughter of the Deng family. As expected of their Yuaner, his harvest was increasing and the Lin family's lineage would surely be extremely prosperous in the future. The two elders' words made Deng Fushi feel overwhelmed by favor. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, you're too kind. It is my good fortune to be able to be young master's woman. How would I dare to aspire to the position of legal wife? That would be too ungrateful." Deng Xian echoed, "Sheer is right. It is her blessing to marry the young master. A legal wife is definitely out of the question. Let's hold the wedding with the rights of a concubine." Wedding. Deng Fushi's heart trembled and her face showed some panic. Was she really going to get married so soon? She hadn't even prepared herself mentally. Lin Ron's eyes widened, immediately refuting, "A concubine? How can that be? Miss Deng is precious, we should use the highest standards for her marriage. No need, no need. A secular wedding, a simple ceremony will do." No, that won't do." Seeing his father and Deng Xian contradicting each other, Lin Yuan chuckled, "Alright, father, as the family head said, this is a secular marriage, so let's do it with secular standards. Also," he paused halfway, then turned his head to look at the girl, saying, "Linger, our wedding hasn't been held yet either. How about you marry me together with Miss Deng?" Linger was still feeling downcast, but suddenly hearing her beloved's words, she forced a smile and said, "Okay, that would be convenient." Lin Yuan then looked at Deng Fushi, asking, "Sheer, what do you think of this?" Since he had already said so, how could Deng Fushi possibly refuse? Though unwilling, she nodded and said, "Very well, I'll do as the young master says." And so, the preparations for the three-person wedding began in full swing. That evening, inside the city lord's mansion, "My lord, the Lu family head, Lu Shang, has come to visit." In the empty hall, City Lord Qi Ji was handling official documents when he suddenly received a report from a servant. "Let him in." Yes. Soon, a man in fine silk strode into the hall, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, "Lu Sheng of the Lu family greets Lord City Lord. We are old friends, brother Lu, no need for such formality." Qi Ji closed his documents, raised his eyes to look at the other, and continued, "It's so late, what brings the family head to my mansion?" Lu Sheng took out a red invitation from his bosom and said softly, "I believe you have also received this invitation, my lord? Indeed, it's quite surprising that the eldest daughter of the Deng family is getting married. So what does the city lord intend to do?" "Naturally, to participate. The Deng family is, after all, a large family in my Luoshao city. I must give them that face. Are you not aware of what happened during the day? The Deng family mobilized their entire clan to exterminate the Sun family. This completely violates the sex rules. You, as the enforcer of law in this city, not only do not punish their evil deeds but even participate in their celebrations. Where does that leave the face of the city lord's mansion? Where is your dignity?" Lu Sheng's words were powerful, each one hitting the mark, as if he were standing up for the city lord's mansion. Qi Ji had long seen through the other's intentions and sneered, "Many forces are eradicated within the sect's territory every day. What is the mere Sun family? So you're just going to watch them act as they please and remain indifferent?" Repeatedly questioned by the other, Qi Ji finally became angry. "Impudence. You are just a subject, what right do you have to question my decisions as city lord? If you are truly dissatisfied with the Deng family, then go and settle it yourself, instead of stirring up trouble and sowing discord before me." He had already known about the Sun family's extermination the moment it happened, that the Deng family had gotten the help of a young powerful expert who had easily killed Sun Hu. To be able to kill a condensed core realm cultivator at such a young age, that person must have a great background. How could he be foolish enough to offend such a person? Hearing this, Lu Sheng's face darkened. He should go resolve it himself? The Sun family's fate was right there before his eyes. How could his Lu family dare to tempt fate? Seeing the other's silence, Qi Ji continued, "I know that you are worried about becoming the next Sun family, but as far as I know, the Sun family was exterminated because they offended a highly skilled expert. It wasn't for no reason. As long as your Lu family remains obedient, that expert won't target you." Lu Sheng bit his lip and said helplessly, "Very well, thank you for the city lord's warning. Then I shall take my leave now." He had intended to use the city lord's mansion to suppress the Deng family, but now judging from the other's attitude, it was mostly impossible. Chapter 55, Welcoming Two Brides, the Deng family's opportunity. After Lu Sheng left, Qi Ji hesitated for a moment, then picked up his brush and began to write an official document on the desk. "Recently, the Sun family of my city suffered a brutal massacre. The perpetrators' origins are unknown, and their strength is formidable. This humble servant dares not offend them, so I am reporting this to the hall, for the elders to decide whether to punish them. Someone, send this letter to the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Cloud Ascending Sect." "Yes, sir." The next day, the Deng Manor. Red curtains adorned the entire mansion, and the clansmen chatted and laughed, the scene lively and bustling. I never thought that the eldest miss, who had remained chaste for over 20 years, would eventually marry a cultivator of common origins. Common? It seems you are unaware. The groom this time is a disciple of a great figure from the Cloud Ascending sect. His status and strength are both terrifying, so he's a highly skilled disciple of the Cloud Ascending sect. No wonder he was able to capture the eldest miss's heart. Have you heard? Not only is he marrying the eldest miss this time, but also a commoner girl. Marrying two at once? This fellow is too fortunate. How can the eldest miss tolerate sharing a husband with another woman? In front of a core disciple of the Cloud Ascending sect, what does the Deng family's eldest miss even amount to? She's no different from a commoner girl of the secular world. After learning of Lin Yuan's identity, the clansmen sighed with emotion. Such was the disparity in social standing. In the face of true power, the Deng family, the top family in Falling Cloud City, was nothing more than ants, with no status to speak of. At this moment, inside the women's boudoir, the two brides sat before their bronze mirrors, putting on makeup, their hearts filled with anticipation and nervousness. After all, it was their first time getting married, and it was inevitable that they would be restless and unsettled. Sister Linger, Deng Fushi suddenly spoke. What is it, Sister Deng? I feel a little sorry for you. Ah, why do you say that? As a latecomer, I'm forcefully intruding on the affection between you and the young master. It's a little unkind of me. Sister, what are you saying? You, as the eldest miss of the Deng family, are already giving Linger immense honor by being willing to serve the young master alongside me. Moreover, even if you didn't join, there would definitely be many other beauties pursuing the young master in the future. One more sister like you won't make a difference. The young woman's words surprised Deng Fushi. Is Sister Linger really so open-minded? Although she was willing to share Lin Yuan with other women, it didn't mean she didn't care. These kinds of things would always be a concern. Yi Linger smiled freely. Perhaps it's because I come from a humble background, so I've never had any demands about this. As long as I can always stay by brother Lin Yuan's side, I'm already content. Deng Fushi nodded slightly and whispered, yes, I used to have high standards and even had beautiful fantasies of having one love for life until the young master appeared, which made me realize that as long as the other party is excellent enough, I cannot care about having a few sisters. Yi Linger smiled sweetly. Then, from now on, Linger and Sister Deng are sisters who understand and support each other. Please take care of me, sister. Alright, Sister Linger. From now on, we sisters will rely on each other and serve the young master together well. While the two women talked, their makeup was almost done. They then put on their wedding gowns and left the boudoir together. Lin Yuan, dressed in a festive robe, had been waiting outside. Upon seeing them appear, he immediately stepped forward, took the hands of the two women, and said gently, let's go, we'll go to the hall for the ceremony. Okay. With the witnessing of the full hall of guests, the wedding soon began. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the ancestors. Husband and wife bow to each other. Escort them to the bridal chamber. The secular wedding wasn't very particular. After a simple ceremony, the three of them entered the bridal chamber. White bedsheets, red curtains, and two beautiful brides. Lin Yuan sat in the center of the bed, looking at the two women beside him. A sense of emotion arose in his eyes. I never thought that a nobody in my previous life would be so favored by so many beauties in this life. With an inward sigh, he no longer waited, simultaneously lifting the two red veils with his left and right hands. The two women, with exquisitely painted faces, instantly came into his view. Young master. Brother. The two women's faces were flushed, filled with shy tenderness. Linger, sheer, a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let us begin now. It was unknown how long had passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the room, quietly absorbing the power gained from the two women. Opening his eyes, he exhaled softly, his face showing joy as he said, through Linger and Sheer's help, I have successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm this time, one step closer to the Condensing Pill Realm. Ao Lingshuan commented, these two girls have too low cultivation levels, their essence power is too weak, and they are not naturally in heavy physiques. It's already good luck that you could use their power to increase your realm by one level. Lin Yuan chuckled, the path of cultivation is not easy. Being able to break through from the 5th level of the Body Tempering Realm to the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm in just 1 month is already rapid progress. I should first consolidate my foundation before slowly trying to improve further. With that said, his gaze fell upon the bedsheets, a sense of satisfaction filling him. No wonder the ancients all pursued the fortune of having multiple wives, the experience is indeed different. Lin Yuan sighed softly. Hearing this, the two women, who were meditating and cultivating nearby, blushed instantly. Their first marriage was different from others, and the peculiar process was truly too embarrassing to speak of. Noticing the change in their emotions, Lin Yuan teasingly asked, Linger, Sheer, how did it feel just now? It was good, brother. I also think it was good, young master was very gentle with us. The two women replied softly. Lin Yuan smiled. Since we are married, shouldn't you change your address for me? The two women first let out a soft moan, then said in unison, husband. Ha 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 ha. Good, from now on, I will surely love you both well. Thank you for your love, husband. After the three of them had enjoyed a moment of tenderness, Lin Yuan got up and left the room, not wanting to disturb them while they digested the yang energy. Young master, have you finished your nuptial night? In the courtyard, Lin Yuan was just about to practice his penetrating back fist when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Turning his head, he saw Deng Xian looking at him respectfully. Yes, father-in-law, it's late. Are you still not resting? Young master, you are truly making me feel ashamed. With my meager strength, how can I possibly bear the title of father-in-law? Deng Xian waved his hands repeatedly, looking extremely apprehensive. Lin Yuan said calmly, since I have married your daughters, I should naturally address you as such. Also, you don't need to call me young master, just call me Xiao Yuan. Deng Xian hesitated, that would be far too presumptuous, I'll still call you young master, that way I'll feel more comfortable. Alright, do you have anything else? It's like this, young master. You were also a resident of Falling Cloud City, so you should know that our Deng family's strength was not as developed as it is now in the past. Yes, if I remember correctly, 3 years ago the Deng family was still a small family, right? How did you develop so quickly in the past 3 years? Because I obtained a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter? Lin Yuan's eyes changed, and he asked curiously, what kind of fortuitous encounter? Is it convenient for father-in-law to tell me? Chapter 56, Top-Grade Yuan Stone. Deng Xian's surprised Deng Xian looked around, then cautiously transmitted his voice. There might be villains lurking around the courtyard. Could the young master come inside to talk? Alright. The two quickly went to a small room. After closing the door, Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask, now can you speak, father-in-law? Deng Xian Yuan didn't speak. Instead, he took out a yuan stone from his chest and presented it to the youth, confessing, it was this thing that helped me break through from the 9th level of Qi channeling to successfully enter the core formation realm. Isn't this just a yuan stone? Lin Yuan scrutinized the stone carefully, then questioned. Deng Xian shook his head. This thing looks like a yuan stone, but the yuan energy it contains is far more than a low-grade yuan stone. Is that so? Can I feel it? Of course, young master, please. With his consent, Lin Yuan reached out and held the stone, channeling his energy to absorb it. Boom! A huge sound echoed in his body as a tremendous amount of yuan energy burst from the stone, pouring into his limbs and reaching his limit in no time. Huff! He quickly released his grip, panting slightly with shock on his face. Such a thick and pure yuan energy is hundreds of times stronger than ordinary yuan stones. What exactly is this? Could it be a high-grade yuan stone? While digesting the yuan energy he had just absorbed, he speculated. It's not a high-grade yuan stone. It's a top-grade yuan stone. Ao Ling Shuang's cold voice suddenly sounded. Top grade. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he urgently asked, what is a top-grade yuan stone? Can you explain it, Sister Shuang? Top-grade yuan stones are condensed from the purest world origin energy when the universe first began. They not only contain pure yuan energy but also fragments of the great Tao laws. When cultivated, they enhance one's comprehension of the myriad great Taos, helping one build a Tao platform of superior quality. Something that only existed when the universe first began? That must be extremely rare, right? Indeed. High-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade yuan stones are all renewable resources. They can be produced after use and, based on the normal consumption of cultivators across the realm, they are practically inexhaustible. But top-grade yuan stones are different. There were only a few born when the universe first began. Once they're used up, they're gone forever. At this point, Ao Ling Shuang deduced, this continent hasn't existed for long. Otherwise, the top-grade yuan stones would have been used up by predecessors. How could a mere Qi channeling realm ant have obtained one? I don't know much about the history of Tianlan continent either. But as Sister Shuang said, even if these yuan stones haven't been used up with such a rare quantity, Deng Xian's luck in finding one is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is lucky. Perhaps it's a blessing from heaven. Oh, right, Sister Shuang, what were those things you mentioned earlier, like law fragments and building the Tao platform? Those are things to consider after the core formation realm. They are too distant for you right now. Alright, let's not worry about those things for now. Just tell me, is there any difference between the yuan energy in a top-grade yuan stone and the yuan energy in an ordinary yuan stone? The yuan energy in a top-grade yuan stone is purer and more concentrated. The absorption efficiency is hundreds of times that of a low-grade yuan stone. Hundreds of times. Lin Yuan was shocked, then said, wouldn't that mean that as long as I cultivate with this yuan stone, I could quickly break through to a higher realm? Ao Ling Shuang denied, that's the theory, but it's not that simple. The yuan energy in a top-grade yuan stone is still too powerful for low-level cultivators. Just absorbing it for a moment requires several hours to digest. You must have felt it just now, right? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. I clearly only held it for a breath's time, yet I received a massive amount of yuan energy. It's all piling up in my body right now, and I estimate it will take a while to digest. Ao Ling Shuang continued. Moreover, supreme-grade spirit stones aren't omnipotent. If a cultivator's talent is limited, no matter how much spirit energy they absorb, they will still hit a bottleneck and be unable to advance. I understand. So, in the end, it all comes down to one's own talent. This supreme-grade spirit stone is merely a treasure that accelerates cultivation, not a panacea for breaking through bottlenecks. That's right. While the two were communicating in their soul sea, Deng Xian, seeing Lin Yuan suddenly fall silent, assumed that he was digesting the spirit energy within his body, so he didn't disturb him. At this moment, Lin Yuan finished his conversation with the dragon girl and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, father-in-law, I was startled by this spirit stone just now and didn't react for a moment." Deng Xian smiled and said, "It's alright. How did you feel, young master? Is this thing very powerful?" "It's very powerful. The spirit energy within this stone is very strong. I feel like I've suddenly been imbued with power. That intense spirit energy almost burst my body. I was the same as you at first, shocked by the power of this thing. So, later on, I was careful and cultivated slowly, not daring to absorb too much at once." Then, does father-in-law know what this is? I don't know. Does young master know? Little Yuan, don't tell the truth. Let's trick him into giving it to us first, Ao Ling Shuang suggested. Lin Yuan was about to reveal the truth, but the dragon girl's sudden words made him hesitate. Deceive his father-in-law? That wouldn't be very good, would it? After quickly pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan transmitted back, "This is someone else's possession. Even if we trick them into giving it to us, it would be ill-gotten gain, and we wouldn't feel at ease using it. Moreover, Deng Xian is not young and quite experienced. He can definitely guess that this is a special spirit stone. Our deception will likely be seen through, and it would be very awkward. So, let's just be honest." After listening to these words, Ao Ling Shuang pondered and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Since this guy dared to take the item out for us to see, he must have some idea about it. Ordinary tricks won't fool him." Having made a decision, Lin Yuan immediately stated, "Father-in-law, I once learned from ancient texts that, besides the upper, middle, and lower grades of spirit stones, there's another grade called supreme grade." Supreme grade? Do you mean this is a supreme grade spirit stone? Yes. Supreme grade spirit stones are extremely valuable. You were truly blessed by the heavens to obtain this item. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Deng Xin cupped his fist and asked, "Thank you for your auspicious words, young master. Also, I am a bit curious. What is the difference between supreme grade spirit stones and ordinary spirit stones? Could young master tell me?" "Of course." Then, Lin Yuan explained in detail the effects of spirit stones. Deng Xin finally understood how rare this spirit stone was. "I see, so this is the legendary supreme grade spirit stone. I've really picked up a treasure." Deng Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, the value of this item goes without saying. You must keep it safe and not let others discover it," Lin Yuan cautioned. Chapter 57, A Great Treasure Acquired. Lu Zhou's malice. Deng Xian remained silent, and after hesitating for a moment, he suddenly made up his mind, saying, "Young master, to be honest, the reason I revealed this item is to see if it can help you in your cultivation." "Ah, you mean to give this treasure to me? That is my intention." "Why do you think so?" "Because I've discovered that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. No matter how much spiritual energy I absorb from spiritual stones, my cultivation cannot improve any further. Therefore, it would be a waste to keep this item by my side. It's better to let it follow a wise master and fulfill its inherent value." Deng Xian's words were sincere, his face full of earnestness, clearly not joking. Lin Yuan had initially felt it was a bit of a pity that such a top-grade spiritual stone was in his possession, and had considered the possibility of getting his hands on it. He hadn't expected Deng Xian's true intention to be this, which caught him somewhat off guard. Such a precious item, how could I dare to take it? Even if I accept this, how will I repay you? Young master, please don't refuse. I've already decided. You have saved the Deng family's life. Consider this item as our way of repaying your kindness. Moreover, if you still feel bad about it, please be good to Sheer. She is my only daughter, and I still hope she can become a strong cultivator in the future, and bring prosperity to the Deng family. Then you can just give this item to Sheer directly. No, although Sheer has decent talent, she is far inferior to you. Only in your hands can this item shine and maximize its usefulness. Besides, when you become stronger, you can also provide Sheer with more resources, can't you? What you said makes sense." Having reached this point, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and agreed decisively. "Alright, as you say. I promise you that from now on, I will take good care of Sheer and protect you all. As long as I live, I will ensure the peace of the Deng family forever. Young master, you are truly talented. I believe you will sweep away many powerful enemies and reach the peak of the continent, Deng Xian said solemnly while handing over the spiritual stone. Lin Yuan reached out and took it, promising, when I reach the top, there will definitely be a place for the Deng family on the summit. Good. Then I will wait for that day to come. Ha 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 ha, ha, then I'll go cultivate first, father-in-law. Alright, go ahead. In this way, Lin Yuan successfully obtained the top-grade spiritual stone and quickly returned to his bedroom. At this moment, he could not suppress his excitement, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. A top-grade spiritual stone. It was a top-grade spiritual stone. A chance that countless people dreamed of, and he had obtained it so easily, it felt like a dream. That's wonderful, little Yuan. With the help of this spiritual stone, not only can your cultivation progress be greatly accelerated, but we will also be more secure when facing enemies, and we no longer have to worry about running out of spiritual energy in battle, Ao Ling Shuang said, equally surprised. Running out of spiritual energy? Aren't I the 9 yang divine veins? Do I need to worry about lacking spiritual energy in battle? 9 yang divine veins simply mean that your yang energy is abundant, but it doesn't mean you have infinite spiritual energy. You were previously fighting against cultivators with ordinary constitutions, so you didn't feel any lack of power. But when you encounter saintly bodies or those with double pupils in the future, your spiritual energy will be consumed rapidly, and the replenishment of yang energy will definitely not keep up. At this time, you will need spiritual energy recovery pills or treasures. Are you saying that converting yang energy into spiritual energy also takes time? Yes, therefore, with a top-grade spiritual stone, it's like you can instantly replenish your spiritual energy with just one absorption. This is too heaven-defying, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide open in surprise. Isn't this top-grade spiritual stone like a mana regeneration item from his previous life's games? Moreover, this item doesn't have a cooldown, it can be used continuously, instantly maxing out your state, practically like a cheat? How can anyone else compete? He could almost envision a scene during a battle against a formidable foe, while others were still slowly recovering their energy with restoration pills. He would already be fully healed, ready to unleash his ultimate move once more. Invincible. Too invincible. With this top-grade essence stone, who in this world can stand against me? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan laughed inwardly, unable to contain his elation. While the top-grade essence stone is great, you shouldn't become too reliant on it. After all, some trials don't allow the use of external objects, and you still need sufficient endurance of your own. Also, you cannot reveal this item to outsiders, or the consequences, needless to say, would be dire. Understood, Sister Frost. I will be careful with it. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly, then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the essence energy he had just obtained. Cloud Peak Sect. The External Affairs Hall. Brother Lu, what brings you to visit me today? Have you encountered some difficulty again? A middle-aged man wearing a cloud-patterned uniform was working when he noticed a familiar face arriving, so he looked up and asked with a smile. Lu Jiu cupped his fist in greeting. Greetings, Brother Bin. I've come to you today with a request, and I wonder if you would grant it. Brother Lu, you are too kind. Your brother once saved my life, and since you are my benefactor's brother, I will naturally do my best to help you. Brother Bin, you are too serious. It's not a difficult matter, I just need to look up some information about an outer sect disciple. Would that be convenient for you? Is that all? Yes. No problem. What is the disciple's name? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin murmured the name, and then he quickly realized, are you talking about that Lin Yuan who won first place in the outer sect competition? Exactly. Why do you want to look up his information? I am an old acquaintance of Qin Run, and I was once indebted to him. Hearing that he died, I want to visit his disciple, give him something, and offer some words of comfort. Who is Qin Run? He was Lin Yuan's master. Then why don't you just go to him directly? I looked for him several times in the residential area but couldn't find him. I assumed he had gone out, so I came here to check. I see. You are indeed grateful and know how to return a favor. Then let me help you find it. Though he said this, Wang Bin knew in his heart that Lu Jiu's purpose was most likely to curry favor with Lin Yuan. After all, he was the new top disciple of the outer sect and had a boundless future, so any normal person would want to befriend him. After a short while, he found Lin Yuan's file from a stack of documents. It contained the record of his recent entries and exits from the sect. On September 10th, he left the sect, the reason being to visit his family, and the destination was Falling Cloud City. September 10th. That should be 2 days ago. He went back to Falling Cloud City? Yes. Are you going to look for him there? It depends. If I have time, it's not impossible. This remark made Huang Bin frown. If it was only to curry favor, would it require such diligence? Even going to a city 1,000 miles away to offer comfort? Wasn't that a bit too obsequious? Chapter 58 Two Men's Malice. For sounds of fists just then, a servant came to report, Steward Huang, there are letters from subordinate cities. Alright, bring them to me. Taking the letter from the disciple, Huang Bin's brow furrowed deeper after reading it. Seeing this, Lu Jiu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Brother Bin? Did something happen in the subordinate cities? Huang Bin didn't answer, but directly tossed the letter out, look for yourself. Lu Jiu picked up the letter and quickly scanned it, surprised. The Sun family in Luoshao City was exterminated? What was the strength of that family? Luoshao City is considered the lowest level city within the sect's territory. The strongest family should only be at the core formation level. In that case, the cultivation of the person who did this is at least at the core formation realm. That's right, and the place where it happened was also in Luoshao City, which is the same as Lin Yuan's hometown. Could the murderer be? At this point, the two men's eyes met, and they inferred in unison, Lin Yuan. Impossible. Huang Bin immediately denied, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a junior in the Meridian Opening realm. How could he kill a core formation expert? The murderer must be someone else. Lu Jiu, however, shook his head, Brother Bin, you're really underestimating him. After all, he's a champion of the outer sect. He must have some hidden cards. It's not impossible for him to kill a core formation powerhouse. Huang Bin narrowed his eyes, why are you so sure, Brother Lu? Do you know his hidden cards? Lu Jiu sighed. Originally, he didn't want to reveal the matter of the meteor, but Lin Yuan could even kill core formation cultivators. With his own cultivation, he would definitely not be a match. In the current situation, he could only rely on Huang Bin to have a chance to plunder the opportunity. It's like this, Brother Bin. With his explanation, Huang Bin finally understood the situation. Meteor, opportunity. He murmured softly, then suddenly adopted a solemn expression, Brother Lu, if what you say is true, this matter is no small matter. Are you sure about what you're saying? Absolutely. Lu Jiu nodded heavily, with a serious expression. Brother Bin, the purpose of my revealing this matter, I think you know. This kid was able to break through from a body-tempering 5th level to the Meridian Opening realm in just a few days, and even won the championship of the outer sect competition. The power of that opportunity must be extremely terrifying. If we too can obtain it, our cultivation will surely soar. Even breaking through to the unattainable Yuan core realm will be just around the corner. Yuan core realm. Upon hearing this, Huang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart began to stir. He had been stuck at the Qi-gathering 3rd level for decades, during which time he had been trying to find elixirs to break through, but they were hard to come by. Without external interference, his talent in this life should have been exhausted, and his cultivation would have no possibility of improvement. And now, such a great opportunity was placed before him, how could he not be tempted? Seeing that the other party was tempted, Lu Jiu pressed on while the iron was hot. Brother Bin, I can promise you, if we really seize the opportunity from him, I will only take a small portion, just enough to help me break through to the Qi-gathering realm. The rest will be all yours. At least it can help you condense your Yuan core, and there is even a possibility of building a Dao platform and stepping into that transcendent realm. Huang Bin had to admit that what the other party said was indeed very tempting, but after all, he was a cultivator with some experience. He quickly calmed down and said softly, Brother Lu, if I can condense the Yuan core, that will already be a great blessing. I won't dream of building a Dao platform. Lu Jiu was immediately delighted, so you agree? Huang Bin's eyes were deep, and he tapped the table with his finger. Lin Yuan's strength is still unknown to us. Since he can kill core formation cultivators, he may not be unable to fight against Qi-gathering experts, and he is also the champion of the outer sect competition. The sect values him very much. If such an outstanding disciple dies within the territory of the Cloudwave sect, we will be investigated sooner or later. Lu Jiu smiled calmly, reassuring him, Brother Bin, you're overthinking it. No matter how strong that kid's luck is, he can't possibly raise his cultivation by 2 major realms. With you taking action, it'll be a piece of cake. As for the sect's investigation, once we've obtained such an opportunity, do we still need to stay here? Anyway, neither of us have any family. When the time comes, we'll escape overseas, and won't we be free as a bird in the vast sky and a fish in the wide sea? Huang Bin had already considered what the other party had said. After only a moment's thought, he made a decision. Alright, this time we'll go for a big one. Win, and the sky's the limit. Lose, and we'll be left with nothing but bones. Lu Jiu grinned. Don't worry, Brother Bin. With you here, we definitely won't lose. Falling Cloud City. The Deng Estate. Lin Yuan was practicing his fist in the courtyard, completely unaware that he had been targeted by 2 villains. Bang 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 bang. As he threw a punch, the sound of 4 pulses echoed out. A willow tree in the distance was hit, instantly breaking in two, the thick trunk and dense branches of the upper half crashing to the ground. I've finally mastered the 4 echoes of the Tongbei fist. Lin Yuan revealed a look of excitement, transmitting his voice. According to the martial arts explanation, the power of 4 echoes is comparable to a low-grade profound rank martial art. With the help of my divine meridians, it should be equivalent to an Earth rank martial art, right? Ao Ling Shuang refuted. No, the gap between Earth rank and profound rank martial arts is extremely vast. Even a high-grade profound rank martial art is several times weaker than a low-grade Earth rank one. So, the Tongbei fist you're currently executing can at most be considered high-grade profound rank. You'll need to reach at least 6 echoes to touch the threshold of the Earth rank. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Earth rank martial arts are so powerful. No wonder even a noble young lady like Lu Yuyan hasn't cultivated them. Wow! He broke that willow tree from so far away. Brother is so amazing. Hubby's strength is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid there aren't many of your peers who can match you, right? The two women beside him, witnessing the scene, opened their rosy little mouths and exclaimed in admiration. It could be seen that their complexions were much better than before, like flowers in early bloom, becoming more radiant after being nurtured by the man for many days. Lin Yuan turned around and smiled slightly. There are always better people, and there's always a higher sky. Although I'm considered a top dog in the outer sect, there must be many geniuses in the inner sect. Their talents are surely no less than mine. Deng Fushi raised her small fist. I believe that with hubby's talents, even if you enter the inner sect, you'll still be among the top. During this time, she had learned from him that Lin Yuan was not an inner sect disciple, nor did he have any background. He had only obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed him to win the outer sect competition and even earn the favor of the Lu family. Although the truth was somewhat different from what she had imagined, she was not disappointed. With Lin Yuan's talent, even without backing, he would at least be able to reach the Yuan Dan realm in the future. Such an exceptional talent, she was actually lucky to have him, wasn't she? My dear son-in-law, with your innate talent, I imagine it won't be long before you achieve core formation. Deng Xian walked out of the house, a smile on his face. Lin Yuan cupped his fist and said, I apologize, father-in-law, I accidentally destroyed your willow tree. A minor thing, a mere willow tree, we can always plant another. Ha ha. Lin Yuan was about to reply when a voice came from above. A willow tree can be replanted, but a crime is not so easily forgiven. Who? Everyone looked up and saw two middle-aged men descending from the sky, landing in the courtyard. Those are the uniforms of a Yunlan sect steward. Recognizing the clothes the men wore, Deng Xian's expression changed to one of alarm. Lin Yuan asked in surprise, steward's uniform? Are they Yunlan sect stewards? He had rarely seen inner sect stewards, so he did not recognize them. Deng Xian said in a low voice, yes, the requirement to become a Yunlan sect steward is the qi gathering reel. If these two are stewards, it means their cultivation is not bad, we might be in trouble. Judging from their expressions, it was clear the two were not here with good intentions. As expected, the man in the uniform spoke, accusing them immediately. Lin Yuan, you are an outer sect disciple of the Yunlan sect, and yet you bully weak families, even going so far as to exterminate an entire family. This action is a serious violation of our sect rule number 39. Do you know your crime? A sect steward actually came to find me because of a Sun family? Could the Sun family have some sort of backing in the Yunlan sect? Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lin Yuan replied calmly. The Sun family oppressed men and women, acted overbearingly, relied on their own power to dominate Falling Cloud City, and had long incurred the resentment of the people and the dissatisfaction of heaven. Such an act that angered both gods and men deserved to be corrected. I was just the one to stand up and take action. The sect doesn't even need to reward me for doing it, so where does this talk of guilt come from? His tone was calm and confident, showing no fear as if being interrogated. To this, Huang Bin roared, his eyes suddenly sharp. Absurd. Even if the Sun family was at fault, the sect should have been the one to punish them. When did it become your place to overstep your boundaries and use your own private methods? Lin Yuan sneered. What if I told you the Sun family killed my loved one's parents? Should there not be revenge for hate and a life for a life? Huang Bin retorted, even if they killed someone, were all members of the family the murderers? And why did you exterminate the entire household, dragging innocent people into the slaughter? Lin Yuan was straightforward. It's not just me who would do it. Anyone in your position, as long as they had the ability, would definitely eliminate the hidden dangers for themselves. Huang Bin internally agreed with this, but on the surface, he coldly snorted, a sharp-tongued brat. I don't care what your reasons are, as long as you have committed a crime, you must return to the sect for punishment. Now, surrender and let this steward give you less physical suffering. Lin Yuan said nothing more, directly taking out a token and presenting it to the two men. Looking at the big Lu character on the token, their eyes widened in disbelief. The Lu family guest token. This person was actually a guest of the Lu family. This identity was no ordinary matter. It seemed they had kicked an iron plate. Steward, are you still going to take me back to the sect now? Lin Yuan's lips curved up, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Brother Lu, why didn't you tell me about this? Huang Bin asked anxiously via voice transmission. Lu Jiao, surprised at first, quickly calmed down, replying, Brother Bin, don't panic. Even if he is a guest of the Lu family, so what? Distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. The Lu family's experts are still thousands of miles away, they cannot protect him at all. We just need to kill him on the spot, seize his opportunity and then flee, leave Yunlan sect's territory. We'll be fine. After speaking, he added, as long as we escape far enough, the sect cannot do anything to us, let alone the Lu family. Huang Bin's emotions gradually calmed down upon hearing this, and he stated with composure, alright, I understand. After a brief exchange, he raised his eyes to look at the youth, his expression becoming even more stern. Lin Yuan, the Son of Heaven is subject to the same laws as a commoner. Being a guest elder of the Lu family is not a reason for you to do as you please. Stop resisting immediately and return to the sect with me, otherwise this enforcer will not be polite. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Knowing that Lin Yuan had the protection of the Lu family, this person still insisted on enforcing the law domineeringly. Was he out of his mind? Or did he have other backing? Taking a look at Lu Jiu beside the man, Lin Yuan immediately understood the reason. It must be this Lu fellow who told this enforcer about the meteor, which is why he would rather offend the Lu family than capture me, all to seize the opportunity on my person. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickly transmitted his voice, asking, Sister Shuang, these two will definitely try to kill me at all costs, are you confident in dealing with them? Ao Ling Shuang said calmly, it's fine, they are merely chi-gathering realm ants, I can easily kill them with my power, I'm just worried that if this matter is exposed, you will be targeted. To kill a chi-gathering realm practitioner at the Meridian Opening Realm was truly astonishing, and if the sect discovered this, they would definitely force him to tell them how he did it. At that time, if he couldn't explain it, it was hard to say what actions the higher-ups would take. Things have come to this point, there is no other way, let's deal with these two first and consider the follow-up later. Although he didn't want to face the sect's investigation, if he didn't use his power now, he would face death. Thus, only this choice remained. Okay, I will now transfer power to you, this time it is chi-gathering realm-level spiritual power, you should prepare. Ao Ling Shuang finished speaking, and without waiting for the other to speak, a majestic power surged out from her soul and poured into the young man's body. With her actions, Lin Yuan's cultivation began to skyrocket, instantly breaking through the condensing core realm and entering the chi-gathering realm. Huang Bin was about to attack when he suddenly noticed a rapid increase in the other party's strength, his face instantly filled with shock. Chi-gathering realm? This person's cultivation had advanced to the chi-gathering realm? What kind of secret technique was this that it could break through two major realms in a row? While he was stunned, Lin Yuan quickly adapted to the power within his body, pulled out his sword, and said coldly, if you wish to take what's mine, you are destined to be disappointed. With that, he swung his sword, and chi-gathering realm-level sword intent appeared, swiftly attacking the two. Clang! Huang Bin hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding the blow. Lu Jiu was not so fortunate, his reaction was too slow, and the sword intent directly slashed his joints, causing his entire arm to fly off with a tearing sound. Ah! My hand! Lu Jiu cried out in pain, quickly turning to look for his severed arm, trying to reattach it to his body. Lin Yuan swung his sword again, the sharp sword light splitting the other's body in half, spraying blood everywhere. He died. A dignified outer sect elder had died just like that. He didn't even get a chance to say a word before death. Lu Jiu probably never thought that this trip to Falling Cloud City would become the end of his life. Huang Bin, upon witnessing this scene, quickly came to the conclusion he was no match for this man. So he immediately flew into the sky, fleeing. A trace of disdain flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he too leapt into the air, chasing after him. Chapter 60, Slaying Huang Bin. Frost Possession. Although cultivators in the chi-gathering realm couldn't travel by a type of lightspeed escape, their speed was still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two had flown dozens of miles. Feeling someone pursuing them from behind, Huang Bin repeatedly begged for mercy. Junior nephew Lin, this entire operation was instigated by that villain Lu Jiu. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Please, spare me. This uncle guarantees I won't reveal today's events. Lin Yuan activated the 8 extremes pulsation and quickly caught up to him. He said coldly, Uncle, don't you know that only the dead can truly keep secrets? As he spoke, he condensed his Yuan Qi onto his sword and slashed towards him. Clang! Huang Bin had already taken out his broadsword to defend. The two collided. Huang Bin's sword was shattered into 1,000 pieces, and Lin Yuan's sword pierced through his body. Huang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell to the ground. Lin Yuan's sword was still in his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked at Huang Bin's corpse and said coldly, Uncle, you really are a useless person. You know that only the dead can truly keep secrets? As he spoke, he condensed his Yuan Qi onto his sword and slashed towards him. Clang! Huang Bin had already taken out his broadsword to defend. The two collided, and a metallic sound rang out. His broadsword shattered into 2 pieces. How is this possible? Seeing his weapon destroyed, Huang Bin was shocked beyond measure. This was a high-quality 10-pattern spirit artifact that he had spent several thousand yuan stones to buy. Now it was gone just like that? How could the other party's sword be so sharp? Could it be a 100-pattern spirit artifact? Before he could think further, Lin Yuan's voice arrived along with the sword's light. A spirit artifact can save you once, but can it save you a second time? In a moment of desperation, Huang Bin summoned a black shield to block him. Bang! The sword blade smashed onto the shield's surface. Unlike before, it didn't cut through effortlessly. Instead, it vibrated and the shield began to crack. The spirit patterns on it also dimmed, indicating that it had lost its spiritual power. Taking advantage of the gap, Huang Bin took out a talisman, infused it with Yuan Qi, and activated it. Then, he threw away the broken shield and his entire body transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into a black dot in an instant. A speed-enhancing talisman? Lin Yuan murmured, then took out a similar talisman from the Sun family's spoils, activated it, and chased after him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing wind echoed in his ears. Even though he had exerted all his strength, the other party's figure was becoming increasingly blurry, and it seemed like he would completely disappear soon. What should we do, Sister Frost? At this rate, we'll definitely lose him, Lin Yuan asked anxiously. The talisman he's using is of a higher grade than yours, allowing him to unleash faster speeds. Hand over control of your body to me and I'll show him what true speed is. Okay. Lin Yuan had no reservations and decisively relinquished control of his body. Subsequently, Ao Ling Shuang smoothly took over the man's body and his eyes instantly transformed into a deep azure color. Humph! A cold snort escaped his throat. Lin Yuan flicked his finger and a spatial crack appeared in the stable void. He stepped directly into it. Hundreds of miles away. Huang Bin, unable to sense the presence behind him, let out a sigh of relief. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. That damned brat, he made me destroy 2 spirit artifacts. I will avenge this grudge one day. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of him suddenly split open and a figure stepped out of the crack. His face was cold as he said, "You want to seek revenge on me? How is this possible?" The scene before him shocked Huang Bin. Tearing the void. This person could actually tear the void. This was a sign of a Dao platform realm expert. Even cultivators in the Yuan core realm only had a basic understanding of spatial power and were unable to utilize it fully. Only after advancing into the Dao platform realm could they skillfully control spatial power, enabling them to traverse the void. Lin Yuan could actually do this. Could he have already established his Dao platform? Such a young Dao platform realm expert was just too heaven-defying. Facing the horrified deacon, Lin Yuan didn't wait for him to recover. He immediately struck out with a palm. Boom! The terrifying palm intent landed on him, and Huang Bin's body instantly shattered, turning into a cloud of dust that scattered with the wind. At the same time, his storage bag, having lost its master, fell vertically from the sky. A chi-gathering realm powerhouse had fallen, unable even to self-destruct before his death. It was truly lamentable. Lin Yuan flashed, heading towards the direction the storage bag had fallen. In the mountain forest. He landed slowly, his pupils having returned to their original ink-black color. Sister Shuang, is this your true strength? It's too powerful. Reclaim ing control of his body, Lin Yuan exclaimed immediately. Although he couldn't control his body just now, his 6 senses were still intact, allowing him to perceive the outside world, and he saw all of Ao Ling Shuang's actions. Although he didn't know how difficult it was to shatter space, it was definitely not something a low-level cultivator could do, yet Sister Shuang could easily perform it, proving that her strength was beyond his imagination. It's just killing a chi-gathering ant, it's nothing much. If you cultivate diligently in the future, you'll be able to reach this level. The woman's cold voice sounded, though she was trying hard to hide it, Lin Yuan could still hear a trace of fatigue in it. Sister Shuang, did you expend a lot of energy this time? Using spatial power does consume energy, but it's okay occasionally. It's fine as long as it's not used frequently. Even if you say so, it must still affect your body, right? It's all because of me that you become like this, little Yuan is sorry. It's alright, little Yuan, it's just a bit of soul power. I can recover after a few days of rest. If I were to begrudge this little bit of consumption and let you fall into danger, then I truly regret it. No matter what, I, Lin Yuan, will remember Sister Shuang's kindness and will repay you handsomely in the future. We are fortunate to have met and have been through thick and thin together, so there's no need to be polite with me. Also, let me remind you, never let your soul be controlled by others in the future. If you encounter a villain, they will directly seize your body, and then there will be no way to recover and it will be too late to regret. I understand, Sister Shuang. Except for you and Master's wife, no one is allowed to enter my soul sea. No, even your Master's wife could harbor ill intentions. Actually, Lin Yuan believed in Gu Shuqin, but since she had said so, he changed his words. Okay, then I'll only trust you. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have done that either, but the situation was critical and I had no choice. It's okay, Sister Shuang. You and I are one, I can trust you absolutely. Hearing this, a warm current flowed through Ao Ling Shuang's heart, and she said softly, well, since little Yuan trusts me so much, then I definitely can't let you down. We will work together in the future to help you become stronger soon, and also help me recover from my injuries soon. Okay, Sister Shuang. Let's work hard together. Lin Yuan nodded emphatically, then extended his hand, and Huang Bin's storage bag fell into his grasp. More than 10,000 spirit stones, plus miscellaneous pills and talismans, as expected of a chi-gathering cultivator. His wealth is unmatched by Song Mian. Lin Yuan exclaimed with delight after quickly browsing through the resources inside. With the aid of top-grade spirit stones, you don't have to consume ordinary spirit stones to cultivate, and you can use them all for other things. Ao Ling Shuang opened her lips to say, yeah, top-grade spirit stones indeed save me a lot of money, and those miscellaneous things, after being converted to money, will also be a large sum. I'll go to the trade association to sell them next time I have time. As Lin Yuan spoke, he put away the storage bag. Just as he was about to return to the city, he suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from the sky. Whoosh! The yellow-clad middle-aged man's figure suddenly flashed nearby. He first glanced around, muttering inwardly, strange, I clearly sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation just now. It should at least be from a core formation realm cultivator. Why can't I find any trace? Did that fellow Taoist leave? Doubts lingering, his gaze landed on Lin Yuan, and he asked with a smile, young man, did you see anyone else passing through this place just now? Lin Yuan's expression was calm, neither servile nor arrogant, as he cupped his fist and said, reporting to senior, I have not seen anyone. The middle-aged man said regretfully, alright, it seems that person has most likely left. Having come to a conclusion, he didn't linger, transforming into a stream of light and departed, traveling via light. This was actually a core formation realm expert. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's expression showed a slight ripple. He hadn't expected to accidentally trespass into the territory of such an expert. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, he transmitted his voice, Sister Frost, since we've already dealt with the thug, can we go back now? Wait, that guy hasn't gone far, he's still watching you from the forest. What? Lin Yuan's heart tightened instantly. He's probably suspicious of your strength, thinking that you're disguising yourself. Then what do we do? I won't provide any power, just act according to your chi opening realm cultivation and slowly make your way back. Okay, I understand. Thus, Lin Yuan circulated his cultivation method, leapt up, and his figure jumped among the tree branches, gradually moving away. At the location where he had been, the middle-aged man's figure slowly emerged, gazing at the receding youth. He murmured, it's not him? But why do I feel a special aura emanating from this child, different from other chi opening realm cultivators? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. I'm really becoming increasingly suspicious. How could I think that a junior would be a great expert of the transcendent realm? Thinking about it, it's obviously impossible. Having said this, he flashed away, leaving only a residual image that slowly faded in place. Falling Cloud City. The Deng family members, having dealt with Lu Jiu's corpse, waited for a long time before finally welcoming Lin Yuan's return. Brother! You're finally back. Husband! Sheer was so worried about you. The two women immediately rushed over, as if they hadn't seen him for days. Lin Yuan embraced the two women's waists with his arms, one on each side, and said with a light smile, I only went to kill an enforcer, there's nothing to worry about. Gulp! Deng Xian, who was beside them, couldn't help but swallow. Enforcer. That was a cloud-gazing sect enforcer. Although not as noble as an inner sect elder, they were also a crucial part of the sect's middle management, responsible for many affairs within the sect and an indispensable part of the sect's operation. Therefore, the cloud-gazing sect would investigate the death of every enforcer, and if it wasn't a normal death but caused by a villain, the sect would definitely avenge them. This principle also served to protect the safety of inner sect members. Young master, the sect will eventually find out about the enforcer's death. What do you plan to do when that time comes? Deng Xian said worriedly. Upon hearing this, the two women also showed expressions of worry. Brother, the cloud-gazing sect won't throw you into the sky prison, will they? Husband, enforcers have high status. If the sect investigates, you'll definitely be held accountable. To this, Lin Yuan calmly reassured them, don't worry, I'm a guest elder of the Lu family, and the Lu family is my backing. Killing an enforcer without any background shouldn't be a problem. Relatively speaking, we should be more worried about how they'll question my sudden increase in strength. This hit the point, and the three people's expressions became serious. Indeed, compared to Huang Bin's death, Lin Yuan's sudden explosion of power was the more pressing matter to investigate. Brother, how did you manage to have such power? Yi Linger couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. For a moment, both Deng Fushi and Deng Xian stared intently at the young man, also wanting to know the answer to this question. Lin Yuan looked apologetic. I'm sorry, everyone, this matter is my secret, and it's really inconvenient to reveal. Disappointment flashed in Deng Fushi's eyes, then she chuckled. It's okay, my husband, everyone has their own secrets. Besides, your strength has increased so terrifyingly, the method of improvement must be extremely important. It's better for us not to know, in case someone catches you and searches your soul, it will definitely be detrimental to you. Lin Yuan nodded. Thank you for understanding, Sheer. Regarding my matter, I'll go to Elder Lu to discuss it after we return to the sect. There should be a solution. Amidst their conversation, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Knock knock. Who is it? Shi Ji from the City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion? The expressions of everyone changed slightly. Deng Xian immediately stepped forward and opened the door, welcoming, City Lord, you've come to visit. I, Deng, have failed to greet you properly. Shi Ji walked into the residence and bowed to Lin Yuan. I have come here today to apologize to you, young master. Deng Xian subconsciously asked, what is your offense? Lin Yuan deduced, the offense the City Lord is talking about should be related to the sect's Outer Affairs Hall, right? He knew without guessing that the news of the Sun family's annihilation must have been sent back to the sect by the other party. Shi Ji confessed, yes, the reason why the experts from the Outer Affairs Hall came was because I revealed the Sun family's matter, which caused trouble for you, young master. Lin Yuan waved his hand. As the City Lord of Falling Cloud City, you are supposed to convey the news within Falling Cloud City. That is your duty, I don't blame you. But what happened just now? You should have seen it all, right? Speaking of the crucial point, Shi Ji was not flustered, but calmly said, I saw it. Does young master want to kill me to cover up the matter? He had arrived outside the Deng residence to watch the show when Huang Bin and the other arrived and witnessed the entire event. Lin Yuan stared at the other party deeply, then suddenly laughed. It's not necessary. Besides you, many of the Deng family members must have also seen it. Do you think I should kill them all? He knew that even if he killed all the people who knew, the sect would still be able to trace the cause of Huang Bin and Lu Zhou's death. After all, the purpose of these two people's outing was to enforce the law, and this matter could not be hidden no matter what. Shi Ji cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your grace, young master. You are truly an unparalleled hero. I admire you greatly. Although he didn't know how the other party had increased by 2 major realms, being able to achieve such heaven-defying feats, there must be a terrifying background behind him, which made people revere him. Chapter 62. The 100 City League. Participating in the selection, Lin Yuan calmly said, City Lord, you flatter me. Your visit to the Deng residence today is likely not just for seeking forgiveness, is it? Shi Ji stroked his beard and said, young master is truly insightful. I do indeed have another matter. I wonder if you could spare some time to hear it. No problem, City Lord, please speak plainly. The Triennial 100 City League is about to be held. Are you aware of this? 100 City League? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. What kind of competition is that? Shi Ji explained, within the Cloud Peak sect's territory, there are tens of thousands of subordinate forces, most of which are cities. These cities are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to the Yuan Dan, Qi gathering, and condensing core cultivation levels, respectively. Are you saying that if a strong cultivator of a certain level appears within a city, the city can be upgraded to the designated level? Yes. For example, our Luoshao city is a low-level city. If a family force at the Qi gathering level appears within the city can be upgraded to a middle level. I understand. So, is this 100 City League a competition held among 100 cities? Strictly speaking, it's a competition among the high-level cities. Also, it's not 100, but hundreds. Hundreds. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he asked directly, are there hundreds of high-level cities within the Cloud Peak sect? Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of Yuan Dan level forces? Yes, and some high-level cities have more than 1 Yuan Dan level force. Therefore, even with 100 high-level cities, there are at least 100 Yuan Dan level forces. So many Yuan Dan level forces, representing hundreds of Yuan Dan cultivators. Are they not considered top experts? Are they as common as cabbages? Lin Yuan couldn't help but complain. Shi Ji chuckled, it sounds like a lot, but it's not really. Think about it, within the vast territory of the Cloud Peak sect, there are hundreds of millions of people, and among them, about 10% possess the talent to temper their bodies. Among those at the body tempering stage, 10% can break through to the meridian opening stage. Among those at the meridian opening stage, 10% can condense their core. And among those at the condensing core stage, 10% can reach the Qi gathering stage. This only leaves about 10,000 people. Among those at the Qi gathering stage, less than 10% have the chance to form a Yuan Dan. If you calculate it this way, are there only about 1,000 left? After listening to this explanation, Lin Yuan thoughtfully nodded and said, you're right. From this perspective, the number of Yuan Dan cultivators within the sect isn't that many. One could say it's quite rare. Shi Ji continued, yes. The 100 City League I'm talking about is a competition among these hundreds of cities. Cultivators represent their cities in the competition. As long as they win a place within the top 10, they will receive generous rewards. Lin Yuan became interested. What are these specific rewards? The rewards for the 2nd to 10th places are 10,000 yuan stones and 100 pattern spirit weapon. The champion's reward is 30,000 yuan stones, 1,000 pattern spirit weapon, and a piece of purple cloud sandalwood. Purple cloud sandalwood? What is that? It's a piece of wood cut from the purple cloud ancient tree. It contains abundant ancient tree life force. After refining it, cultivators can greatly enhance their physique. Enhance their physique? Can it improve cultivation? No, but after a cultivator's physique is enhanced, their yuan qi circulation will become faster and smoother, and their combat power will also increase. I understand. Lin Yuan knowingly said, this purple cloud sandalwood must be quite rare, or why would it be used as the champion's reward? Shi Ji nodded, of course, it's rare. The purple cloud ancient trees are few and far between in this world. For a high-level city to be willing to use this as a reward is already considered very generous. If you were to convert it to yuan stones, this item is worth at least hundreds of thousands of yuan stones. Hundreds of thousands! Lin Yuan exclaimed, wouldn't that be worth more than 1,000 pattern spirit weapon? Shi Ji scoffed, a high-quality 1,000 pattern spirit weapon is only worth a bit over 10,000 yuan stones. How can it compare to the purple cloud sandalwood? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, it seems this championship reward is indeed substantial, worth a try. Do you know the requirements and procedures for participating in this competition? The 100 City League requires participants to be under 25 years old and must be native cultivators within the Cloud Ripple sect. As for the procedure, you only need to go to a nearby advanced city to participate in the selection. Passing it will make you a representative of that city. I meet both the age and origin requirements. Where is the nearest advanced city? Can you point me in the direction? I can. Following Qi Ji's guidance, Lin Yuan learned the location of the city. Young master, when you register for the competition, please fill in your place of origin as Falling Cloud City. That way, if you achieve a good ranking, our city will also receive some blessings. Understood, I will fill in Falling Cloud City. Then I can rest assured. With his purpose achieved, Qi Ji turned and left decisively. Husband, are you going to participate in this competition? After the city lord left, Deng Fushi asked. Yes, the next intersect assessment is still a while away, so I'll go and take a look. Maybe I can win an award. But according to the city lord, any cultivator under the age of 25 can participate in the competition. There must be many condensation core realm cultivators. You're just at the origin opening realm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win. It's okay if I lose, I'll just treat it as training. That's true, will Linger and I accompany you? That's an advanced city after all, with many strong individuals, and dangers are inevitable. I'd better go alone. Okay, then we'll wait for you to return in Falling Cloud City. After making a decision, Lin Yuan spent half a day tenderly with his two wives. Finally, with the two women's reluctant gaze, he rode his white horse and embarked on a new journey. Giant River City. This was the closest advanced city to Falling Cloud City, and it took Lin Yuan more than an hour to reach it. In the city center square, a huge arena was set up. A young man in luxurious clothes stood on the arena, looked around, and arrogantly asked, is no one daring to come up? If so, then the representative slot of Giant River City for this 100 City League is mine. Xiao Wei's strength is terrifying. Even Zhou Qing, who was at the 3rd level of the Condensation Core realm, was just defeated by him. It seems no one in the younger generation of Giant River City is his opponent. He broke through to the 2nd level of the Condensation Core realm at such a young age, and he also has the Azure Spirit body to help him. He is enough to sweep away cultivators of the same level. Dare I ask if he is Miss Lu's opponent? Mentioning Miss Lu, everyone's expressions changed and then they shook their heads. Miss Lu possesses the Star Destiny Bone, which allows her to mobilize the power of thousands of stars. It's not a problem for her to fight beyond her level, not to mention a mere Xiao Wei. In terms of combat power, Miss Lu is comparable to a peak condensation core realm expert. Xiao Wei is nothing more than an ant in front of her. If Miss Lu didn't already have a predetermined spot, how would this person have a chance to show off in the arena? The crowd's comments were all one-sided, which showed that Miss Lu was quite prestigious in Giant River City. City Lord, Xiao Wei has already fought to this point. Can the selection be ended early? On a distant grandstand, an official asked the man in the main seat. If Lin Yuan were here, he would have recognized that the city lord they were referring to was the middle-aged man in yellow that he had seen before. Well, all the known young talents in our city have already been on stage. There shouldn't be anyone else challenging. Let's end it here. The man in yellow got up and was about to announce the results when he suddenly heard a voice from outside the crowd. If no one is challenging, then I will go on stage and give it a try. The words had just fallen when a young man in coarse clothing flew onto the stage, landing lightly. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Do we have someone like this in Great River City? Never seen him before. Maybe he's from another city. He's quite handsome, but I wonder how strong he is. He must have some strength or he wouldn't dare to come up and challenge, right? The crowd discussed animatedly, all curious about the identity and combat prowess of this uninvited guest. The referee turned to look at him, frowning. What's your name? What's your cultivation level? Lin Yuan, 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wei burst into laughter, his face filled with mockery. Boy, don't you know that I'm a core formation realm cultivator? A mere Meridian Opening brat dares to come on stage. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Yuan said calmly, is there a rule that Meridian Opening Realm cultivators can't come on stage? There's no rule, but for someone with your cultivation level to challenge me is not only self-humiliating, but an insult to me. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change at Xiao Wei's words. He turned directly to the referee. Referee, can we start the fight? The referee reminded him, his cultivation level is a whole major realm higher than yours. You are very likely to be injured in this fight. Are you sure you still want to challenge him? I'm sure. Alright, then good luck to you. With that, he jumped off the stage, leaving the arena to the two of them. Xiao Wei stared directly at Lin Yuan, his face filled with viciousness. You ignorant brat, even the referee warned you, but you still dare to challenge me. Then I will break your bones and make you pay the price for your ignorance. So much nonsense. Lin Yuan scoffed, activating the 8 Extremes pulse, his figure becoming like light as he approached his opponent. So fast. Xiao Wei's heart jolted. He quickly channeled his energy into a punch, striking out at Lin Yuan. Bang! Lin Yuan also threw a punch, colliding with Xiao Wei's. Lin Yuan stood rooted in place, his body as steady as a mountain, while Xiao Wei staggered back several steps, his palm numb and his face filled with shock. He was pushed back. He was actually pushed back. And his opponent was just a mere 6th level Meridian Opening Realm ant. How could this be possible? While still in shock, Lin Yuan flashed forward again, launching another attack. Xiao Wei didn't have time to think and raised his hands to defend. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed on the stage. Lin Yuan's attacks were swift and fierce, completely overwhelming his opponent. This scene dumbfounded the crowd. Am I seeing things? A mere Meridian Opening Realm cultivator is forcing a core formation realm cultivator into a disadvantage? And Xiao Wei seems to have no chance of fighting back, barely managing to defend himself. Just who is he? He can actually fight across a major realm? Could he be a successor of some great aristocratic family? Exclamations of amazement rang out. Lin Yuan's origin had become mysterious in their eyes. On the high platform, the man in yellow stood up the moment he saw Lin Yuan. This child actually came to participate in the selection? Could he be a cultivator from a nearby city? Amidst his confusion, he also saw that Lin Yuan had the upper hand, which shocked him even more. To be able to do this child must have at least a saint physique level constitution. Such an extraordinary genius must have a significant background. I wonder what his origins are. After pondering, the man suddenly recalled the space fluctuations from before, and an astonishing thought came to his mind. Could he be the disciple of that friend? At this moment, a servant spoke up. Lord City Lord, what's wrong? Do you know that young man who just came up? The man came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. I don't know him. It's just that he looks a bit like a junior of an old friend of mine, so I couldn't help but take a closer look. I see. But even if you don't know him, this young man's strength is quite remarkable. If we can recruit him to Great River City, we will have a greater chance of winning the 100 Cities tournament this time. Well, let's keep watching. This little guy might give us an even bigger surprise. As the two spoke, the competition on the stage was in full swing. Bang! Xiao Wei unleashed a martial skill, sending his opponent reeling, and said coldly, Kid, you forced me to this point. You do have some skill. Given time, I might not be your match, but for now, immediately get off the stage. As he spoke, his body began to emit a blue light, and the surrounding spiritual energy also became restless. This is the manifestation of the Azure Luo body. It seems Xiao Wei plans to go all out. I wonder how that youth will respond. Given the abilities he's shown, he must have a way to deal with it. The crowd murmured, anticipating Lin Yuan's performance. Sure enough, as they expected, just after Xiao Wei finished speaking, Lin Yuan's aura began to rise, quickly reaching the peak of the Meridian Opening stage. No need for given time. You're not my match even now. With those words, Lin Yuan gathered spiritual energy in his palm and threw a punch forward. Through the back fist. Bang 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 bang. For sounds of meridians bursting rang out as the vast fist intent broke through the wind and locked onto his opponent. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth in response. So what if you've improved your cultivation? You'll still lose to my Azure Luo body. He formed hand seals and released a wave of blue light to meet the palm intent. Azure Haze Seal. Bang! The two collided. The palm intent crushed the wave of light like a dry twig, then struck the opponent directly. Pooh! Xiao Wei was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He lost. He actually lost. The outcome of this seemingly mismatched duel was so unexpected. Wei-er! A woman in a Ruchuan skirt rushed onto the stage, cradling Xiao Wei's body, her face full of concern. Are you alright? I'm fine, just a small injury, Xiao Wei said, but his pale face betrayed him. Your aura is so weak. How can you call this nothing? The woman said with heartache, then stood up and angrily pointed at the youth. How could someone at the Meridian opening stage possibly defeat someone at the pill condensation stage? You must have cheated. The referee returned to the stage, preparing to announce the results, but the woman's sudden words had impacted him. For other families, it wouldn't matter, but the Xiao family was one of the few chi-gathering forces in Giant River City. Even he didn't dare offend them. Lin Yuan calmly curled his lips, about to refute, when a man in yellow robes suddenly appeared around them. Madam Xiao, the league selection battles are being watched by the whole city. With so many people watching, there's no chance for him to cheat. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he stared at the woman. Greetings, City Lord. Seeing who it was, the crowd bowed in salute. The woman also bowed and then responded, some methods cannot be seen with the naked eye. Perhaps he had pills hidden in his mouth before the match, swallowing them at a critical moment to increase his cultivation and combat power.